While PaySafeCard is the perfect payment method for a Fortnite player like me, you know skins win games, and with PaySafeCard I can get all of them. Simple and safe. No bank accounts, no credit cards, no fees. Easy. Get a free PaySafeCard account now.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to day 2 of the G2 Esports Get the Cash Cup, powered by Logitech and PaySafeCard. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Jacob MVP, and it's going to be a glorious day as we hop into our semifinals, as well as grand finals, and of course the 20,000 euros that everybody's playing for, plus bonuses and giveaways in chat. Jacob, we're casting Fortnite again, brother. It feels so good. How you doing?
Hey there, hi there, ho there, Reflections. You know me, I'm always energized as can be, and like you said, casting Fortnite again, it's always a dream come true, and now we're going over the pond to the European region, and these are some of the most impressive names in Fortnite that I've seen in a long time, besides that NA East region, so I'm happy to get the inside scoop, the inside look, not only the finals, but the semifinals as well. This is where all these up-and-coming names, and some of those names that might have fell down along the way throughout the past couple of years are getting that opportunity to rebuild themselves and get back to the top.
Yeah, yesterday was incredible. Really was. We saw a ton of different strategies, a plethora of strategies, right? Obviously now in Season 7, Jacob, and that brings back the sniper and a couple of other weapons that were really exciting to watch and see how they operated. And I must say, for some players out there, brother, they were hitting their sniper shots. I expect it to be even better today. 4,000 trios ended up competing in this tournament. We're now down to just 132 trios. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and talk about our stage and get everybody caught up with how day 1 went and how day 2 is going to go. Yesterday, we had 2 heats or 2 open qualifiers, and there were 6 total matches in each. So 12 matches that took place yesterday. 66 trios ended up moving forward from each of those respective open qualifiers, and that leads us into today. We have our semifinals, 132 trios. We'll be playing again in 6 more matches, and then ultimately 8 trios move forward to grand finals, or 25 trios, 8 trios from the open qualifiers, and with the semifinals will be into grand finals, and then of course we have 25 trios invited. So it's going to be an action-packed day without question. And what are they playing for? Or not what they're playing for. What are they, point-wise? What is the format, right? What are they essentially trying to earn? And obviously you want to get that victory royale, more so in grand finals. We'll talk about that in a little bit, Jacob. But cumulative, you get 35 points if you get a victory royale, and also 2 points per elimination, which is different from yesterday, Jacob, because yesterday was only 1 point per elimination.
Yeah, it just goes to show that you're going to have that complete balance, the awareness to know when to go for those eliminations. That way you don't get third-partied. You don't become the center focus of that lobby, everybody trying to take you out. And one thing that you do know going throughout the course of the game, those eliminations will come to you. You will find many opportunities, especially towards the end game. You don't want to get eliminated too early going for that elimination, but if you find yourself in that sweet spot fighting team versus team, you're going to get yourself possible 2 points per elimination, 6 total if you get that team wipe, which some of these teams towards the ending portions of the qualification process, maybe games number 5, games number 6, that's when you're going to start to see them amp up the aggression if they're that far behind.
And I apologize. Made a mistake. Hey, look, math is not my strong suit. I was never good at geology. But regardless, though, for first place, you don't get 35. You actually get 30. That's for top victory royale. But still, again, 30 points is quite a bit, plus the 2 points per elimination. With that being 1 more point, it might justify maybe some early pushes, some early engagements, and maybe for more aggression. What are they playing for, though? What is the money? Of course, that is what everybody always joins to, compete for. And, man, we have 20,000 euros across the board. Plus, of course, you have the 10,500 euros for first place. And that is a large chunk of money. Even second and third place are banking. But that victory royale bonus in grand final, 750 euros, Jacob. Every team would be earning whenever they win. That is, that's a big chunk of change, brother.
6 possible chances to get 750 bonus dollars. So if you're just very, very dominant today, like you see some players on other regions winning multiple games in a row, you can come home with an extra $4,500 in your pocket. So imagine that scenario. You get first, you get the extra 750 bonus per game. You're just going to be walking away with a ton of cash today, but it's not going to be no easy feat. Like you said, to start this one off, there was over 4,000 teams in one
Insane.
day alone. We narrowed it down to the top 32, still battling out. And that's what I'm saying. You got to give yourselves a round of applause to make it towards that top 32, but it has to be a short round of applause. Your guys' journey to the top is not over just yet.
Yeah, it just started, right? I mean, we talked about that yesterday. Granted, it was the Gauntlet 4000 trios. I mean, you talk about a large range of skill, okay? you got people like me who, loves to play competitively, but really doesn't play competitively, right? Still trying their hand at it. You can't blame them for doing so. It's free 99 to enter after all, the best price out there. But, for those who did, in fact, make it, they are some serious contenders to be the top 66, to be the top 132 in general going into semifinals, right? Out of 4,000, they have to be taken seriously. I don't care who you are. And we did see some very talented competitors. I know Nice One Nico is one of the guys that I was kind of watching out for. I've seen him in plenty of elimination race tournaments in the past. Jacob, did anybody stand out to you, at least from day one, or maybe anyone you're looking forward to even in grand finals?
I had to write down a list. There was too many players out there that were really impressing me, but you got to go with the first place team right now, Team Bandit. I got to make sure I say their names right. Zizkar and Rue, he has a bunch of letters and numbers in there at the end, but 3 total victories. They're getting multiple 20 bombs. I think they average about 11 and a half elims per game, and that's where I'm telling you guys, those elims will find you throughout the course of each and every one of those games, as long as you play your rotations to perfection, you play your cards right, and then not make any too high risk, high reward plays unless you have to in that position. And I got to believe and tell you guys, throughout the first 2, maybe even 3 games, you don't need to get over aggressive. You don't need to put yourselves in those bad positions. Right. You got to go ahead and just play the game that you practice all the way up until this point.
You talked about high eliminations. 11 per game is very impressive. I know yesterday me and Tokata had the chance to watch a 31 or a 30 elimination game, which was just absolutely insane. I think the highest was about 32 eliminations, if I'm not mistaken. We didn't have a chance to watch that, but there were plenty of 20 bombs, which is crazy to think of given the height of the competition. Again, though, you didn't know what lobby you were going to be in, and you didn't know the caliber of players that was going to be in that lobby. So if you had a talented, dominant trio that entered into that lobby, they were going to make the most of it, and they clearly did. I mean, imagine if they were getting 2 points per elimination, right? They could have literally doubled their score. And the threshold, I think, from Heat 1 was like 117 points to enter, or at least be top 66. The threshold for Heat 2 was like 114. But regardless, though, getting victory royales wasn't going to be enough. You had to stack it with eliminations. And I expect today to be just the same. After all, though, these guys are literally the best of the best. And we'll be dropping in off the battle bus in just a little bit. I can't wait to see who we are going to be watching first, Jacob. POIs yesterday were just being hotly contested off the rip, but I think it's going to slow down a little bit here. It's not going to be as contested as it was, but who knows? What do I know? It's 2 points per elimination. It could go crazy. Yeah,
we got a couple good names throughout these 132 teams. And I think some of those players you were mentioning is going to be that team of High Chris, Vortex, and Knight. They dropped back-to-back 30 bombs yesterday to really take it to the rest of the lobby and really cement themselves as one of the top trios trying to make their way towards the grand finals. But Boney Burbs looking like a hot drop. Not a hot drop, but a very contested drop. And this is where you got to be careful. You're either going to go for that Storm Surge, you're trying to alpha up your POI, or play it a little safe here. You talked about the difference between those opens and the semis. This is a little bit more stacked lobby, so players are going to have to play a little bit more careful, a little more cognizant of their opponents.
And for the chat out there, hey, look, I just want to say, by the way, Pace Safe card giveaway is going to be taking place throughout the day. Make sure that you are staying tuned in the chat, being active. You never know when you're going to have your chance to win. Got some beautiful partners, right? Logitech Pace Safe card. Also, G2 Atlantis shirts. Okay, it's clean. And I mean that literally. When you get it, it's going to be clean, okay? So you don't even have to do laundry whenever you pick it up. Make sure you check it out. Click on the panel below, guys, and see if you want to pick one up, the G2 Atlantis shirt. Hey, don't miss out, right? You never want to miss out on an exclusive drop, and this is one of those you definitely don't want to miss out on. All right. Let's get into it. We've already seen an engagement in Boney Burbs. Quite a few of our POIs, speaking of which, had engagements off the rip. Going to be a common theme, I expect, given the fact that it's semifinals. Teams really want to establish themselves at their landing spot. They do not want to get bullied, and you have to do that in competitive, Jacob.
Wow. Yeah, the way this trio just took that fight, they had Screwy, I think his name is, sitting in the back line, getting those AR tags on those players, fighting for that high ground, and he sent his 2 fraggers, those 2 slayers, to go ahead and fight that fight. And you saw in a moment, they tried to drop down, they tried to stay alive, box up, take that fight as a team, but by that time it was too late. But the action must continue on over to 5. Big shot tag to get it down onto 1 player, and he even gets the shake. That's going to be important information for his teammates to continue to push up, play aggressive, and pick up the rest of these eliminations. And that's going to get some good points here at the beginning portion of the game. And they're so separated from the rest of the lobby, there's almost no threat of getting third parties. The elimination is going to be cleaned up as they get themselves the early start that they need.
Yeah, Stronghold is one of those areas that I've been favoring as of recently, and obviously on the other side of the map. But I mean, for me, Stronghold is a great spot that you can kind of rotate into Pleasant for. That was really popular. Obviously, these outer islands, as you said, and wisely so, Jacob, right? You're not really being contested out there. Maybe you find yourself in a fight, which we do see, obviously, 5 in that engagement. But you get decent loot on those outer islands, more so than I think you would expect to get, especially if you were a casual player. Meanwhile, up top, we're going to see a big engagement taking place. 2 squads landing here, and this is also a common location we see very often. But Itsu absolutely beaming the competition. That's 2 eliminations to his name. And I want to say maybe 1 more from the trio up here, but no, it's going to be Hot. Hey, it's Hot Dog. He's back. Yo, Hot Dog was a fan favorite, including me and Tokata's favorite, because he's a hot dog and he literally wears a hot dog suit. You can't go wrong with it.
Talk about branding. I think he has his branding down right, being a hot dog, naming himself Hot Dog. Hey, it's a delicious food as well. I know there's a spot over here where I live. You call it Dirt Dog, but oh my God, those are some of the greatest hot dogs I can ever eat. And you know, that's Hot Dog in human form, slaying out the lobby, and I expect him to go ahead and keep up the pace. A lot of these trios that are taking these early game fights, that's because they know that there's maybe 1 trio contesting them. Nobody really third-partying this early. They're trying to take the fights as fast as possible, not allowing anybody to rotate and interrupt that fight. But this is one of those new additions to this season, Reflection. A little bit of a god chest that does come out. It's going to get a lot of loot for these players. Hopefully they get what they need in terms of AR. But hey, a big pot, that's going to be a reward in its own as they try to make their way. It's going to be jumping on board. The bottom screen at the nighttime, Willie is going ahead and getting a team wipe with the rest of his trio. These are all fights towards the outer edge of the map to where they know they're safe to take the fights, like I said, without getting third party.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, outer edges sometimes might be safer. Granted, you most likely are going to have to rotate a little bit further in order to get into the safe zone, but you do better your chances of having a better placement in general as opposed to landing somewhere like Pleasant or you know, I mean, really take your pick anywhere. You know, Craggy, we've seen Dirty Docks have a lot of contention. You know, Colossal obviously having a lot of contention as well. Yeah, I mean, they're everywhere. It should be, you know, complex. But with that being said, I don't blame these guys for going to the outskirts. Again, they're going to have to fight somebody. I assume everyone's going to be contested, but not a bad play whatsoever. And let's see, our second one, Rizgard played very well yesterday. Ended up being on stream a couple of times and decides to take over that high ground. Player down below trying to overtake. Doesn't get very far for the time being, but a lot of mats being committed. Rizgard is going to lose his life. Even if he doesn't, he only had 2 builds remaining. He wouldn't have got a big refresh off of Gabix, but Trio seems to be out of the way. I hear a sniper shot whizzing by, but everybody seems to be in good health.
Yep, multiple trios on over towards Slurpee. This is where I was saying there's actually a lot of early game fights that you don't typically see. So you go from opens to where there's a massive amount of early game fights, multiple 20s, 30 bombs being dropped throughout many trios games in day number 1. But this one, you're going to see a good high number of kills, but these trios need to be very, very aware that as the lobby progresses, as players continue to get better, even down towards the finals, these fights are not going to be that easy. They might second guess taking them, as Onyx, he's being pushed back in towards Slurpee Swamp, being separated from the rest of his trio as well. Has to be very, very careful. They have to find this moment to reunite, because it does look like the other trio that they're fighting over here, Mr. Driz, is going ahead and taking their high ground. They're going to sandwich them in and slowly closing off all their options.
Yeah, Slurpee yesterday had quite a few teams here. I want to say 4, maybe 5 at the max, but I think 4 is a safe. Yeah, I mean, well, you had 2 inside Slurpee, and then you had 2 on the outskirts, you know, and both are great locations. Again, you do not leave Slurpee typically without full shield, okay? Full health, full shield. If you do, you're not doing it right. You also typically leave with, you know, at least max metal. Incredibly important with how many gas canisters we've seen yesterday, how many times the Fireflies were utilized. I was even seeing in-game players having gas canisters, which you don't expect because it takes up a valuable inventory slot, but hey, it ends up working out, and at times could in fact, or did in fact, play a massive impact. But Slurpee is going to be one of those contested spots. Pleasant, as I mentioned before, and Believer Beach, right? You have that chance to get the epic or the legendary pump, but oh man, Kiko falling early on. This is a trio that we've seen earlier, Jacob, picking up another trio, getting their 3 eliminations. That's what going to be 6 total points for them because it's 2 points per elim, but now they're running into some trouble.
Yeah, just an unfortunate drop there, getting dropped down into the box zone, closing in, but they have a chug cannon, so not too much to worry about on the side of Legend. I don't know how many white heals they have. Crow popping a big pop, making sure he's ready to fight this one. It's actually both of those players that don't have any white heals. Both Legend and Crow have to be careful about how long this fight does last. The other team has that slurp cannon, so they're going to be able to replenish that HP. They're going to be able to replenish those shields. Oh my god, he gets the card, he gets the big pot, so a little bit of a reward there for staying in towards the zone. But I see another player, that full trio to be exact. They're trying to hit that jump pad, get out alive. They're going to take some tags along the way, but that's, to me, that's not too much of a worry. Like I said, that chug cannon is going to get them right back up to tip-top shape. Plus, there's 3 barrels there if they weren't taken. That can get them 30 free HP and shields as well. But it's Legend and Crow here that I'm more worried about.
Yeah, Legend and Crow, again, a talented trio that played very well yesterday. They've got a little bit of traveling to do, but luckily the Storm's only ticking for 1. From one fight to another. Surprising that we're already down to 77 players, and that is still a lot. Storm Surge could, in fact, tick as we get deeper and deeper into the zones, but yesterday we were seeing some very stacked lobbies. Today, people being more aggressive, and the reason why, again, 2 points per elimination, and for some, that might justify. If you're picking up, you know, 20 elims or 11 elims, as you mentioned, from a trio yesterday, right, Jacob? Yeah, that's a ton of points. That's at least 22 points going to you per game, which is almost as much as a victory royale. So everybody has their different play styles. Everybody goes about it differently, but we've got a big box fight taking place. It's getting pretty chaotic. Luckily, the players at Slurpee are within the safe zone, so they can afford to stay here and fight it out and prolong the fight.
Yeah, the only worry right now is I'm seeing some trios slowly rotate in. So the longer this fight goes, especially since it's the bottom half of zone, it is in Slurpee, you can see more and more teams possibly rotate in, or at least try to get some tags from far away, trying to rob these players of those eliminations, and by default getting those elimination points as well. But they're breaking out from the actual main buildings of Slurpee Swamp, trying to take the high ground. And this is where I'm talking about, somebody gets cleaned up at the bottom half of the map from so far away, but it's actually going to be Driz cleaning that one up. It might have been a down, and he got the much needed siphon as well, and depending on where those mats are at, he can probably drop back down, but it's not going to be an easy one. Getting coned from the bottom, making sure that they have that piece control, which is going to be so important as this game goes on. And oh my god, that Storm Surge popping up. They're 51 down. They need to figure out how to get those tags, but 618, man, just in the blink of an eye. They're okay, but any of those teams that might be missing those tags, they're going to have to look to figure out a way to start getting aggressive, whether if it's cross map or directly into that box.
All right, Storm Surge already taking effect. 78 players still here. These guys should be quite all right, given the fact they've got plenty of tags. Obviously, though, it is going to be a 2v3, at least in the eyes of Driz. Nice shot, though, onto 1. If you can just get one more tag, you might be able to take him down, taking some excess damage, but he does manage to find the refresh down below. Can he get the revive, though, or at least the refresh off the second guy? Maybe, but from the outskirts, it looks like another trio is moving in. And Jacob, as I was saying, Slurpee has been seeing about 4 trios on average contesting this area. Yeah,
there's just so many shields around the map, from those barrels, from the big containers to where you can save a lot of your minis, a lot of your big pots, or if you're going fishing towards the outside, the slurp fishes and whatever you can find as well. That way you can go ahead and have the best end game. But once you take so many fights here, all those heals and everything are going to go to the wayside. As you can see, this trio coming in. It's going to be Cortez on screen. He knows these players are weak. If you've seen how long that fight did go down towards the outside, it's like they were licking their lips and fighting and at the chance to finish this fight and take advantage of these two players that might be a little weak. But Cortez takes a massive amount of damage towards the backside. He needs to figure out a way to get his HP and shield back up. Multiple players are going down as well. This full health trio might have made a mistake.
And also take note, Slimmy is just 14 above the Storm Surge, Jacob. So if he doesn't start getting some tags soon, he is going to be continually taking that damage, something he definitely doesn't want, especially with this fight being as prolonged as it is. Now 47 above them, just down to 14, and man, they want to finish this fight, and there it is. He is now starting to be affected by the Storm Surge, something he doesn't want. Of course, the pressure is going to be ever present, ever mounting, and it's not going to be easy. Yet, granted, he does have the Slurpfish, he does have the Floppers, but you want that for in-game, but now he doesn't have a choice, he doesn't have a chance. He's forced to use it, and the other duo, they don't have to push. They could be above Storm Surge. They could be sitting pretty. So it's really up to this trio to make the move.
Yeah, this is where you do see those gas canisters play a role if they can find them. It's not something that, and I heard you mention it before, it's not something they're necessarily going to pick up off spawn unless they do have that open slot. But throughout the course of the game, you run out of heals, you run out of fish, whatever it may be, you get that open slot, you want to carry something. And this is where I talked about Slurpee. These fights lasting so long because of the amount of heals possible during this POI. It does look like they're going to continue this box fight. One trio will survive. They got to clean up onto one. Only a down so far as Cortez yet again finds himself stuck between a rock and a hard place, getting cleaned up. Siphon going through. I will say the silver lining now reflects it's going to be the amount of items to drop the resources, but they go ahead and jump into the box at the wrong time. Slemmy gets it down onto one player, and that is going to be a cleanup. I don't know if it's the full trio. It actually is going to be a full team wipe for Slemmy, Nembia, and Cortez, and because they're so close to that reboot van, they're going to be able to get their trio back up along with that loot as well. But he's not going to waste any time getting into the next fight. Diablo's getting taken down. Storm is going to play a big factor as well. Karen gets it down. He needs the Siphon. He gets the Siphon in the nick of time. 1 HP is all that was left. He gets granted those floppers. He gets granted the minis and an opportunity to survive, but he's all by himself. Diablo gets taken down, and there's 2 players left hunting him.
Does have a launch pad if he decides to use it. You maybe want to save it for late game, but honestly, he's a solo now. He's lost passive. He's lost Diablo. He's by himself. Trio's fighting down below. Do you third party this? Well, now he finds the opportunity. They know they're going to be trying to rotate out of the storm. Carrot's going to take the chance, but was it the chance he should have taken? That is going to be the question. I think Carrot's mindset at this point, Jacob, is if I pick up these 2, fair enough, fine. But I know when I go into in-game as a solo, the chances of me having a big impact there is just going to be slim. So I'm going to go for these eliminations if I possibly can. A little bit of ways he's got to go. There's going to be it's going to be gate kept very well by several trios. As soon as he gets inside that safe zone, Jacob, he could find himself into a sticky situation. Let's see what Carrot can do. I mean, he does have the floppers, but only 1. I don't know. He's just such a bad spot. I think, again, he's going for the 2 points for the elimination.
Yeah, he realized he's in shambles right now. Only an AR, only a pump shotgun as well. And he's just at least trying to squeak together those elimination points just like you talked about, or at least trying to find himself a great spot in zone, but he has to go quick. He knows the Storm is just tagging him out. 7 HP remaining, looking for a Siphon, and he falls in towards the Storm. That's not going to be what he wants. And Mirza, he falls in the zone as well. I will say it's close enough to where they can go in, they can sneak together the resources, get the mats, whatever they need, and get right back out, especially if they have any bit of white heals, med kits, Chug Cannon as well. But Laws in here all by himself, and I will say that Chug Cannon is going to be the silver lining, but you have to be very, very careful when you start to use it, because as a solo, you don't want to give up your position towards another team and get that loot that they want.
Definitely don't, right? I mean, Lawson sitting pretty, Chug Cannon, as you mentioned. And by the way, yesterday, seeing trios with 3 Chug Cannons, Jacob. Absolute insanity. I don't even know how they got so lucky. I'm sure they got it off a refresh at late game, picking up the elims. But Chug Cannons play such a massive impact, as they should. after all, anyways, you know, having that constant refresh, much like the bandage cannon, right? Everybody wanted to have that in competitive when it was still in the game. Now the Chug cannon obviously still just as impactful, but you only get them from loot llamas. You can't buy them at Slurp like you used to be able to, so a little bit more rare in that moment. But let's see what's going on, right? This Weeping Woods is going to be an awkward fight. Why? Well, because you got a lot of trees. Tree battles are never a good thing, but for the low ground warriors, maybe want to preserve their mats. I don't know if they get creative, get sneaky. They can use the trees as coverage to rotate in. I doubt that's going to happen because it's too risky. You don't want to lose your life now. 57 players, 22 trios still in the game. We haven't even started reaching the points replacement yet.
Yo, if they get zone, I can see them cranking up a little bit with those extra mats that they do have there. It's going to be mostly of the soft mats being wood, but hey, there's some bricks with some metal I did see. Great tag there with the epic pistol. That's going to be a good amount of Storm Surge. As you see, it is active. I do believe 7 players need to get eliminated here. That's almost 3 trios total, depending on if a solo's running around, whatever it may be. As Legend, one of those teams we saw early on, the multiple game fights, they get a trio team wipe, but they're not sitting in the best spot here as they're waiting to see where this 50-50 zone does pull. Who's going to get granted it? 2 trios sitting pretty there, and there's one of them in the line of sight, sitting as high as possible towards that high ground.
You know, it was so funny. Me and Tokata were casting yesterday and talking about how often the zones would go towards the least populated areas, Jacob. And this is one of those moments where 2 trios are in there, and things are going to start getting crazy. Jan is going to find a way to lose his life. Scrizzy as well. He's gone, and so unfortunate for them, but fortunate for Crow and Co, who do pick up that trio. That's going to be 6 points. I think they're sitting at around 8 with the 2 from Crow plus the other Legend and Kiko having 1 respectively. But it's going to be tightly contested. Plus, you have that awkward little river section that you got to build over or swim through. It's just not going to be a fun half and half. But nonetheless, you got to go for it, Jacob. You can't afford to stay in the storm.
54 players live, 21 trios during the Storm Surge, and they saw the loot, they saw the eliminations with Storm Surge. They looked at that as a possible opportunity to pick up some damage needed for that Storm Surge, but as you can see the lobby, everybody trying to find their way in, and these players that are taking that Storm Surge damage could become possible targets with easy damage on some other trios as well, so it's going to be very important that they get the necessary damage, but multiple players have fallen. Storm Surge is going to disappear, but just for now, these lobbies have been stacked. This is game number 1. Everybody's really trying to feel each other out, seeing what they can get away with. As you can see, DKR fighting for his life here, getting targeted by the players onto the high ground, and that's going to be a very, very important strategy towards the ending portions of this game. Whoever is sitting towards that high ground, hopefully they have enough AR ammo, enough of that small SMG ammo to put that shots and force everybody to the low ground as possible.
Man, Fox Killer, Frink, they're going to be sitting pretty up here, talking over. They got plenty of mats to work with. I mean, look, Frink himself has 9 total builds. I'm sure they're going to have a little bit more. By the way, giveaway going to be in chat. Okay, so get in Pog. You definitely want to win that pay safe card. Make sure you type in doing what you need to do. That's going to be coming out very shortly, so be on high alert. I want you guys to be able to buy your V-Bucks with that pay safe card giveaway and earn your juicy, fresh skins. Okay, I know we love our skins. I've spent too much money on this game. I'm going to be completely honest.
It's like World Cup with the turbines, right? Everybody's just flying through the sky. Some metahumans from the Flashberry. I don't know what Marvel and DC did to these players. They all just got granted superpowers for a moment. And because everybody flying through the sky almost simultaneously, very few players are able to get the necessary AR tags to try to put these other players in such a bad position. But towards the high ground, it's going to be Killer. Another team that is trying to take the high ground is going to be this team in front of our eyes. If they not actually take the high ground, they just want to find their spot in towards the zone. They have a max amount of mats, and they get shot towards the back. I don't know who got that bag, but they're forced to go ahead and disperse as a trio. Only 1 player staying alive with 5 total eliminations as a team. They're trying to get the necessary placement points to get as many as they can to advance to the grand final.
Soxic by himself, not a good spot to be in. Frink's going to be up top, does have the spicy fish. If he decides to consume that, he's going to be moving as quickly as he possibly can, and there it goes. So The reason why he consumes it now, Jacob, is because he wants an opportunity to tarp over as fast as he possibly can. So much taking place. Storm Surge still in effect. We are now into our second moving zone, and already you can tell players are starting to fall to the wayside. Your low ground warriors going through a major battle. It's not going to be an easy one for them, but either way, they still have a chance to take it. After all, for Llamas & Co., they are still a full trio. Inventory is pretty stacked. They got the epic pump. Oh, into the box of one. There's another one there. Can he get it? He gets the refresh, and luckily for him, stays alive. The trio still going strong.
This is so chaotic. They're like going through the gauntlet right now, low ground, saving as many max as possible. They still have a ton. They have the jump pads as well if they want to go for a late high ground play. You got to imagine how many Mavs Killers trio has wasted up until this point trying to maintain that high ground. And that's one of the things during this new season with the re-addition of the launch pads that trios have to be very careful for of how long they're holding high ground, how many max they're wasting up until this point. But another trio going through it, low ground, high ground, getting tagged from almost everywhere, but still finding a chance. One of their trios, Hazen, is going down. He gets eliminated. They can't stop to wait for him. They have to go and move on as this show must go on.
Tazen, a player that a lot of people were excited to see play today. Unfortunately, as you said, going down Gabix as well, and this is not going to be an easy fight, but still manages to make it happen. Gabix trying to do everything he possibly can. You got to expect every single wall that you take down, you are expected to fall into somebody. And unfortunately for Gabix, he will fall. Queen trying to play a little bit of an eco rotation, though. Not a lot of health anymore. Brought down to 99. Also, the flames are going to be burning through the builds, and Queen will, in fact, lose his life, unfortunately. Now on board with Ravji, as he's going to be fighting it out. 64 health. Finds an opportunity to get onto the backside of one. Can't get the elimination. Now you got Serena, who's going to be up top. By the way, Serena played incredibly well yesterday. We can see if they get the victory round. That would be a tremendous victory. They're going to be dropping down, and it looks like it's going to be a trio against a trio.
Yeah, you gotta wonder when Killer got taken out because this team of 5, they were able to take the high ground. They're shooting down. They're all down to those soft mats, down to wood. Now they're falling, still trying to hold the high ground, though. One of the players of 5 go down. They get dropped. Serrano goes down as well. It's only up to Quat there to try to save the game. 1v3 situation, everything on the line. High ground meant nothing now. As you can see, the low ground warriors dropping them down step by step. A 105 tag. He can't stop to use the hills. Game over. It's Legend Crow and Kiko from the low ground take game number 1.
And just comes to show you, Jacob, if you have the low ground spot, you will still be okay. Total of 12 eliminations, Jacob, coming out for that trio. Hey, 12 eliminations times 2, 24 points, and they get the victory royale. That should put them around 54 points in total. A phenomenal start. They just got to keep up that energy because yesterday in Heat 1, one team started off with 54 points, and then they only accumulated about like 6 or 7 points after that in the other 5 games. So comes to show you, you might pop off in one lobby, doesn't mean you'll pop off in the rest. Jacob, an incredible first game. We're going to take a quick break, but you better believe when we come back, we're going to have the leaderboards updated for you, see who's going to be in first. And probably, I mean, it has to be Legend & Co. with 54, but we'll find out. Don't go anywhere. Game 2 coming your way after this. Welcome back, everybody. After an exciting game one, it seems that the G2 Esports Get the Cash Cup, powered by Logitech and PaySafeCard, is off to a phenomenal start after all
Really is.
for Legend Crow. I mean, 12 eliminations, obviously 24 points plus the victory royale, cumulative, adding up to 30. That's a 54 point, or it should be 54. I'm not good at math, so don't take my word for it. But regardless, though, a pop-off game, Low Ground Warriors making it happen. That's a special thing, Jacob, because you understand how scrappy it gets when you are playing that low ground position.
Really?
You literally every wall you destroy, you are expecting a trio or a player to be behind that. You never know when you're going to get pumped to the face, and all of a sudden you have been eliminated. But let's talk about our standings, Jacob, and I want you to break us through, or at least talk us through, and see really who's at the top and why.
Whoa, didn't expect somebody to really outshine that action that we just saw, but you got to give it up to that trio in first place. 14 elims, 54 total points, but the one that we had on screen to see that victory royale, Legend, Crow, and Manu, 54 points. Raiden and Thief and Iroz got a nice 52 bomb, tied with Vortex, that trio to watch out for. But to really break that one down, Legend, Crow, they stayed towards the low ground throughout the majority of that end game. And I said it, that team of Killer, they had the high ground throughout the immense amount of time in that end game portion, even before that, but they wasted a lot of their resources. And because of them being so high up and no harpoons this season, they weren't able to replenish their mats. And I don't know when that time came, but that you saw that trio of 5 go ahead, take that high ground. I got to think the possibility of it being a jump pad play is through the roof. They stole it away, trying to fire down on those players. But you saw Legend, Crow, and Manu. They had enough mats to go ahead and outlast that arsenal of shots, forcing those players to deal with them on the low ground. But you got to see the way it happened. 2 players dropped down, they got eliminated and left their player towards the high ground to take a 1v3, which at this stage of the game, this amount of competitors with this amount of skill is almost impossible.
And by the way, 4th place from that last page, Vortex and Co. They ended up placing 2nd yesterday in Heat 1. Now they're in 4th. So clearly consistency is key, and they are making it happen. On our 2nd page, though, you can see how tightly contested it is from 9th to 16th. Literally 4 points separate 9th place to 16th place. That's to be expected after game 1. I expect that gap to grow exponentially as we do continue on and get into further and more games. But regardless, though, off of game 1, you can really tell how closely contested it is. And by the way, shout out to Tuna, Kenox, as well as Jacob. You know, 11th place, but still over there in 15th. 21, though, I really want to talk about 21 for a second. By the way, Slimmy and Co. Slimmy, Cortez, and Nimvia. Really talented trio who obviously 21st place, not what they wanted. Still 32 points. Again, that's only 6 or 8 points, away from breaking into that top 9, top 8 position, Jacob. So that's how close, again, it is even from 9th to 24th place. But I expect Slimmy and Co. to be a dominant trio and really work their way up the leaderboard. Don't take 21 as kind of their final placement. I expect them to be within top 8, by tonight. They were the trio fighting in Slurpee off the rip.
Yeah, and honestly, they stayed there throughout the majority of it. You saw, even though they went towards the side at one point or another, they continue looting up, to continue to get those shields. They went back in towards that main fight after that trio was done fighting to try to clean it up. But unfortunately, at that time, that fight that they went ahead and tried a third party had lasted so long. You saw it towards the minimap. Multiple teams were slowly rotating in, trying to affect the fight, trying to steal those elimination points away. And that's why I said, as this game does get on, you saw how stacked it was with Storm Surge. You're going to see a lot of desperation plays being made from some of these teams towards the bottom half of that leaderboard, which could affect the top half of the leaderboard depending on where everybody is dropping. So even though you said Slurpee kind of having 3 teams around depending on where the vicinity is, where you can kind of cut off that POI. But as the games go on, you can see that kind of disperse or maybe even get more players that land there as they're trying to get as many eliminations as they possibly can off of spawn, because they know as this game does progress, it's going to get harder and harder. You saw how stacked it was being able to move before the 50-50 zone even popped up. So these trios are going to have to figure out the perfect rotations, the perfect balance of when to get those eliminations. And you can see it towards the outer edge of the map as well. That's when the early eliminations come through. So those teams towards the outer edge that got eliminated in game number 1, you're going to see them play a little different here in game number 2.
And by the way, that fourth place team I was mentioning just before, right? Second place in Heat 1, Vortex and Co. They do land at Steamy. We didn't have a chance to see them off the rip. Maybe we'll see them kind of pop up a little bit more. But after all, I do expect Steamy to be a hotly contested area. Any team that is looking to challenge them needs to be ready to fight off the rip, because Vortex and Co. are not going to be, shy at all. They're not going to run away. They're not going to pump the brakes. It's gas. It's no brakes at all. So I expect Steamy to be a very volatile area, usually contested by only one other team if you land there, but that one other team needs to be ready to go. Slurpee, I think, obviously we talked about 4 teams being there, and there have been consistently 2 that normally land inside Slurpee, 2 on the outskirts. I think it was more contested this time only because that zone moved towards the the southern portion of the map, and obviously benefited that of Weeping. So teams felt more justified to rotate down and get into those engagements, maybe even find that those extra slurp barrels that were maybe around, or who knows, third party, and pick up those 2 points for each elimination they were able to get, Jacob. So it might cool down over there depending on where the zone is going to be. But if those fights do continue, and with how long they are taking, if the zone doesn't benefit those players inside Slurpee, they're going to have to rotate out, and most likely do so pretty late in that first zone and take a lot of storm damage, Jacob. So it's going to be pretty brutal. We're about to hop into game 2. Anything you want to see different in game 2 as opposed to game 1, or you just want to continue to see how everything is working itself out?
No matter what I want to see different, I already see a full Holly Hedges, a full Slurpee Swamp, uncontested, and this is one of those trios I didn't see him in towards the leaderboard, fighting rather fast towards Boney Burbs. A big trio elimination, but he's going to go ahead and take the points, be the last man standing, and get an opportunity to reboot his team. And that's why I said early on, you want to fight these teams. You want to go ahead and get those elimination points as early as possible, so that way you win a fight like this, you get a whole POI towards yourself. And like I said, Holly towards their left, Slurpee towards their south, uncontested. So they have a little bit of a free rotation if they want to go straight south, dead side, as fast as possible.
All right, reboot already coming into play. Oh, it's Vortex and Co. Great. So we have a chance to see what they're going to be up to. I am shocked, absolutely shocked, Jacob, to not see them at Steamy again. Yesterday, they were going Steamy nonstop. I'm curious as to why they switch it up and choose Corny Complex, because there are several very talented trios that like to land either at Orchard, just on the other side of Corny, or within Corny itself. So super curious to know why that play call was made, but fair enough. They know what they're doing. Clearly, they were in 4th place after game 1, so whatever they're doing is working, and that just comes to show you how versatile that team really is. I don't like this spot, though. Yesterday, Jacob, I was so tired of seeing teams or players stay out in the open and try and beam somebody. I get it. You're feeling the adrenaline. You just want to take down the builds and get the storm tags. But not only do you, at least expose yourself to additional AR damage, which you see obviously Jinx here potentially taking some, but with snipers back in the game, you can't afford to be loose like that. You have to protect your sides and your angles. But I digress. Jinx does pick up Vortex. This could be an early exit for the trio that got 4th place in their first game.
Yeah, this is something I definitely did not expect, but this is where you got to know to switch up your strategies. Those opens are where you're going to see a lot of high-flying action, a lot of eliminations being picked up, and those 30 bombs are definitely possible. But you talked about the format being different, and the competition is different as well. It's stiffer, and this is where Riley's trying to get going, make an escape plan, but he gets taken out. The tables have definitely turned here for this moment. Jinx, the guy that was kind of leading in this fight, getting some tags for his trio. Now he's forced with his back up against the wall. Only one build remaining, trying to play in towards his own piece control, but he's gonna have to find that opportunity, fight his teammates, and he gets taken out in the end. And this is something that just completely blew my mind. They had the high ground, they were leading with the damage, they had a man advantage at one point as well, but the tables have turned. This team that with multiple 30 bombs in day number 1 have an opportunity staying alive here for yet another possible 30 bomb.
Woo, 30, are you kidding? So you're telling me if you get a 30 bomb, you get 60 points, Jacob, with it being 2 points per elimination? Is that quick math? Is that right? Am I doing it right?
I mean, if he's going for that 30 bomb, but another trio.
Could you imagine 60 points, Jacob? Jeez,
60
man.
points would put yourself so far ahead of the competition where you could probably have a bad game number 1 or get game number 2, game number 3, even though you don't want to. And the possibility is if you're that confident and you have that big of a game number 1, it won't come through. But you have that much of a cushion, and we know how much of a cushion can play a role into the rest of the game, knowing which fights you could take. You don't have to be risky. You play as safe as possible. You don't have to have a big elimination game. You can play off placements alone, as these two teams still fighting here towards Weeping in towards the main house. There's going to be a lot of cover in towards the inside, so the players that are on the outside have to be very careful to take it step by step, getting that piece control, which is going to be so important throughout the entire G2 tournament.
I just want to say this, by the way, if somebody in semifinals drops a 30 bomb and gets the victory royale, no cap, I'm shaving my beard off. And I look good with my beard, guys. You do not want to see me without a beard. I look like a naked mole rat, okay? So I'm just saying, if somebody really wants to do that and pull up a 90-point game, I'm going to lose my mind and shave my beard. I'm just I'm going to have a beard. We're going to go on break. I'm not going to have a beard. It's going to be that simple. By the way, another giveaway going to be in chat for a PaySafe card. Make sure you're typing it up. I want you guys to win because I can't, and I want to live vicariously through you. Jacob, you can't win either, so don't get any bright ideas, okay, brother? But this fight at Weeping, it's taking forever.
It's still going, and this is what I'm talking about. It's in zone as well. Luckily for them, I talked about it early on, seeing the drop spot of wherever he's landing, nobody really landed towards Holly. There's going to be a possibility of maybe teams that landed from the lead. Refuge going down, but nobody landed Slurpee either. Almost that bottom, that southwest portion of the map going uncontested. So this fight is taking a rather long time, and they don't know it, but they have enough time to continue fighting this one, but you don't want to take too much, because sooner or later there is going to be a bunch of trios from that north side of the map that thinks this is the dead side of zone, trying to get that free place, but trying to rotate in, that they will have to run into. But that's what I talked about. It's taken a long time because of that main building where they landed on. They're playing careful, that piece control being important, and depending on how early this fight did initiate, they probably don't have as many builds as we think they might have. But I will agree with your reflection. This has taken a rather long time, and like I said, the longer it takes, the more deadlier it will become.
Yeah, because you expose yourself, obviously, to third parties. Granted, just like that Slurpee fight we talked about off the rip from last time, right? You obviously have the zone just right there on the outskirts. We could have another Weeping Woods finale, but I doubt it's going to be the case. Oh, no! So they'll take a lot of damage. He's going to end up dropping off. This is going to put Spirit and Aaron in a pretty bad spot. Oh, my gosh, a terrible spot as they get finished off just like that. Did he have builds? Was he able to cover that wall? I don't know if he did or not, but to take a medkit without covering yourself is a risky play. Prime example, you get eliminated.
Yeah, I think he maybe had one build at most. I know that's why he dropped down, but the unfortunate part is his teammate. His teammate bringing the enemies to not only get both of them, but to get those elimination points and take them out of the game. But the action must continue. Sapphire, tier champ, and Mert, Zero Mert to be exactly. This is one of the trios. I did see a little bit of them yesterday. I didn't get a chance to see how they finished in towards the end, but Gascan going out, even if it doesn't cause havoc on the exact builds, it's going to head and start those fires, which have proven deadly towards the end game in game number 1, but they're going to be sitting in towards the zone. I got to imagine maybe towards the center as well. So they have a lot of time to take these fights. They have the builds, jump pads to run away if they need. They don't have to be too careful, but the same thing happening here. If you take too long to fight these fights, try to get these elimination points, these other trios will find their way in, but tier champ's a little separated. Big sniper shot to take him down. Zero, Mert, and Sapphire moving quickly to try to be the heroes that he needs. One's going to try to hold the pieces while the other one goes to the revive, but there's 2, maybe 3 players trying to break in towards the boxes, trying to find those eliminations. Zero's taking a lot of damage, being fought. These players are separated as well. They don't have the opportunity to use those teamwork, trying to stay alive here. Sapphire making the play, but he runs into a big shot from Zambui, and this is where it gets sticky. These are continually fighting in. They're not giving him a chance to breathe, not a chance to heal up, as this fight will end in just a few short moments.
Woo, Zombium hitting those shots. No hacks here indeed, as he's going to try and get that piece control. Love the fact he's keeping his head on a swivel. That player makes his final mistake and will be eliminated, Jacob. And Unfortunately, you think you're making a big move, you think you're rotating around and getting that extra angle, but there's no wall between you and your opponent, and you got to be ready to shoot when that happens. Well, No Hacks was ready to shoot. Clearly, they're going to pick up that trio. Zambium obviously picking up those big elims, and Jacob. Again, man, these fights off the rip have been absolutely phenomenal and intense, given the fact you get 2 points per elim. I hate to keep saying that. I'm so sorry, but that extra point, man, it goes from 3 points for eliminating a trio to 6. Like, these are big numbers we're talking about, and it can add up very quickly, and it clearly already is. Vortex on your screen, and we'll see what they're going to be able to do. Of course, playing with Jam and Skriz. So, overall, they've been liking these locations on the outskirts, kind of outer edges, and I'm a big fan of them because, again, at these POIs, you have a built-in launch pad, Jacob, so you don't have to use your own. You can rotate out quickly. Same thing with Stronghold. You can rotate into Pleasant very quickly, but they're going to opt to just walk it, run it out, and maybe find some competition up ahead. But right now, they're by themselves, and they kind of can peek over on the distance, see a whole bunch of other builds. They could third-party this. If they can hit a nice shot, they can pick up an elim and an easy 2 points.
Yep. And I can see why they're not using the jump head, though. They didn't want to give away their position. They don't want to get tagged up, and they have the possibility with the high ground right there to pull the zone towards their side, but there's going to be another trio kind of moving up towards that positioning. Another 2 trios fighting towards the outside. They're becoming targets from multiple players in towards the lobby. I gotta wonder how many trios are actually here. It almost looks like a Royal Rumble with multiple teams trying to fight for those elimination points as Eric towards the high ground. He needs to get that med kit towards his teammate. He doesn't have enough of those white heals to get back up to tip-top shape. He's gonna reunite with one of them, but somebody is stuck towards the bottom. Nope. That's going to be the full trio getting there, popping that big pot, getting the med kit like I talked about. And they earn themselves the high ground in this altercation as there's another trio below them just trying to stay alive, trying to get their own bit of placement points as well. The same towards the back end. You see it, another 2 trios stacked together. That screwy team towards the back end as well. And this is where I don't disagree with Vortex's spot. That trio that we saw early on, Hyente as well, is they have that jump pad that you talked about. So they're sitting at the edge, and they're going to wait for that zone to pop. If they get gifted the zone, they're going to be able to mat up in that spot and save that jump pad. But if they don't get gifted the zone, they're going to get a free rotation. They just have to be careful when they use that jump pad, when they go ahead and actually launch off, because they could become a target in the sky.
Toronto is going to be an engagement. We saw him earlier, Jacob, right, playing so incredibly well. I believe top 8, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they actually literally in 8th place, 44 points, 9 elims, and 2nd place overall, only losing to that of Legend, Crow, and Kiko in that first game that we had a chance to kind of witness. And they very well could have a high elimination game here. I mean, 5, total of 6 elims overall. They're already at 12 points, so just 3 elims away from matching what they had from game 1. I fully expect this trio to have an even better performance heading into late game this time than the first game all around. 57 players still on the map, a little bit lighter, I think, than game 1, but that could just be how the lobby ended up, playing out overall. I do believe, anyways, the lobbies are going to continue to be stacked. Maybe around games 4 is where we start seeing more aggressive play style, but 57, I believe Storm Surge will still take effect, Jacob. But I think for right now, Serrano and co, they're okay. They're okay with chilling where they currently are at. They know Vortex is just on the other side. If those 2 trios run in, World War III is about to start.
Yeah, and if you didn't think they were warmed up after that game number 1 victory, I say victory, but they had game number 1, 2nd place. That trio that they took out right before claiming that spot in towards the zone got 4th yesterday, and that was that trio of Goku, Kali, and I do believe his name's Kavo. So that's a big elimination in this game alone, a big team wipe to go ahead and keep that momentum being built onto your side. And that's one of the big things when you're talking about 6 games in the semifinals alone, and then another 6 if you're looking to advance into the finals. You got to make sure you don't go ahead and use all your gas in the early games. The consistency is going to be key throughout the course of this day.
Launchpad being used, sheesh. Often, yeah, I mean, the launch pads are great. The launch pads are great. They really are. Whether you're using your own launch pad, yeah, you know what? Sometimes you kind of test the water. It's a little bit too cold. You know, it's too
It's a
early,
little too early as well.
it's-
There's too many trios still rotating in. They're not forced to move just yet. They took it a little too early and realized they're becoming targets, just like I said. You wait for the zone to pop. You wait for this time where, yes, 3 seconds in, everybody's going to be forced to rotate together. Then you go ahead and use that jump pad. It's a little bit safer. I'm not going to say it's going to grant you full safety, but it's a little bit safer than it was just a few moments ago.
Well, I mean, you say safe, brother. There's a trio that ends up coming behind them. They almost take a lot of damage.
Oh.
That trio sneaking up could have been devastating. Imagine rotating back after using a launch pad initially, coming back only to be eliminated from that spot. Talk about being on tilt. Doesn't end up happening, though. They end up getting away. Well done. We'll now watch Panic, Nick, and Gunner. And again, Fireflies in hand, saving those for the end game. So Gunner's going to be one player to kind of watch out to be creating that chaos amongst the end game lobby. But, you know, a pretty neutral zone so far. You do have a couple of divots. You got the river just down below as well. The reason why I, kind of point this out yesterday in Heat 1, there were so many times, Jacob, that an end zone would occur next to a massive hill, massive cliffside. You know the natural terrain sometimes is very difficult to deal with. But at least for this terrain, it seems like it's going to be pretty neutral. You have a couple of drop-offs, a couple of mountains you got to get through, but they may not even come into play. Vortex trying to hit a couple of snipes out there. Love the idea. Quick snipe, but can't make the connection. But when it does, brother, with it being a legendary sniper, it's going to hit hard.
Yeah, it definitely is. They're trying to claim their spot as high as possible. No, another trio's there. They're trying to team shoot to get a headshot snipe. I love the out-of-the-box thinking, but it's not going to be easy in this case, as you see the zone popping just a little bit. They don't have far to go, but you can already see multiple trios setting up at the same side of zone. They get 116 tag if zone or storm surge does pop. That's going to be very, very useful, as they're just trying to make sure the team in front of them knows that they have this threat to worry about. But that team's a little bit closer in towards the zone. They get the team snipes. They get the damage. Jump pad on towards the down. They want to try to clean this one up. They know how crucial these eliminations are. They have 9 up until this point, but they get targeted towards the backside. They have to be careful. They're going in, and immediately they become a target. They realize there's 2 trios here. 12 possible elimination points up for grabs. Vortex, he gets tagged up a lot. A big siphon coming through for this trio that they absolutely need, but the fire has not slowed down just yet. Falcon is still down, but they're going to clean up that trio, and one player found a way to escape. You got to think the shakedown's coming through, so it's only a matter of time before they turn their eyes on the lone survivor.
On board with King now, one of the players on Vortex's squad. Now getting a critical attack, 31 shield again. Anything to avoid Storm Surge is going to be absolutely massive. To better your chances to get into that end game. They're also just within the safe zone, and they have a lot of previous builds, which is going to be great to reuse that. You don't want to use your builds, obviously, too early on. If you want to play the low ground warrior, fair enough. You want to be good to go, but unfortunately, I guess below... Oh, damage starts. Okay, they are going to be above. It started at 100 below, but then went 3,000 above, and that just comes to show you how much they've been killing it. But big tunnel going across the bridge. A lot being committed, but I like the idea. Sawzik and Co., a talented trio who played very well yesterday, qualified through Heat 1, and very established, it seems, for potentially a moving zone. If they can reuse that tunnel for moving zone, they're going to be in a really good spot, Jacob.
Yeah, that's one of the things that it's hard. It's kind of hard for some of these players to remember, but if you can remember which builds were yours earlier on in the game while this zone is moving, it's going to make it a little bit easier. You're able to save resources. Obviously, you know you're going to have the piece control, so when it comes from how chaotic it does get towards the end game, you know those pieces are yours. You can edit, pop some shots, really catch some players off guard. But everybody in towards the center is not going to have to move too much. Those players towards the southwest are kind of hoping it goes to them. Otherwise, they're going to have to fight for their lives to survive. 2 seconds remain. Only one trio gets gifted that zone. Everybody's going to have to really fight for their lives. 53 players remaining at this point into the game, Taylor. I want to ask you that question again once this next zone closes.
Okay, please do. Well, half and half is in, and one trio in the safe zone again. From what I'm seeing, brother, at least from the RNG gods from yesterday to today, Jacob, if you are in a tightly contested area, you better go to the opposite end because that's where the next zone is going to be. So establish yourself earlier on. I feel bad for this trio down below, or at least the two trios. They're getting lobby focused, but you can't really just sit there and shoot off your shots, right? You got just 8 seconds. Zone's going to be moving in, and for Flames and Co., they're not in that safe zone, so they got to play this appropriately. Launchpad in their inventory. Do they use it now? Do they try to tarp over? They've got options. But what is going to be the correct one? It looks like they might launch pad.
Yeah, and it looks like they might set up some sort of a short pad to try to get down there, but they're wasting a lot of time where all these trios are making their way in towards zone. Only one team got eliminated so far, maybe trying to reuse that pad towards the bottom while still trying to maintain that high ground. It did look like they're going to get a piece of it for now, but we saw a trio in the same position last game, holding on to the high ground as long as possible. There was a moment that they did get overtaken, and it's because you use a lot of resources trying to maintain that high ground, going ahead and building forward, going ahead, nice bridge. That's going to cost you a ton towards the end, but they're going to have it for now. They're going to have it for now in towards the zone as well. So depending on where this next one moves, if they get granted it, they're going to be able to hold and save those mats. But if they have to travel a long ways away, that is going to become very devastating in the end.
Trying to kind of fill this out. First moving zone is going to pop up, and you got to go straight up that mountain. So as I talked about the natural terrain, I thought it was going to be pretty neutral, but it turns out to be very chaotic at the moment. And I mean, Jacob, for Vortex and Co. to get up, it's going to be so difficult, but nice shot, I want to point out. Great connection, and I talked about Vortex and Co. getting 9 eliminations off their game 1. Well, now they sit at 11, so they've already bettered their placement or at least elimination by 2. And now the opportunity to maybe make it even deeper into late game is there. But again, you got to go up that natural terrain. You got to go up the mountain. Luckily, the launch pad's going to be used, and man, they're going to make quick work of it. I love the early rotate.
Yeah, but High Chris goes down. He's going to get left behind there. In that moment, they have the jump pad as well to take high ground if they want it. They have the mats, and it does look like they're going to make a play for that high ground and maybe second guess themselves as that trio is just waiting. And Chris is somehow still alive. And is he going to go for the revive and literally put the team on his back, trying to keep his trio in this? This is something I haven't seen in a long time.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is going to be great. I mean, the fact that you do that in moving zone, Jacob, the fact that you do that in moving zone is just ridiculous to me. But if he pulls it off to have your trio, hey, you'll take those odds any day of the week. Kane's going to pick up at least a duo. Don't know if he gets the third. Crow in the bottom right with Legend. They got first place in the first game, so you have a lot of your usual suspects fighting for the victory royale.
He didn't survive that one, but very, very entertaining. He got the mats, got the spoils of war. Jump pad from Crow, Legend and Crow. This is that trio. They've been here for a very, very long time. Winning game number 1, looking to go back-to-back. Storm Surge is active. A trio fighting for the high ground, and he's by himself, though. He does have some help, but they're nowhere near him as he's getting taken down. 59 HP remaining. He's going to be a solo, last alive for his team. Placement points are crucial. Only has 6 points due to elimination, so it's all placement from here on out. Dropping down low, getting the necessary minis, and he gets the spicy pepper as well as Voltage, trying to do what he can for his trio as well. They have a piece of the high ground, but with this moving zone, they're forced to travel forward, and depending on how many matches they have left as a team, they can still hold on to it.
Man, this is a battle for high ground is going to be ensuing. Oh, Screwies is going to be forced to drop down low. Vortexia, Jameson, you better move, man. You guys got to be on the move. Luckily, using a bounce pad, and will in fact be just inside, or at least right on top of someone's boxes. We did notice that Chris, right, was picked up, but unfortunately does lose his life in the end. Still, though, having a duo, especially this late, is going to be solid. Let's see how well this is going to work now, as we do see Queen on the bottom right as well, looking to engage. It's just chaos at this point. Again, that elevation from that mountain making things so chaotic, especially for your low ground warriors. But we do have at least perspective from some players a little bit higher than that. So honestly, I wouldn't even want to see the low ground at this point because it'd be too brutal. It'd be too much of a massacre. But let's see how this plays out. We're down to just 14 players.
Yep. Getting very, very chaotic. Still some short pads there. He does have the floppers to get himself back up with some big pots as well. So he can take a little bit of damage to use the big pot, get himself 200 shields, and then take the flopper as well. It's looking like what he's going to do. taking some damage, knows a player is above him, bondage towards the high ground, trying to fire down, trying to keep players low while picking up the necessary eliminations. He doesn't have a ton of mats, so that pickup is going to be very, very crucial for his survival on the high ground. They have the chug cannon as well. It does look like they might have a jump pad, try to get down very safely, but Queen still fighting for their lives here. The chug pad and the 2 elimination points. There goes 1, there goes 2 as well. This game is getting thinned out. 3 teams remaining, 6 total players. The high ground team, it's not that high anymore, so the mats are not going to play a role. These eliminations towards the end, they're being picked up, zone on their back, and it's going to be the team of Bondage, Queen, and Jabby to take game number 2.
I believe that's also a 7 elimination game, if I'm not mistaken. So what, 14 points plus the victory royale? You got 50 or what, 43 points, something around there, and intense ending.
Man.
My thing though is Vortex and Co. lasting as long as they did, Jacob. That's the biggest thing, because they were already in 4th. I expect them to go up exponentially from this point forward, but at least it's great to see a new trio entering in, potentially looking into break that top 8 position. That mountain, Jacob, that elevation made things super chaotic.
Yeah, it really did, and that's something I actually love to see. Hate to play when it comes to Fortnite. It causes so many trios to reuse builds, save as many resources as possible, and that's why it is so chaotic, because some of those trios, they don't even have the builds. They're trying to recycle as many jump pads as possible, but in the end, the trio, to outlast them all, get the victory royale, get the points. But like you said, Vortex and a couple of those trios, they had big eliminations game. You match that with some placements, you got to wonder what the leaderboard is looking like at this point.
Yeah, and more importantly, I want to see the gap we have, right? It was very close from 1st even down to 24th. I want to see how much that gap is kind of, separated. I mean, it's just crazy, right? 4 points, as you just said, but we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have the leaderboards after game 2, plus hopping into game 3. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the G2 Esports Get the Cash Cup, powered by Logitech and Pay Safecard. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Jacob VVPR. Two incredible games, brother. Two action-packed games. We've seen two different winners, respectively. We might see a new champion in first place. I'm very curious what the leaderboards are going to be looking like.
Yeah, and honestly, it's surprising to say that the best has yet to come, and I've been impressed the entirety of the way up until this point. A lot of trios kind of knowing the position that they're in, knowing when to take those early game fights, knowing when to back out of them, and towards those end game, the players that are making those perfect rotations throughout all that chaos. Game number one was one thing. Traveling up the mountain in game number two, they deserve a big round of applause to not only just survive, but be the victors in the end.
It's so hard, isn't it, to sometimes go against the grain of that natural coverage.
Really
like
is.
that big mountain. I mean, that is literally probably the sheerest mountain on the map. Don't quote me on that, but it's pretty crazy. You know, coming from Lazy Lake, you know, you got to drop down as you transition into the new central area of the map, and then you kind of go from there. But what an incredible ending it truly was. I have so much respect from, you know, as a boomer, personally. Now, I know you're not. I'm older than you, okay? I'm 29, just to throw my age out there. But to watch even the, I mean, this isn't a dig, but even the worst player in semifinals, I think people don't realize just how good
So much
that player is. I mean, there's a big difference from a competitive player to your casual player. And again, that's not a dig at you. I'm a casual player, but it's just insane to see the actions per minute, the action per second these guys are able to generate, and just how smart they are in high pressure, high tense situations. And you're playing for a lot of money. You're playing against a lot of talented trios. And the fact that you can end up on top and get a victory royale pretty consistently, or even place in top 8 consistently from yesterday to today, it just blows my mind.
Yeah, and you got to think, you said it yourself, like the worst player in the lobby, you know, using that word just because you can't call him the best player at this point. There was over 4,000 trios, over 12,000 players entered into the G2 Get the Cash. 12,000 players, and we got to the bottom, or I should say the best 399 players. That is a massive cutoff. So you got to think there was still even immense amount of talent that didn't even qualify for the semifinals. So a lot of you players that might have competed in the opens, or at least the first two heats, you can't knock yourself down just because you didn't make it that far. Like I said, 12,000 players narrowed down to 399, and only I believe 24 of those players, 8 total trios, will advance from that. So those are big drop-offs that get cut off towards the qualification process. So like I said, even if you don't find yourself into the semifinals, you got to realize the progress you guys have made as individuals, have trios up to this point, and just never give up, because there's going to be plenty of opportunities, whether it's G2 giving it to you or Fortnite themselves. You have to be ready when that moment comes.
Well, Jacob, we're about to head into game 3. Let's check out our standings so far after game 2, see who's going to be on top. And Vortex does overtake everyone. They were in 4th place heading in, but they're up there in 110. And mind you, that's after 2 games, ladies and gentlemen. That's after 2 games. 110 points. Very well done from them. Obviously, we see Queen after that victory royale, playing that low ground warrior status, getting to 4th place. Well done from them. I don't even think they were top 8. Now, it is encouraging, though, to see number 6, Serrano and co, right? They've kind of consistently been there in top 8. So, again, your usual suspects, but a couple of new challengers starting to approach. And I'm looking at Raiden, Iros, and Thief in 8th place. Last time we had a chance to look at leaderboards, they were there, I believe, in 16th or so. So very well done. Things are shaping up very nicely. Any other names you want to kind of point out before we hop into game 3?
I mean, I want to point out the names that are not on the leaderboard. The team of Bandit, team of Julian, team, I do believe Sarah. Those are players that placed into the top 4 for the open, and we don't see them there. That's why I talk about consistency is key. Even though you're still playing Fortnite, you're still playing into a custom lobby, you got to realize the situations and how you play each and every lobby from opens to semis to finals will change up a little bit. So even though you're seeing Vortex and his trio get a massive amount of eliminations, sitting in first right now, you got to think when the finals come, when you're playing against the best of Mongrel, Benji Fish, Mr. Savage, Fletchy, those players are not going to let you get away with what you're doing here. So yeah, you can do what you're doing right now in your game plan in the semifinals, but you have to be aware, like I said, it's not going to be easy into the finals. You got to be able to flip the switch when that moment comes.
And getting up there, I think Bandit missed game 1, if I'm not mistaken. So you know, they still 5 more games. Look, 5
That's a
more games to
heartbreaker, though.
catch up. They've already done game 2. Okay, so you know they're going to be a serious contender. So Jacob, don't be too sad just yet. I'm sure we'll see Bandit up there in top 8 very
With
shortly.
a name like that, you gotta be a sticky fingers man. You gotta take away all those elimination points and the placement points as well. But the bus is launched, and already you see Dirty Docs, a really contested spot. Interested to see if
Right.
Slurpee this time around. A lot of trios went there in game number 1, but game number 2, not a single one traversed through the beginning portions of that POI. But Dirty Docs starting off hot. You got Diablo and Carrot. It seems like this duo lost a player early on, so they're fighting with their backs up against the wall.
Not the first time we've seen Carrot, though, right? We saw Carrot in game 1. We're kind of highlighting him and saying how well he was playing. I don't believe he was in Dirty Docs, though, if I'm not mistaken. Granted, I want to say he was over at Weeping, but now being over here at Dirty Docs. And again, there's multiple reasons why that could happen. Most likely because they were forced to rotate off because they were not winning their engagements off the rip. But hey, it seems as if they pushed back at least one trio, but you still got another one you have to deal with. Diablo has brought it down to I believe a 2v3, if I'm not mistaken, or a 2v2. I don't know. There's quite a few players over here, surprisingly. So I think there's maybe a straggler plus a fresh trio and a duo. There could be a lot of bloodshed very soon.
Yep. You gotta wonder, though. There's a team in the back of Dirty Dogs. They're playing a little careful, but I think Fragger just gave away his position with that snipe shot. Rocky, Sinan, and Xenolith here gonna be the trio, and it does look like somebody on that other trio might have got eliminated early on. Don't really know what happened, but it looks like they're gonna take the boat and try to get out alive, which I don't disagree with that strategy. Game number 3, if you're not having the best time, you got to make sure you get a good amount of placement points. You got to get the eliminations where you can. And in this situation, I don't think they're going to be able to pick up these eliminations on this trios here. They have the high ground. They have the team of 3, the numbers advantage. But somebody falling, a full trio being eliminated. This is one of the trios I was saying to watch out for. They're not at the top of the leaderboard just yet, but they finished in 5th, 148 points, just under 6 elims a game, and with their highest being 9. So they're not going ahead and having the biggest elim game for playing that full-on balanced gameplay.
Well, I mean, hey, they're here. They have a chance to make it happen, right? And that's the beautiful thing, man. You know, those open qualifiers were scrappy. They were chaotic yesterday. Now, obviously, all the best teams starting to join into the mix for semifinals. Going to be even tightly contested, especially when you had in so many. And I know you're going to touch on this later. How many talented members are going to be in grand finals? Chat's been kind of screaming a couple of their names. Mongrel being one of them. Obviously, Lesh being another. It's not going to be easy whatsoever. But this is just one small stepping stone. But great shots, great connections up top, and on Kung Fu Panda of all people, and that's a big name you gotta represent well. And we'll see if they win this fight. Good, at least shield tags. Now player white, and that's gonna be a drop on win.
That is the trio I was literally just talking about. Trying to play that balanced gameplay, but look what happens when the team is just going full-on aggressive for you. You Zaid, Kung Fu Panda, trying to get the eliminations onto this trio. They're trying to claim the entire POI of Lazy, but a couple of these trios are taking an immense amount of damage. Kung Fu Panda is going to get the last lab, get the last elimination as well. Multiple eliminations to be exact as he gets the siphon, so he's not going to need the shields as this trio is going to be able to kind of backtrack, pick up the loot of their fallen enemies, and loot the rest of Lazy Lake as they're not going to have to move in towards the zone just yet.
Rocky picks up one as well. That was one player from the trio that you were kind of looking out for. But either way, for Lazy, it seems as if it's been very established. This trio is not going to be easy to push back. Of course, in speaking in response to Kung Fu Panda, Zayt and Co. But let's get on board with Arcos taking a ton of damage over here at Dirty Docs. And we kind of picked up the story, right? This is where our first initial drop was, where we started paying attention. And this battle continues to ensue. Granted, you got a long distance until you get into the fresh zone. It's only going to take for one. You got plenty of vehicles, but you don't want this fight extending as long as it is. You want to finish it as quickly as you possibly can. And I do believe it's going to be at least one more player remaining. Depending on how this works out for that solo, he could be the hero or the zero. We'll find out which one it's going to be, but I think it's a 2v1, Jacob.
Yep. Went ahead and backtracked to get RZ's card. as that's going to be necessary, especially if this one does take a long time. They can go ahead and try to backtrack, try to get the reboot, or continue to play aggressive here. Gets the piece control onto his opponent, but a ramp in the nick of time is going to let him escape. They're going to hunt him down. Xenofish, or Xenolift, does go down. So does Rocky. And I don't even know where this trio came from, but if you look at your mini-map, there's an additional trio white lining in towards or outside of the zone to try to pick up these eliminations. And you got to think they heard the battle. They're going to hear the reboot here in a second, and they realize they have the advantage, but it's just for now until RZ is able to go ahead and get the loot necessary to fight this as a 3v3. But a big sniper shot, that's going to buy them some time.
I am legit so surprised a team would go out of their way to challenge Dirty Dogs, knowing dang well they're going outside of zone. But hey, it's 2 points per elimination, and like I said, play styles will differ from trio to trio, and so obviously apparent. But this is one of those teams, I guess, that want to engage. They want to pick up those 2 points per elimination. But let's see if it does pay off. I mean, W key seems to be the way they're going about it, and I guess you have to W key, especially when you know you're going outside of the zone. Yeah, I mean, here's zone. I mean, the Storm's moving in, Jacob. It's going to start ticking for one. That's going to mount the pressure even higher, and hopefully Shaky Hand Syndrome doesn't become a real thing. But for Psycho, Kiddo, and crew, along with East on your screen, got to go for the pickup. But either way, full elimination coming in. That's going to be on Arcos, one of the players that started in Dirty Dogs, fought tooth and nail to try and make it out, ultimately having the trio be fully eliminated.
Yep, it's only going to be a trade so far, as they're trying to make sure they travel around through the builds. They have a lot of resources, so this one can go on for a long time. RZ wasn't able to take part into that last fight, but this is his chance to really shine, along with Ravy Bros. They seeming to try to take a 2v1 onto this player, but they separate once again. RZ's trying to maintain that high ground and keep track of the information, figure out where this player is, because they lost one of them, and that's going to be East here on screen. He has a chance to make a sneaky play. AR tags from across, but he gets tagged up from above, and this is where Milani has to be careful here, trying to make way to get a safe spot in towards zone. It did look like he was going to try to take some AR shots as well. This one's taking too long. You see, RZ doesn't even have the white heals. I think only one player has the med kits.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, man, but this is the spot they put themselves in. Obviously, a duo, Wavy, Bra, as well as RZ, still trying to make it out and go big. Still, I am blown away that that trio decided to, as you said, white line straight into Dirty Dogs. Blows my mind, but this fight, I mean, honestly, these two trio, whichever trio makes that, even if they're, I don't know if they're even going to be a trio at this point with how many times, but that's the thing. I don't think so, because this fight is taking so long. Storm is going to claim its victims.
As I told you, I think only saw one player with medkits. Granted, it's 3 medkits. That's enough to kind of divvy that one around, depending on where the zone is, as it finally closed, and so did this team, as East cleans up that one, and that was the trio that rotated in late. They realized and heard all the shots going down. They tried a third party. They heard the reboot as well, and once you hear that reboot and you're already getting aggressive, it makes it to where you know you put your foot on the gas and try to pick up that player before he's able to loot up, and I think that's what they did a good job of. RZ had to get the loot. They created a separation. They got one player down, and they took it as a 3v2 from there. They lost Kiddo along the way, but those 2 players were aggressive enough to pick up the necessary eliminations.
All right, so they'll make it out of that. Luckily, they do finish it off early on. Still not the best of scenarios, but hey, you take the fights when you have to, right? You do not want to back down, try and run away. Glorious Carrot, by the way. We've been watching him since the very start, and what a talented player alongside that of Diablo and Passive. Well done, picking up a big elim. That's going to be at least 2 to them. But you got some players down low. Now, they don't have to engage, but it seems as if they are hell-bent on doing so. I don't disagree with it. Look, you want to establish your spot, especially when you are within that safe zone. You do not want a trio potentially, sneaking up on you. Great piece control. Doesn't get the pump off, though, unfortunately, and doesn't connect. That pump would have been devastating up close, but hey, he's got round 2. He's going to continue to go for it. Chuck cannons in his hand, plus he has the 6 minis. Diablo in full control.
Oh, 64 tag, going for the piece control as well. He gets it. He's forcing these players down. He's not scared to push in towards the builds, but he wants to reunite with his teammate. Crucial tag, keeping the piece control to keep his safety and shields back up. A 24 shot, thinking outside of the box to try to keep the high ground under their control. And this is fight is lasting a long time. There's somebody towards the wayside. They can interrupt this fight. Third party, try to steal the eliminations if that's something they want to do. They're still on the edge of zone, and this team is fighting towards the high ground, so they have to know all of this is going down. Oh.
Almost missing, or almost, yeah, I mean, it definitely is. And a lot of mats being committed here, Jacob, which could be cumbersome, especially you see those 3 red triangles just to the top left of that mini-map, right? So if they decide to move in third party, which I don't foresee happening, but just in case, I also didn't see the third party coming out over in Dirty Docks when the zone was moving in. So that's what I'm saying. Some teams are very unpredictable, but for Glorious Carrot & Co., so many mats being committed, but they see it's worth it. They see this is justifiable, and fair enough. Still, a full trio just up ahead within that same box, obviously using that triangle edit so they can see out and peer out. So Carrot, they know where he's at. They know where he's at, so there's going to be no surprises. But the question is, does Carrot know where they're at? They have a good understanding they're within this area. But if that triangle edit does come in and Carrot takes a stray sniper bullet,
ooh,
I mean, that could be devastating and put them down to a duo when they're a trio.
Let me just found a slurpfish. That's a nice little treat right there. But
Just on the ground?
Yeah, it was just chilling there. A little fishy fish out of water. That's a nice little reward. you already have the chug cannon. You find yourself a little slurpfish just waiting there. And this team, they're just going to choose to try to get in towards zone. And that's something that's very, very smart. And I've seen in a lot of different games to where players have all the confidence in the world and they think they need to take every single fight under the sun. And oh, what?
Okay,
what?
Okay.
I've
no,
seen this strat. I've seen this strat plenty of times.
Let me talk about this,
this
for a second.
This is the team I was telling you about, though. You thought it was a bug, but now we know it's not.
Okay, by the way, Coach Coco, just want to say shout out to him. He played incredible yesterday. We had a player, his name was Danny Jacob, get second place, 10 HP away from getting the victory royale using this strategy. Absolutely insane, wild. Yeah, you got your rusty tin cans you're fishing for. But these guys are going to be stacked up on mackerels. They're going to be stacked up on slurp fishes. They're going to be stacked up on really anything that they can possibly find to heal off. They're going to pass that all to one guy, and then that guy is just going to heal off and try to go for the 30 points for the victory out. And yesterday, like I said, a team did that. I was like, whoa, this is wild, but he got second place, so it's a viable strategy.
It's definitely a viable strategy. So it's taking these fights in towards the semifinals, especially when you have stacked up on minis, stacked up on shields, and you need the points. And that's the thing. I don't necessarily agree with the mid-game fights every single time, but if you absolutely need the points and you want to control your own destiny, that's something you have to at least think of doing. Gets the jump pad just in the nick of time. It does look like another trio is trying to interrupt that one to keep the fight going, to try to thin out the lobby even more. And they get towards Weeping. There's going to be another trio there. They decide to go against it, not wanting to take that fight, especially since they just ran from one.
Want to ask the chat, what do you guys think about the healing strategy, right? Instead of fighting it out, just stacking up on floppers, mackerels, slurpfish, medkits, anything you could find. What do you guys think about that strategy, chat? You think it's cool, it's good? Do you think it's kind of the coward's way out? Do you think it's viable to get your victory royale or maybe even a high placement? What do you think? What would you guys think about a team that did that for 6 games? And qualified for grand finals, huh?
Hey,
what do you guys think? Let me know, because I mean, chat's usually smarter than us, Jacob. So I gotta ask their opinion. It's kind of weird, fair enough, okay, but hey, it works though. Hey, Arctic, it works.
Yeah, chat is usually the one that I don't want to say they break the game in a bad way, but they're the ones who really test the limits of the actual video game. You know, professionals do it as well. A player being taken out in towards zone, and this is going to be towards Slurpee. There's somebody trying to play safe towards the bridge. He's taking a ton of storm damage as well, but luckily, if he stays towards the edge of Slurpee, he can get his shields back up, but it depends. Did Kung Fu Panda, did Yuzi catch him trying to escape? Did he just get eliminated?
Yeah.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I thought he was at least going to make it to the swamp, but that's what you talk about. The zone is just taking too much. Maybe he didn't. You still see him right there, but he has to be careful. Zade is waiting for him. Now he did.
Yeah. So duo now leaving that of a Slurpee. And, you know, I guess you got a question. If you get his reboot card, do you just go for it? You're already at Slurpee after all. You know you got some med kits, but you don't have to travel that far either, because Zone is going to end around Weeping Woods, and which is funny because now we're into Game 3. This is the second time we have seen Zone end around Weeping Woods. It was in Game 1, now obviously in Game 3. And completely random, as we all know, right? Completely random, total RNG. But regardless, though, for those teams that maybe won in Game 1, I guess specifically talking about Legend, Crow, and Famanu, right, who ended up taking that victory, they are the guys that might benefit from a Weeping Woods finale once again, because they obviously know how to play it. And speaking of which, Diablo as well as Carrot and Passive still alive, still a strong trio, Chug Cannon in tow. These guys are my favorite. For some reason, I'm feeling like they're going to take the victory here. Here's the hill up, by the way. Oh, you bet. Oh, but no, that's okay. Where's the other one? So they're they're going to give it all to PMZ. They're going to give it all to PMZ, or it should be Coach Coco. Coach Coco. Oh, it should be PMZ. I apologize. So PMZ, exactly. He's going to take all that. He's going to double back to where his teammates were, and he's just going to continue to heal up. I have never seen such a stacked inventory in my life. You need a legendary pump? No, you don't. Right? You just need a mackerel. I don't like sardines personally, but PMZ clearly a big fan.
And that's something right there. He has so many, and he's leaving his teammates there. I haven't seen the strategy up close and personal with my own eyes, but obviously, you know, it's a very, very viable strategy. Unorthodox, outside of the box thinking, but Zaid and Use, right, are one of those teams that on towards Slurpee, they held a team out, got them to get eliminated by the Storm, but now it looks like almost the same thing is happening to them. They're missing Kung Fu Panda, so this trio, if they know they're missing a player, can easily try to attack, get aggressive, and pick up these 2 elimination points. And if they do it quickly, they're going to do it before the rest of the lobby notices and before they can rotate in and get those kills stolen.
Starting to get towards that late game. I'm actually shocked how many players have been eliminated. I don't know if you noticed that, Jacob, but like before we switched over to this perspective, which, by the way, observing, you love to see it. These guys are great. Love what G2's doing. But only 26 players remain, so a very light lobby to say the least. And Fledpig on your screen. This trio yesterday, absolutely incredible. And I know they have some fan favorites out in the chat too. They may not be within that top 8 now, but you better believe they're going to be shooting for the top 8 and also grand finals. This is another favorite team of mine that I expect to make a big impact.
Boxing up right next to the team. I wouldn't think that's the smartest decision. Getting targeted by somebody else. And this is where, if the lobby's just in, depending on where you're placed, what points you have, you might look to take focus onto this team and keep them in your line of sight, because as teams move in and they start converging in, getting closer and closer, you begin to forget where certain trios are located at if they're that close to you. So you have to be very, very careful. They're dancing towards the high ground. This is getting closer and closer towards that chaotic end game, but with only 26 players remaining towards moving zone, I got to go ahead and ask you, do you think it makes it easier for these players to kind of hold on towards high ground, or with less players around the map to worry about, that opens up to more shots and more safety, or less safety because there's more shots to be able to kind of fire it up at them?
You know, that was a great question Tokata brought up yesterday, and he made a good statement. And it makes it more difficult, I think, to rotate in, and it also makes it more difficult to kind of establish yourself. And I know that sounds crazy, but with chaos, sometimes it's less hard, or it's less easier to kind of focus on the players that are currently there, because you're just so busy worried about survival, right? You're kind of on autopilot, muscle memory, you know, tarping up, maybe trying to take high ground, playing low ground, and just trying to stay alive for the placement points. You really can't think about too much. Like I said, muscle memory is very big. But with that being said, I think it is when you have only 26 players, it's easier to kind of, you know, calm down and focus on getting your tags, picking up the big elim. So these late games, don't let it deceive you. With only 26 players, it can be a little bit more chaotic, I think, for the players who are currently alive, more so than it would be if there were a lot. But for the hill off, it continues on, it seems. We'll see how that's going to continue to go forward, but I am seeing a lot of talented members still alive. Obviously, Glorious Carrot, Diablo, Passive again. I got a feeling, Jacob, like I said before, I think these guys are going to win. At least I think they're going to win game 3.
Yeah, I mean, they got their high ground right now, and they're positioned really well. They have a good amount of mats, but the only thing they have to worry about is something that happened in game number 1. That late game jump pad, taking away the high ground. You don't have enough resources to really defend yourself and be forced down low into all that chaotic action. So that's going to have to be somebody's responsibility on that trio to really watch out for any jump pad plays being made. And that's one of the things they're firing down from above, forcing these players down low to try to maintain the high ground. But that's why I talked about the resources. Depending on how many total resources they have a team, they might have to choose choose to reposition themselves for a moment before they steal it. But you got to be looking at all these hungry competitors down low towards the low ground. They're waiting for that moment to strike, whether they're going ahead and staying towards the low ground, waiting for them to get dropped on, or continuing to move through, waiting for that moment with the jump pad. Because you already saw getting jump pads divvied around this trio here alone.
Absolutely, and divvying them up is a good thing, right? Because now you have multiple outlets where a launch pad could be used. Case in point, right here, Tony and Co is going to be rotating in, taking a little bit of damage, but no worries. Storm Surge isn't going to be a factor. Mizu will fall, another talented player. If he can't get picked back up, that is going to be troublesome for that trio. We're now moving into the fresh zone, and I love this tunnel that Milan and Co is going to be using. Granted, it is going to be a duo, but the reason why I like it, obviously metal, but more importantly, they have middle ground. And middle ground isn't a bad spot to be in. You do pincer yourself between high ground and low ground naturally. That's why it's called the middle ground after all. But it does allow you to peek down because naturally, you know, teams for the low ground, they're going to be using those builds up top. They're going to be using that as their ceiling, if you will. Maybe you get a nice little edit down, then you get a pump shot off, you get an additional elimination. So that's something to keep your mind out for. But either way, though, Carrot and Co. looking pretty solid, but I think Diablo might be down if I'm not mistaken.
Moving on to the high ground, they're just trying to connect to make it as safe as possible so they don't shoot back in towards the zone to try to eliminate that player at the high ground. But everybody trying to short pad in, they're trying to find their way, and Garrett literally trying to carry Diablo to safety as players jump padding around. He's going for the revive. Passive's job right here is going to be massive. Chug Cannon towards the backside, almost gets knocked down. This person, you have to be careful. Is the revive going to come through? He gets the revive in the end. They have to Chug Cannon to get him back up to HP, but he gets jump padded on. The high ground is going to be fought for. They have to be careful and reunite as a trio, or this could be deadly. Garrett, Carrot, and Diablo passive. They're knocking these players down. They even got elimination towards the backside. Wazy is dropped down to just a sliver of health, and that's what happens when you try to take the high ground and the team has watching out and ready for that moment.
Great stuff coming out from Diablo and Co. Will they be able to live? Again, my favorite team to take this. Tuna will also take down at least one for the time being. Nice one, Nico! Finally, I get a chance to cast over my boy. I've been watching him for so long, Jacob. And elimination races, obviously incompetitive as well. I believe he was also a qualifier for one of the Friday Fortnights back in the day and ended up winning. So he's got a lot of history, at least for me personally. And this duo is making a decent run in game 3. Elimination, 6 points, obviously, to them. A nice one, Nico, trying to find every angle he can to pick up an Elim. But will things start to get a little bit hairy for them? Potentially. There are 11 players left. So overall, everybody who's in this lobby so far, especially for those who have a complete trio, they have a real chance to get them a victory. But Vasco is going to drop Kwani as well. Nice one, Nico, pretty much by himself. He's being lasered, but still alive, still kicking, and still going.
Trying to get those shields back up. This is so chaotic. No builds to his name. A player dying into a zone. Diablo and Carrot, they still have the high ground. 2v2 situation. He pops the minis, but he doesn't have a lot of health. Nice. Nico and Kwani are going to have a miracle happen here if they're looking to take a part of that high ground. 48 HP. They have the Chug Cannon towards the top. They have the build. Trading tags. Diablo gets the build to be disappeared, and then one player goes down. It's all up to Nico. 112 shot, and it's not going to be enough. Garrett and Diablo, they get that elimination. I forgot about PMZ in the Zoom.
Yeah, he's still alive.
He's still doing it. He has the slurp. He's going to go through. He has floppers as well. He could do it, Reflections.
He's doing it.
What is going on?
He's doing it. Okay, so there it is. So Noah's actually going to be eliminated, unfortunately. So this is a very real chance. But then again, you do have the Chug Cannon, but I don't think it's going to be enough. He's going to do it without question. Diablo's down. The hill off is in. It's Carrot versus PMZ. A 1v1, or at least is there another straggler around? Actually, there's still 3 players left.
1v1.
Who's the third?
1v1 Carrot
It's a 1v1
versus
now.
PMZ.
It's a 1v1. Diablo's officially off.
This is not enough without a single kill. PMZ versus Sheesh and Coach. Do it.
Cannot. Semifinals, ladies and gentlemen. Semifinals, PMZ with the hill off and Slurpee. I just want to say, it comes to show you could win a game without even getting a single elimination. If Bizzle didn't show you that, well, PMZ just showed you that. It's crazy, man. I mean, this is only game 3, and we just seen a hill off for the victory.
I can't
I love
believe
it.
what we
It's-
just.
it's
I
30
thought it was
points.
coming down to a 2v2. The player got eliminated in zone. That second player alive was PMZ at one point or another. I do believe he had 30 macros there in his inventory,
30?
rotating back
Six
towards
points.
Slurpee. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
what the
30.
heck?
And then he picked up everything that his teammates had, and then he moved in towards Slurpee to pick up the rest of the barrels. And that to me, that's the first time I got to see it in person. I think his name's Cray, went ahead and solidified that strategy. And to me, it's not something that's going to win you every single game, but it's definitely viable to steal away and surprise some players.
Well, Chad, there you go. I'm blown away. That's only game 3. Keep the conversation going in chat. Again, let us know what you think about that victory. It is a victory. It's a viable strategy, and it worked out. Check it out. We're going to go to break. Game 3's done. We still have 3 more games to go at the halfway point. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the G2 Esports Get the Cash Cup, powered by Logitech and PaySafeCard. I'm Taylor Reflections Double, joined by Jacob MVPR, and we're about to hop into Game 4. We'll have our leaderboard shortly after Game 3, but obviously, big surprises already taking place. Say what you will, hate on it all you want. Look, a W is a W. I don't care how you get it. For those who want to hate on it, fair enough. Hey, you're not the one playing, but he gets the W in a big way. Obviously, PMZ with the hill off. Hey, you got to use your brain sometimes, brother, more so than your brawn, okay? That's the key takeaway.
Yeah, honestly, like I said, this is the first time watching that strategy unfold in person while calling the action. When those two players got down, I kind of thought that their strategy was in shambles. I thought everything was kind of crumbling down before him. But when they died, I didn't know that, you said it yourself, they were just gathering that loot from his fallen teammates, making sure that he had enough macros, floppers, bandages, you saw it with med kits, to go ahead and make it just into Slurpee. And that's when they went ahead and continued to use those barrels to keep himself to tip-top shape. There was even a moment there I was calling the action. I thought it came down to a 2v2, but it was PMZ in the end getting that last laugh. And I wonder for this trio, how many times, if any, can they use this strategy to get placement points alone to get to the grand final?
Right. Well, we'll definitely find out. Let's see if they were able to break into top 8. Let's check out our leaderboard real quick before we do, in fact, drop off the battle bus into a fresh game. Vortex and Co. still in first place. You love to see it again. A team that was going to Steamy yesterday. Today, they're going to Corny Complex. Don't know why they made that play call, but they do. Don't see DMZ anywhere here, but fair enough. They'll still work their way up. Nice to see Iros and Co. still in that 6th place position, but now we're starting to see that separation. What started as 4 points of a separation between, 1st to 9th and even further down. Now you're seeing about a 40-point difference from 1st to 8th.
Yeah, but I will say between 1st and 2nd, that was a double-digit gap at one point or another. So you got to give Safik, Siberia Jake, and CL Link there an opportunity to give them a round of applause, because they're closing that gap. 26 eliminations, average placement of 2. Below them, Jules, Zako, and DKS as well, 28 eliminations, but they're lacking a little bit in those placement points to really bring it back up. So I'm looking to see which trio can really have a big game to overtake them, or if anybody throughout the course of all this action that's fighting is going to be able to take out Vortex and his trio in a fight.
Who else do we have here? So DMZ, really looking for him, because again, I want him to break the mold that you can do that hill off strat and still make it in. Queen and Co, though, do fall down to 14th place after a phenomenal finishing in game number 2. That comes to show you, right? You have to be consistent if you do want to place in that top 8. But for the most part, though, I'm seeing, some Julian, Com, Tacky, Payna. We saw them yesterday. They're going to be there. Tuna. Saw a lot of Tuna in all 3 games for what it's worth. And it does make sense. They're picking up 23 elim, or at least they have 23 elim, so not a bad, at least pacing for them. 8 average placing, 99 points, just shy of breaking into that top 8. So the leaderboard's going to continue to heat up. Everything's going to start getting a little bit closer as we do go along. Again, looking for DNZ. I don't see him. He's nowhere here.
And
but,
it makes me wonder, though, the reflection, because in game number 2, there was an uncontested Slurpee. So it makes me wonder, did they just go ahead and fall onto that strategy because the first 2 games didn't go their way? Or is that something that they kind of planned throughout the entirety of way through, throw some wrinkles in there, keep people guessing on their strategies? But he's not even in the top 24, which is, to me, it's devastating. You make a play like that, win without getting a single elimination, and then that's what happens. But there was that trio right there. Nice Nico towards the very end, 23rd. Would have definitely been higher if they got that victory royale.
Yeah, it definitely would have been. And again, happy to just see him playing today. 23rd position. Turkey's obviously in 22nd as well. Chat, who are you looking forward to the most, I think, for semifinals alone? You've obviously let us know who you're looking forward to in grand finals, right? I've seen Mongrel thrown out a million times. If I had $1 for every time I saw Mongrel in chat, I would be
Where
rich.
Is he?
And I wouldn't
He's hiding, guys. Don't worry.
He'll be there in grand finals. I promise you. Well, I can't promise anything, but he should be there anyways. But for semifinals, who are you expecting to maybe lead the charge? And it could be anybody, right? Not even from the top 24 that we just seen. Are there anybody that you're personally, wanting to see at the top. For me, I want to see Hot Dog there because I want to see a Hot Dog win an event. I think that would be incredible and would be a great, historical event for hot dogs around the world. We'll see if he'll be able to do anything. I don't know. Turkeys was doing pretty good. I saw him in 23rd or 22nd position. So, usual suspects from yesterday. But I guess, Jacob, let's talk about it because people have been asking about grand finals anyways. Obviously, 3 more games, 4 semifinals. Grand finals, by the way, people have been asking 8 p.m. CEST. 8 p.m. CEST will, in fact, be when grand finals should be taking place. So be on the lookout for that. Who are you most excited, I guess, to see in grand finals?
I mean, are you talking about these semifinal teams or overall? Because it's been a passion of mine to be able to call this action. There's just too many names. So if you guys are wondering, what we're talking about, why are certain players? I see somebody now talking why Lecce isn't playing. There was 25 total trio teams that got invited to our grand finals, and there's 132 teams in the semi right now. As you see on your screen, only 8 of them will advance. So you got Team Lecce, like you said, you got Stompy, you got Mongrel, you got CRR, Benji Fish, so many names, so many of EU's biggest names waiting in the grand finals. I just hope they're warmed up and ready to go. But one of those trios that are in the semifinals I'm really looking at is the team of Vortex. They haven't been able to win a game just yet, but they have been a slaying powerhouse, and it's really scary for some of the teams they're going up against. But as this finals does continue, they're sitting in first now. It's looking like they might qualify if they continue to play their game, but can they continue that same aggression in towards the grand finals? They're going to have about an hour of a break to really talk about their strategy and figure out what they're going to switch up, if any, because that's the biggest things in these tournaments. Each and every round plays slightly different than the last.
So why is Vortex such a talented trio? Well, I have my own opinions. Maybe you can extrapolate on them as well, Jacob. For me, Vortex is a deadly trio. Yes, they're not getting the victory royales, but they have as of yesterday, right? So in the first 3 games, they still sit in first place. In fact, they maintain first place from the second game to the 3rd game. So 2 games in a row, they've been in that #1 spot, and they quickly are gathering steam to hold that spot even more so. Again, 40 points separate them from first place to 8th place. So granted, they most likely are going to be in grand finals. But the reason why I like Vortex and Co. as a trio is for the simple fact that they've got a lot going for them. First and foremost, they can eliminate and slay out. Their games, their average, actually, let me take a look at it because, so 34 eliminations across the 3 games, give or take 11 elims or around there per game. That is substantial, especially when you're talking about 2 points per elimination. So they're getting around, 22, 24 points per from eliminations alone. Their average placing is also 4th. So now you're also adding on about 20, close to 25 points stacked on top of the eliminations they're getting. They're a well-rounded team, and a well-rounded team is a deadly team, and therefore Vortex, at least from semifinals, for me, is the team that could have the most impact in grand finals outside of those who have been invited.
Yep, and already Lazy, the team of Legend, Crow, and Kiko, they won game #1 from the low ground. This seems to be their landing spot. I don't think anybody's learning their lesson. They come out on top no matter who lands there. Giannis is trying to escape, trying to get out alive. There's another player towards their left side, but this is the one they know where he's at. They're going to hunt him down. They're going to try to collect this elimination and try to scare him off, or at least go ahead and chase him long enough to where that reboot card disappears. Oof. Big tag.
How do you go about this?
That's a big tag.
Not a lot of builds, though, for Legend. Not a lot of builds for Legend. And by the way, this is the trio that won game 1, as you said, Jacob, right? So this is a talented trio, but I do believe he's going to be able to get them. One pump, he's dead. Oh, I like this pincer move. They're going to sandwich that player in. Yeah, he's gone. And unfortunate for Guinness and Co. But, hey, it is what it is. You ran into a very talented trio outside of that of Lazy. And when you're going Lazy, you got to expect you're going to play against a talented trio.
Especially almost every major POI that has an immense amount of chest spawns, you got to expect to have a couple of trios, possibly even more, land there trying to take Alpha up that loot, I should say. But this is going to be another one, Rick and Morty spot, I do believe, depending on where we're at on the map. I do believe it's one of those bases as RZ, one of those players that got rebooted at Dirty Docks last time. I do believe it's Team lost the fight overall. So interesting to see that they're going and changing up their strategy as well. A few teams in the semifinals really changing up their strategies here.
And sometimes you have to, again, because the stacked players that have been invited, right? And you understand where they're most likely going to be landing, what they kind of prefer. So I think that's a fair assessment, a fair adjustment. Look, let's not kid ourselves. Even though teams are landing at certain locations during semifinals, it doesn't mean that they can't land anywhere on the map and be comfortable with their spot. They're experts of the map. They understand the map. They've dived into which spot rotates well, which spot doesn't rotate as well for late game, and so on and so forth, granted. So I'm fully confident they can land anywhere they want, and they're going to be just fine. Now, curious how long this engagement is going to last. Obviously, you have that launch pad you can rotate out, but you don't want to be fighting in a storm. But still, though, off the rip, it's not the biggest of deals. Sounds like one player was eliminated, though, or at least one of the bots, I guess. But I wonder who's going to be able to get out of this one. You got to favor Arcos and Co. because they're just so talented, but we have seen them be eliminated pretty early.
I was about to say, he looked like he was trying to go for that piece control at the bottom, but it gets stolen away. RZ gets the high ground for a moment. He's trying to be sneaky, but this is where he has his moment to strike. 20 to 80 shields just ripped off of his opponent. He's dropping down low, trying to reunite with his teammates again. He realized the damage has definitely been done. As long as this fight goes, they're going to have less and less heals, and if he keeps making plays like that, they could come out on top, but I don't think that trio wants to let them escape. I don't think either one of these teams want to take that jump pad and get away. This is 6 total elimination points up for grabs.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, if you retreat, you're giving confidence to the team that's challenging you off of the rip. I mean, we've seen this fight at this specific POI take place 3 times in a row. RZ finds a great opportunity to get some shield tags. Can't get the full finish. Good movement, though. You love to see it. Good piece control. Will that be an elim? It looks as if it's going to be. And say bye-bye to that trio in quick succession. Well done from RZ. Yes, Wavy Bra picks up the elims, but RZ was the hero there.
Bro, he hit him with the okie doke, going from low to top, right back around. Just like this fight right here. Rapilio crazy, and Ryu is trying to make this one come through. He goes down. He tagged him 80, though. The shields are popped off. He's going to be the last player alive into Crazy. He needs the Siphon. He needs the mats as well. He's getting chased back. Only 56 HP. No builds. He tries to edit down. Gets taken out. That is going to be another team wipe. Those are very necessary elimination points at this stage in the game. Only 3 games remaining before 8 teams are chosen to advance to the grand final.
Love the fact that that fight just played out as it did. You really seen the true talent of Bra & Co. By the way, this location, I did mention it off the rip, Jacob, Believer Beach, very popular. The reason why is because if you talk to the NPC, you have a chance to, a chance, I'm going to say, really a slight chance, but a chance nonetheless, to get a legendary or epic pump. Obviously, you understand, Jacob, in competitive, having that legendary epic pump is truly valuable, especially for getting those big tags when you're box fighting towards the end, trying to tunnel your way into end zone and late game. So this is going to be a popular spot through and through for that trio that's currently there. They obviously won their fight. Let's transfer over now towards Stimmy, who's going to be in a fight himself. This trio, again, another one that is very powerful. They have been falling down the ranks as of recently, but they're looking just fine overall.
You talked about Slimmy Cortez, someone you said to watch out after game number 1. They're really, really aggressive towards that Slurpy Swamp, and that's why you see him playing so aggressive right now, especially Cortez. Gets the piece control, one hit a quitter to take him out. That's going to be a team wipe in the spoils of war, and they're so close to Boney uncontested. They're going to be able to get that reboot, get Namibia right back into the game here, so nothing for them to worry about, nothing for them to scoff over, as they're going to be sitting pretty with 6 elimination points to start off this game. And this is why I ask you, as this games go on, games number 4, games number 5 and 6, you're going to have a lot more aggressive teams getting desperate for those eliminations.
Oh, 100%. I mean, teams are definitely going to get desperate, especially once you get towards the tail end of the 6 games and you know you're on the bubble of qualifying for grand finals, right? I mean, that's going to be a big burden to carry on your shoulders, but a burden nonetheless you're going to have to carry. Either way, though, going for elimination obviously carries its risk, but some teams, you know, like Vortex and Co., they love going for those 11 elims per game. But either way, Charles is going to find that different angle. Can't get the wall just yet, but good builds to avoid that shotgun shot. Obviously, don't want to take that additional damage. find himself into trouble, though. Does manage to get away. Now we're going to be fighting in the Storm. Finds an opportunity to get attacked. It's going to be 33 shield off his opponent. That player is going to be very weak. Storm is going to be ticking away, forced to pop a Medi. But it might be a little bit too late. That's going to be Driz up top. So Driz and Co, a talented roster that's had a huge impact in game 1. Maybe at risk of not having a big impact in game 3.
Yeah, depending on the, what their ground terrain looks like, I almost would throw the Fireflies anyway to see if they're, don't have anything built below them. I did see a little bit of wood in there as well, but they're going to be trying to push out, trying to reclaim some sort of positioning into this fight, but it's not going to be the high ground as the reinforced down low. Yet again, it does look like they might be looking for that Firefly play, but how long can they stay in here without any of those white heals, the med kits, the bandages, floppers? Because, the other team, they have the Chug Cannon, so they're going to be able to map back up and get their resources. Everybody's running this one.
Yeah.
Wait. Is that PMZ again?
Wait, where is
he?
he?
Never mind. I thought that was PMZ in the mini map over there, but that's just the duo running, or the trio running
About
away
to lose my
from
mind,
their
Jacob. Don't do
opponent.
that
I
to
thought
me.
he was going for back-to-back game wins by getting that fish diet.
The fish diet.
Hey, at least he's healthy.
Better than a burger diet, I guess.
Uh-oh. Back-to-back fights going down. I like the way they spread them out. They're being very, very cognizant of the situation, knowing they have that moment to spread out the spicy peppers, making sure they're moving as fast as possible. They want to take those pieces, but they want to do it carefully as well, taking both corners at once, making sure nobody escapes towards the top half. But there's going to be one player going up, taking the high ground away from Connor. 83 tag, but it's going to be a trade. He needs this moment to get the minis back up, but this fight's going to slow down a little bit. There seems to be somebody rotating in the southeastern portion of the minimap.
Yeah, quite a few teams are going to be rotating in there, obviously, as they're trying to establish themselves within that fresh zone. Foxy making a lot of damage. Gets a nice tag, and Foxy's down. And was that a rogue sniper shot from Cortez? I think it was.
Oh my! That's how you get some.
And that's why you got to cover your back. Exactly. Snipers in the game, you have to keep your head on a swivel.
Another player going down though. Connor doing all he can. He's the last player alive. 45 tag, able to get one player as well for the elimination. I think he might have got Dodger's card, and they're just going to go ahead and jump pad out of there, trying to stay alive. Connor, once he's able to get these reboots, you got to think he's going to do the same, but somebody's sneaking up. It sounded like it for a moment. 2 trios towards their right side now, plus that one that left in front of them. So Connor has to be very, very careful here going for that reboot into Boney, because it does look like they're setting their eyes onto him.
All right. See how it's going to play out. Leon, unfortunately, taking more damage than he's comfortable with. Might die in this moment. Might be eliminated. A6 full red and gone. Leon, 21 health and a dream. And Wazy does have does have the gas cannon. Curious if he uses it here, but feels confident in his gun skill, and my goodness, he should. Well done, great shots, and continues to take this trio, and will take and clean up that trio by himself.
Yep. This is one of those teams I didn't see exactly where they were on the leaderboard, but I do know they're not in the top 8 just yet. They still have some fighting back to do, and that's going to be some necessary eliminations to make it at least a respectable score line to try to overcome. But this is where I was talking about with you, that gas can. You take it into some fights, but there's so many better options, and you're going to probably run into one late into the game depending on where the zone closes as well. From fight to fight, one player's already down. Floppyton, Hyper's trying to escape the boxes, trying to escape that piece control to get the eliminations. Dropping down is going to be Burlock. He needs to reunite with his teammates, though. One of his teammates did go down in Marcos, but he falls into enemy hands. He gets dropped. Trixtamon is going to be one of the only players left. He's trying to get the revive on his teammates, but it does look like he's going to get aggressed on. They don't want to let him get the revive get through, and he gets pieced up, taken out by Wavy Bra.
The biggest difference in these fights that I'm seeing from yesterday in the heats to today, Jacob, is the fact that teams are being more aggressive with getting the finishes, where before there would be a solo left, and then there would be a player down. He'd be going for the revive, and the duo wouldn't push that solo. They would allow the revive to come through, and then they would ultimately end up losing the fight and being eliminated from that round. And it was just a huge mistake, in my opinion. But of course, when you're dealing with 4,000 trios, you're going to have a wide range of skill sets and a wide range of composure states. And in that moment, I think, you do make that push, but those mistakes not playing a role today. I'm glad to see the trios fully committing, not worrying at all, and ultimately getting the finishes when they need to. So well done. You love to see it. Obviously today the competition's at an all-time highest. Everybody trying to break into that top 8 because only 8 move from semifinals over towards grand finals to play with the 25 trios that were in fact invited. And that's not a lot of teams when you think about how many ended up entering, 132? So, and only 8 move forward. You got to play aggressive. You have to be confident, and you have to risk it all.
Yeah, you have to really pay attention to how some of these other trios are playing. Even if they're not in your game, you have to figure out what the score line is in each and every one. So when game number 6 is hit, once you realize how far ahead or how behind you might be, you got to play into your situation. Trying to travel out through Pleasant, getting in towards the zone. A couple of trios here into the mix, but it's going to be starting off this fight here. Early tags were had, but it's going to not take long for that Chug Cannon to get them right back up to shape. There's actually another trio behind them. If you take this fight at the wrong time, it's definitely going to cost you your tournament lives. Dodger even goes down to a snipe.
Yeah, again, look, I'm going to say this, and I want to continue to say this. Teams and players became very lackadaisical whenever it came to their rotations. They weren't being punished as hard. Maybe they'd take an AR shot here or there. Fair enough. It wasn't as devastating to rotate or to not cover yourself, which you should always do that regardless of the meta. But now with the snipers back into competitive, Jacob, the opportunity to be punished is severe when it happens. And we have seen now 2 players get tagged with a sniper shot to be dropped off. Now you're putting your team in a bad spot, because once that sniper shot hits, if the trio that connects on that sniper shot sees that and they're close enough, they're going to push you because now they have the man advantage. It's a 3v2. They know you're going for the res. They know you're not going to allow your trio to bleed out, so you're now down to a duo. So ultimately, this meta is going to be very punishing for those who got so used to, again, being very lackadaisical about covering up their sides, covering up their angles. You have to do that now. It is imperative. And I've already seen now 2 players get severely punished from a rogue sniper shot when all they had to do was build a wall to cover their grounds.
Yep. Just have to be very, very, very careful. As circle gets smaller and smaller, that opportunity to get third party is going to become bigger and bigger as multiple trios, even one trying to travel in from the outside, trying to find their position in the zone. They're going to have to run past 3 possible teams to make that one happen. As Sari, Buen, and their trio. This one of the trios that he was looking for yesterday. I do believe I said they placed 5th or 4th in the final leaderboard. It was going to be 5th, 148 total points. About 6 eliminations per game. They already got 4, so they're in, or they're at least due possibly 2 more that come through on endgame. And this is where endgame really matters. You have to be very, very careful. You can get taken out before it at the wrong time, as they're sitting outside of zone again, as a couple of trios are going to get that easy safety towards zone. If you look at the bottom half of the map on that bridge, and they could be that trio that Storm keeps them out and holds them towards the outside of the zone, trying to get those elimination points. 14 total teams remaining, 39 players to be exact.
Super curious to see who utilizes that bridge. I think that's going to be a great spot to take over, especially if the half and half ends up benefiting you there. But you got that natural high ground over the river, and it could get scrappy. But ultimately, if you can establish yourself on that bridge, get that natural high ground plus natural coverage, right? Let's take that into effect as well. That could be a trio that can make it very well in game. It looks like at least one trio is going to be there so far. They should have it to themselves. I highly doubt any trio is going to challenge them. But I'm looking at 2 trios rotating into the zone, pretty much neck and neck, and I'm curious as to why they haven't engaged on each other, but maybe they're in cahoots and they said, you know what, let's not fight at least for the time being. Let's get into that zone safely. Looks like another free rotate taking place.
Yep.
Again, if you can rotate in for free, Jacob, I mean,
yeah,
do
I
it.
was going to say, that's exactly what you have to do sometimes. You save as many of those mats, as much of those resources as possible. And there goes, is that another one of those rogue sniper shots you were talking about? I saw so many there just get chunked out of health, but this is what you got to do. You got to rotate in, save as many mats as possible. And a lot of these teams towards the edge, they're just hoping the zone does pull their way. And the ones that are in the middle, they're going to get that more probability of being able to have an easier route towards the zone. But hopefully one of these trios that does get granted that 50-50 zone, they can crank towards the high ground, keep that high positioning. The trios towards the right half of the map, they already have a little bit of elevation as well.
So because top bridge was taken, ASIC and Co are going to take over the bottom side of the bridge. Narcos is up top along with Kazuma. So actually there's 2 trios now trying to establish themselves on bridge. So you have multiple different levels naturally, right? You have your low ground, your mid ground, and your high ground. But you got to benefit the ones that are currently on high ground, especially on this bridge. Chuck cannons in hand. These boys are going to be doing just fine. Now, only 1 elimination. That's only 2 points. So a lot of catching up to do, especially if they want to break into top 8. But down low, it looks like it's going very well. Well is an understatement after all. This player is, in fact, alone. The other 2 have been eliminated. And you still have to rotate in his zone. And I think I don't know if he makes it here. I don't think he does. He's definitely going to lose. Unless he has launch pad, which he does, but he's taking so much time and it's ticking so hard, he's just going to waste as much mats as possible and he's gone. But he did finish off a trio and picked up the 2 eliminations from that anyways.
Oh, so that one's going to be devastating for these teams that set up towards the bridge. I think you said there was 3 total teams, 2 on top, 1 underneath that need to figure out a way towards rotation. You got to think the easier rotate is going to be towards the left side of your map. You got a few less teams. But being stacked together, you might not necessarily have the choice. Wavy just gets chunked out, down from above. It's going to be up to RZ, the player that we saw get eliminated at Dirty Docks 1 game ago. And this is where it's just going to be a hard situation for him as well. He does have a little bit of that high ground, so maybe he can try to hide between a few of these teams, get a couple more placement points in towards the mix. Everybody forced to rotate. And there's going to be 2 trio teams on that bridge. That's going to be a little slow to rotate. Hopefully trying to recycle one of those bounce pads as some of those players floating in, take the tags from the players off the high ground as everybody. But those teams towards that bridge are finding their way in zone. Finally, they're going to go ahead and recycle that bounce pad I was talking about.
I can't overstate this enough. RZ, I know he's a solo right now. He needs this victory for his team. He really, really does. 9 eliminations, though, spread between RZ and Wavy Bra. So not doing too bad in the points. That's at least going to be 18. But overall, they need the placement points. They need to start elevating their way up to top 8 because, again, top 8 is what moves forward to grand finals. But it's not going to be easy at all. And in fact, RZ is going to have to pull off some major heroics if he wants this victory. I'll be very impressed if he gets it, but I'm looking at least at top 5. I think top 5 would be a solid placing for RZ. Luckily, he does have the high ground. It's built out of metal. He's still okay. He's sitting pretty. Nobody's going to challenge me yet, but it's that moving zone, right, that could become cumbersome for him. But you can already see, building out, tarping over, I assume it's going to pull more towards the northern part of the map.
Yeah, RZ is going to have to be very, very careful when he decides to rotate here. You rotate too early, you become one of the biggest targets in the lobby. You rotate too late, you end up with your back against the zone, a trio in front of you with no choice but to fight by yourself. As a couple of these trio teams just waiting for that last possible moment to rotate out, especially when you're towards the back end. You kind of have to reuse a lot of these builds in this situation as they're going to go ahead and use a bounce pad. This trio in front of us, they were the winners of game number 1, trying to get this early rotate and claim their spot at the front side of zone.
Kiko, another fan favorite out there playing with Legend, and Crow looking to make their way into that top 8. And I know they're pretty close, if I'm not mistaken. They're within top 16, so an opportunity will present itself here. They've been doing a good job playing as the low ground warrior team, and they're a tough one to deal with. They really are. Taking that outermost, following the storm, just on the edge. No one's going to challenge them head on, but they do have to watch their back. And ooh, good job getting that cover. That could have been worrisome, right? Not taking that roof piece, but looks like we have a big battle for the high ground, at least for the time being. And RZ, I think we've lost them.
Got the trio at the high ground for now. And it almost seems like it's a new trio during moving zone that has the high ground, but towards the end game, we never see that trio be able to maintain that high ground. So it's the low ground, being able to save the resources, or possibly jump padding at the right time that is going to win them the game. They have 50, but they have a decent amount of mats, maybe not as well, only going to have the soft mats into the wood to try to rotate in. You almost kind of think there's going to be a moment in time where they try to reuse the builds. RZ finally gets eliminated, not getting that 5th place. You are looking for him to get to the high ground, still firing off from above, making sure nobody sneaks it away. One jump pad could cost them their tournament lives as they're still just pushing these players down step by step, and they have it by a long shot, so they need to be careful here in case the team turns and tries to shoot them down.
Johannes and Kafun are definitely going to be sitting pretty. Shine, though, will have the alien on the head, and that's going to give him a speed boost, jump boost, everything boost. So fair enough. We'll see how that's going to work out. At least for Uzi, he's going to go ahead and top everybody off.
God.
Very important, and that that team down below. Wavy and Co wanting to definitely take them out. They're going to go ahead and dip back. Lost a lot of players since these moving zones started as per typical. Leon is going to be leading the charge. Nobody's going to be home just yet. Players going to be above the flames, are going to be burning through that wood, though. You got to watch out. You don't want to take any additional health HP off because you know that storm is going to be ticking for 10 every time. Wazy might find an opportunity here to take a pop shot onto somebody. You can see him setting up appropriately. Takes the beast control. One player just up ahead. That is going to be a knock. Gets the refresh. Fair enough. They're going to be sitting pretty. That's going to put Leon and Co up to about 6 eliminations. That's going to be 12 points to nil. We're down to just 8 trios, 20 players left.
Yeah, and Zone pulling back was a godsend for that trio towards the high ground. They get to reuse their old builds, but this is just so chaotic here at the low ground. So much action going down. 7 trios remaining. Each player just get eliminated step by step. Only 17 total here. Leon just trying to stay ahead of his own, trying to get the piece control as well, but he's running thin on resources, trying to go for the refresh, dropping the players down. Nobody is going to drop down into their box, though. They have the resources to maintain their positioning. They have a ton of shields at this low ground, but I don't know if they're going to get a second to use them. And there goes that trio toward the high ground away, and the jump pad sounding off. He checks it for a second, but there's somebody well above them, and that's going to be Cafoon holding that high ground. He looks like he's going to play heal off as well.
Yeah, Cafoon, right? The trio took over high ground from RZ a little bit ago. They maintained it very well and well on their way to taking the victory royale. As long as they can just stay up there, pace it properly, and hit those nice shots. Leon finds one. The refresh will come in as soon as that player is fully eliminated. Wazy's going to be there. He actually gets to clean up plus the full refresh. He's going to have the chug cannon now healing off this team. 4 trios are going to remain. 10 players completely left. You got your low ground players really getting scrappy, fighting it out. Leon's going to fall. Wazy as well. Asig also down. Leon gone. Wazy, the last one from the trio remains. 3 trios remain. We're now to the top 3 position. Wazy's so hurt. Chug cannon in hand. Does get elimination. Gets the refresh. And the victory royale comes in. And it looks like it is going to be Cafoon and Co. coming from the high ground, dropping down to low, and taking the victory royale.
It might have taken 4 games, but high ground has officially taken game number 4. And I said that moment where Zone pulled all the way back, allowing them to reuse their resources, because you saw the highest of high grounds was built out of wood. It just took a few moments of targeting towards that high ground to knock them down, but the low ground was so action-packed, with so many trios just simply trying to stay alive and move through all that action, that they didn't have that opportunity. So little by little, they took a step down, fired shots yet again to go ahead and get that victory royale. In the end, it came down to, I believe, a 3v1, possibly a 2v1, to where they finally found that elimination and took game number 4. Who knows where they stand at the leaderboards now?
Yeah, I mean, really, it's shaking up, right? We're getting pretty deep into our games. That was game number 4. We're about to hop into game 5. We're going to take a quick break, but there's a lot that I want to break down and recap from game 4. So definitely stay tuned for that one. We'll take a short break. We'll be back very shortly. Don't worry about it, guys. Keep the conversation going in chat. Game 5 plus leaderboards coming up after this break. Welcome back, everybody, to the G2 Esports Get the Cash Cup, powered by Logitech and PaySafeCard. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Jacob MVPR. 4 games down, Jacob. We're about to head into Game 5.
Yep.
But, of course, we have to let the viewers know, including ourselves, what the leaderboard is looking like. So, Jacob, let's talk about it. Let's bring up that leaderboard and break it down.
Yep, you can already see some of these teams that won some games not towards the top. That goes to those eliminations, but you got to give it up to Claire, Gabix, and Yusuf there for taking first place, 145 points. And if you look at the eliminations and the average placing from Vortex, I said it, only thing that could really stop this trio is having a blunder of a game, and you got to imagine they got taken out early.
Oh, 100%. Well, they started Game 3, heading into Game 4 at 143 points. They're still in second with 143 points, tied with that of Malabuka and co, which, by the way, they played very well in Heat 1 and Heat 2 yesterday. The biggest thing to take away from top 8, though, is going to be Yusuf, Gabix, and Claire overtaking first place at 145 points. A miraculous Game 4 for them. And the reason why I say that, they go from, I believe, 7th place at 106 points after Game 3. But after Game 4, they overtake first place with 145 points. So they just jumped up 6 placings, right? Very impressive. And that comes to show you, even though you're towards the bottom half of that top 8, yes, you're at risk of maybe not making it into grand finals, because after all, only the top 8 will move forward into grand finals to join the other 25 trios that have been invited, 33 trios in total. All is not lost. So for Yusuf, Gabix, and Claire, they can still lose their #1 spot, because look how close it is, 145 to 133, literally just what, a 12 point separates number 8 from number 1. So if I'm anybody in top 8, I'm not feeling too comfortable yet. I still got a bead of sweat dripping from my forehead. But let's look at 9 through 16, Jacob.
133. Remember that point total. That is going to be 8th place. 10 points are already separating between 8th and 9th. A total of, I believe, 29 points separating 8th and 16th. So this is literally anybody's game, and you really have to take a note of that 14th place team, 111 points, 13 eliminations. They just won that last game and bumped them up, I do believe, plus 10 plus placements already. So a lot of these teams that might feel safe at the top is for no reason, because it's still anyone's game. And I think Vortex going out early in that last one, not really getting points for their team, proves that it's consistency throughout 6 straight games that you're going to need here in order to qualify to our grand finals. Because we've said it already, 4,000 plus teams started us off in opens. We narrowed it down to 132 here, and it's going to get narrowed down even more to our final 8 teams. So don't beat yourself up too much if you guys don't make it to our grand finals. You guys are still some of the best of the European region Fortnite.
Yeah, without question. I mean, we do have literally the best European players fighting it out. Me personally, I love invitation-only tournaments. This is kind of a hybrid, right? You have invitation for some of the teams, and then you have the grind for the majority of the teams. And I personally enjoy watching that grind unfold. And the reason why is because you get to see some diamonds in the rough, some unsung heroes who maybe not had their big break in the past, make a statement, make a name for themselves playing amongst the best. Really, it only takes one standout tournament to kind of solidify yourself as a serious threat amongst the community, or a serious team member that needs to be picked up, right? So this is the chance to make it happen. And that's what Fortnite has been about since literally the very beginning of its creation, okay? You look at Chapter 1, Season 1 through 10, you look at the World Cup, right, Jacob? The World Cup was all about making your dream come true as the casual player. That was kind of the marketing theme that they went about it, right? And that's why they kept public play very similar to that of competitive play. Obviously, competitive play is much different in terms of how in-game works, but in terms of the items and the locations and kind of how it worked, we didn't have that separation from pub play to competitive play. But now you do, which again is very good for competitive. I think it should have been that way all along. But again, going back to my original point, the core theme of what Fortnite is all about, Jacob, it's all about making a life for yourself, making your dreams come true as a competitive gamer. That's a beautiful thing. I know I'm on a soap opera, but it's true. And G2 has given that opportunity as well to some diamonds in the rough, if you will, to make a name for themselves, which to me is always a great thing, Jake. I love seeing that.
Hey, if we do our jobs right, if all of us casters and analysts really do our job right, esports is kind of one big giant soap opera. You have your fan favorites, you want to see it. You have those players that come from underneath the underground, make a name for themselves. You have your villains, you have your heroes. That's what I'm saying. Esports, just like wrestling, it's like a giant soap opera that does go down. That's why some casters, you end up on the podcast as these games do get underway. But it's really that opportunity, like you're talking about. It's day one of Fortnite, whether if it was kill races, whether if it was trying to, match into the same lobby at the same time before customs were a thing. That was the moment where a lot of players really made a name for themselves. And particularly, you take some names like Bizzle that you mentioned, coming from Fable. A lot of players didn't know who Bizzle was when he was a part of that Fable squad. He went ahead and joined Ghost. From there, he kind of blew up. The same could be said about Aiden. A lot of people really didn't watch his stream before he really blew up towards that summer skirmish during PAX. He pops off, takes out Nick Mercs. Yes, he's able to take out Nick Mercs, and the man blows up. Your careers could be made here in just one giant moment. It started yesterday during those opens. You go ahead and stay consistent. You qualify for the grand finals, and like you said, you have a pop-off moment, a pop-off game, or a pop-off series of games, and that is definitely going to have you in the spotlight of Fortnite. And then what you do from there really decides the rest of your career.
Well, you mentioned WWE, we mentioned soap operas. Now I'm going to mention anime, right? Because I kind of been getting into the anime thing. Hey, don't hate on it, guys. It's actually pretty cool. I'm not going to lie. I've been watching quite a bit. But if you want to talk about the ultimate top anime betrayal, PMZ winning that hill off to win game number 3, okay? And the reason why I say top anime betrayal, because you fight so hard and you battle so hard to be the final team remaining, in that chaotic moving zone, the chaotic end game, and then you're the final team standing. You're like, yo, where's the last guy at? Well,
you saw them looking for him
sardines
too.
And he's staying. Yeah, I mean, so that's the thing. It's like, whoa, we just fought so hard to get the victory out. Now, granted, hey, DMZ was working. All right, let me just point that out. PMZ, was working hard. And the fact that he got that hill off in the victory royale, again, top anime betrayal. Hey, you can take whatever you want from that. I love it. Hey, it's been a fun day. It really has. But we're now heading into game 5, Jacob. And teams now who are trying to break into that top 8 could, in fact, get a little bit more desperate than before. And with desperation plays sometimes comes to wrong play.
Wow.
So you got to find a balance and taper off those kind of play styles. But it looks like we're going to be in a lobby of only 51 players. So in-game, once again, going to be a little bit light. But for those who are looking to get the placement points, hey, they could be a lot better off than before.
Yeah, this is where those moments where you're talking about the placement points, you're getting kind of like free placement points, but this is where you really have to make those decisions. Last time we saw a lobby like this, a lot of teams were getting aggressive, and it cost them not only crucial placement points, but elimination points towards the end game as well. So you have to be very, very careful where you're taking these fights, how early you're taking those fights, because with this amount of players, you're going to have a lot of opportunities to fight them later on in the game, catch them on rotations, but start us off in towards Dirty Docks again. As you see somebody trying to escape. This is Bandit, one of those players I was talking about taking first during opens. I finally get my chance to lay eyes on this beast.
On this beast, all right, fair enough. Well, hey, he definitely is, man. He definitely is. Look, and Bandit, as you said, that's the guy that you've been wanting to pay attention to. His other two, obviously, just as equally talented. But forgive me if I'm wrong, Bandit's still within not that top 8. I don't even know if he's in top 16, unless I'm wrong.
No, I didn't really see him in the top 16, but I did hear he kind of had a little blunder, missing game number 1. So he has a lot of making up to do. Sinek, though, takes a big shot, drops to 30 HP. He's going to get that siphon off for a moment, but his teammates are still fighting this battle. The elimination coming through, and that is going to be a team wipe as they lay throne to Believer Beach. That was one thing that you really did mention. That NPC, you have the possibility to get an epic or legendary pump shotgun. Now it's all theirs.
My goodness, yeah, the legendary pump, I mean, seriously, that is alone going to be worth it for just winning that engagement. The fact that Kathrama stays alive in that moment just is mind-boggling. Granted, probably got a revive at 30 health exactly, but Well done. Well done from this trio. It's not easy to win Believer Beach. It's not easy at all, right, Jacob? But hey, they make it happen. They make it work. Lazy looking a bit light. Normally we see at least 2 trios fighting here, but I only see 1. This is going to be great for Perk, Velocity, as well as Dave's. You know, what better opportunity or what a better start, right, than to basically have Lazy to yourself. So much loot, so many mats, and a great opportunity to better your chances to make it into in-game.
Yep. You see, trying to see a vending machine. They have possible minis, possible bigs from the vending machine as well. So they're actually sitting pretty here on this spot. They have a ton of shields, a ton of health, a ton of HP, but this battle is going to continue over here at Dirty Docks. You saw Bandit trying to escape once. Depending on how many jump pads they have left, they're not going to be able to escape again. But Glass takes a big shot, taking his shields right off. He doesn't have any extra minis or shields, so it's going to be all up to just the HP alone, depending on how many tags are on their opponents. This is going to be a chaotic fight, something that could cost them the ending portions of their game as well, depending on where the zone is at.
Bit worrisome for Nick, though. Common inventory all around. He's not going to have the heaviest hitting weapons by far.
No match.
Asafant, though, 10 health. I mean, this is not going to be a good spot either. He's going to be dropped. You knew that was going to take place. Lou is also taking some damage and turns around and hits a 100 tag, but not going to be enough. And he's going to fall. And that trio instantly eliminated. And you wanted to watch Bandit, and well, for good reason. That was one of the quicker fights that I have seen take place in this tournament, to be honest with you. A lot of fights extend on for quite some time. The fact that you have the top 132 teams currently competing in semifinals, and the fact that Bandit finished off that trio so quickly gives great promise. I know they're top 84. They're top 84 at the start of this game number 5. So a lot of ground to cover, Jacob. A lot of ground to cover, but that trio is going to help.
Yeah, it's almost like a must-have victory royale here for them to get that 30 placement points. Depending on the eliminations, they're able to get 6 there. That's good for them as you see another team leaving this POI. And this is where you can kind of see it. I like the way Bandit and his trio played that fight. They went down very early. You saw them jump pad to safety, trying to relocate. But as soon as they were able to regroup as a trio, you saw them getting chased. They were putting down the necessary AR shots. They were tagging the builds as well, making sure that those players weren't able to maintain the high ground. As soon as they were dropped down low, that's when they was like blood in the water. They swarmed like sharks to finish off that trio.
A couple launch pads are going to be picked up, at least one so far. Queen & Co. top 11. Top 11, right? So for these guys, definitely within striking distance of breaking into top 8. We talked about top 8, how close it was from number 1 to 8, Jacob, and it was, what, just 12 points separating 1st to 8th. And Queen being in 11th. Awesome opportunity for them to make this happen. No trio been found for them just yet, though, but one of the good things, you do have a supply drop just up ahead, and you have the Cosmic Chest. Again, the Cosmic Chest, you touched on it a little bit before, but it's great not only for getting potentially some rare weapons. There are some duds. Look, I'm going to be honest with you, I've seen some epic pistols come out of that, and it's kind of like, well, thanks for nothing. But, you know, the biggest thing, though, is you get medkits, you get your half pots, you get your minis from this, and obviously kit yourself up quite nicely. With them already having the Chug Cannon, they're going to be sitting in a great, comfortable spot. You love that epic assault rifle, though. Or legendary, excuse me, that legendary assault rifle is going to be phenomenal for obviously getting the chip damage. But I love the fact that the heavy assault rifles back in the game in general, Jacob.
Vershis just hitting an unorthodox angle to get a snipe tag onto a player. And that's like I said, the angle from that one really surprised me, really, but he's getting chased right now. He is separated from the rest of his team. This is the team that won without getting a single elimination. Now with their backs up against the wall, they're forced to fight here. Somebody is going to get taken out, cleaned up. That's Vershis. You gotta wonder where Coach is at. He's far off. We've seen him survive as solos before. Going to Slurpee.
Is he going for the hill off?
I don't think that was the original strategy, but being a solo now, this stage in the game, the zone's rather close. You're not going to take too much damage, and you're going to be able to rotate out. So you could get the heals necessary to try that strategy again. But because of so much fighting happening earlier, losing a teammate, not able to get that team fishing like you did in that game, I don't think it's going to be something that they can actually be a legitimate strategy to lean on.
Well, as much as I love the hill offs, I mean, it's not going to be a winning strategy. You're not going to get top 8 simply by getting a victory royale. You need to get a victory royale plus at least, I would say, 8 eliminations per game, to be honest with you, with how intense and how close the top leaderboards currently are. Queen, though, taking a bit of damage. This would be devastating for Queen & Co. if they die here.
Yeah, they're slowly inching their way to the top of the leaderboard. They got a victory royale, so this could be really devastating, like you said. Bond just takes a big tag. He does have the shields. They have a slurp cannon. Go ahead and get everything right back up, but it does look like they're fighting as individuals. They're separated right now. They need to figure out a way to get together so they can take full advantage of having that chug cannon. There goes a shot from Queen, trying to play sneaky, trying to catch somebody off guard, and there's the backtrack, making sure that they stay with their teammates, keeping their head on a swivel here, knowing the situation that they're in. Oh, Bondage goes down. Bondage goes down.
This is tough. This is tough because, again, Queen and Co. top 11 dying here would be absolutely devastating. Bondage just finished off. Typo will get that cleanup. See how well this is going to work out now for the duo. Trying to stave off against this trio. Continually trying to push in, make it work. But Exit and Typo looking to make an exit indeed. Queen.
Another team here.
As well as the rest of his teammates. Yeah, and another
They're
team.
out.
And
Look
that's
at
going to be
Queen's out.
Diablo. That's going to be Diablo and Fish. Wait, is Queen and them? Oh, they're totally
out.
dipping, right?
They're
they're
going to make like a
gone.
banana
And you have
split
to.
on out of there. And you exactly what you said. They have to. They're making their way up the leaderboards. You don't want to throw everything away here in this exact fight, especially the lobby that they're in. This is free placement points for them, and all they have to do is survive.
Oh my goodness, yeah, survive. That's really it. Survive, that's all you have to do. Because you don't want to fight against Diablo and Carrot and everybody else, because Diablo and Carrot, they've been playing very well. Incredibly well, in fact. And, again, you don't want to open yourself up to a third party, especially when you're top 11. You're about to break into 8. This is the 5th game. You only have one more after. You can't afford to have a bad game. That's just...
That wasn't even his.
Exit tried.
It wasn't even
For what
his.
it's worth, Exit really tried there.
Oh man, the part that makes it so bad is he was trying. That was so out of the box thinking. That wasn't even his cone. He got into that cone from below, so they just quickly edited it and took him out. That's what you were talking about. Diablo, Carrot, and Squint really terrorizing this lobby. They're another trio team making their way up the leaderboards, trying to claim their spot in towards the finals. They got to rotate, and they get gifted an agency car as well. I say agency car, man. That's so long ago.
Well, you know, we'll leave with the agency car. Why not? You know, the
IO
agency
card.
Hot Drops agency location, the IO card. But by the way, this car zooms. I just want to say,
Yeah,
like, it's got a
lot of
V8,
teams.
V12. It zooms.
You're saying it could be a Ferrari instead.
It really could be.
It
Could be a Ferrari.
If they hit one of these
If he hits the
headshots,
shot-
I'm about to say we're on
Yeah,
the
if he-
same page.
Yeah, if he hits that shot, I'm gone. Like Jacob, hey, solo it up, brother, because I'm done. I'm satisfied with the tournament. I don't even need to see the finale. Don't even need to cast grand finals. That shot would have been enough.
9 teams remaining here in this one. Everybody's just trying to squeak together the free placement points. This trio right before they already have 6 in terms of elimination, so they're just trying to get as far up of the leaderboard as possible. And this is where I wonder. I know we haven't seen some of the trios, multiple lobbies going on at the same time, and that's where I wonder some of those other players that might be at the top of the leaderboard, Vortex being one of them. He had a very, very horrible game number 4. I'm looking at some of these other players as well. Kafunu, who did win that last game as well. They have a victory royale under their belt. And right now, the only team seems to have 2 that I can see on the leaderboard is Safik, Siberia Jake, and C-Link. I don't see them in this lobby either, so you gotta hope they're having a game of their life, because everybody, even though there's multiple lobbies going on, you have to be very, very aware of the point totals into that top 8.
We knew this was a light lobby. Already down to 22, just 8 trios remaining. So placement points being awarded, but you want a little bit more, right? You got to drive for a little bit more. Bandit still alive. Good to see that, Jacob. They're going to be taking that low ground. Meanwhile, you got the middle ground being occupied by Mystery and Co. Rogue sniper shot coming from the hilltop just above. Shots will be fired. Will any loss of life occur? Well, potentially so, but for Bandit, I know they're going to keep their head on a swivel, and that low ground's going to be pretty difficult to overtake, but let's just start to get aggressive. They're going to back up. I don't want him to push that by himself, right? Run into maybe a duo, put himself at a distinct disadvantage. This is a full trio, and Lusha understands this. You don't want to put Misha and Smooth in a tough spot, in a bad spot, right? But
Boxed him.
this spot might be coming into play, though. Box fight is going to be underway, and Smooth is going to pick up 1. That's going to be Z-Car falling.
Yeah, this is that team that I said that they took first place by maybe 1 or 2 points. into that open section of the map. Doesn't go for that quick thirst right away. And that's something he thought that was going to kind of be more prevalent here in this one. 78 tag. Now you can use that Siphon, backing up, getting that minis. Team wipe, I do believe. Actually, no, it was just going to be the thirst. I talked about that Siphon being necessary. That's extra shields. He's able to save, getting his HP back up as well as Misha is going ahead and challenging that high ground yet again. Two of his teammates have fallen. He's trying to get that sneaky play. Going back down low, he needs to find that separation and find a 1v1 scenario, but it's not going to be able to come through. The second player goes down. Shakedown is going to be had, and there it goes. Bandit is being spotted out, and they're going to attack.
And Bandit's by himself now, isn't he? He's a solo, right?
Yep.
Was his team just finished
Both of them.
off? So that's not gonna.
Adios.
And that's not gonna be easy. And you know what, Bandit? Unfortunately, I don't even get to start a dialogue about him because he's going to be finished off so quickly. Unfortunate, it really is. And I know you wanted to see Bandit and Co be successful, but for Luscious, Smooth, and Misha, they want to be top 8 just as much. They're hungry for it. We'll see Luscia now try to get those pop shots off just up ahead. And another trail is going to be moving again, and the trash can, the dumpster is going to be used, and Queen is going to be just above. The duo still going strong.
Yeah, pop it out from one place to another. I would think that's just a pretty good save that I don't normally see. Using that to your advantage, falling from the high ground directly inside. Everybody from Caddy here is going to be forced to rotate, but this is where you can see Garrett, Diablo, and Squint. They're going to rotate towards their left. They're going to go towards Weather Station to try to get the high ground before they fall down from above, trying to get some elimination, trying to get some tags on these players with that extra bit of elevation. But as this lobby gets a little bit smaller, 6 total teams remaining, 15 total players in this one, you have that extra second, that extra bit of time to take a little bit of a prolonged fight, but that's not going to be the case here as the zone does get a little bit smaller. 6 teams, everybody's going to be going for those tags, trying to steal away those points.
16 players remain.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, you can't stay up here too long, but yeah, a rogue chest is not surprising, right? Because that spot is usually very occupied, but I guess not right. Misha, I love snipers being back in the game. They pump me up, man. Even if they're not connecting, the fact that just the opportunity to hit a rogue shot like that just really gets me going, brother. I know it's controversial competitively, Jacob, but for me as a spectator, as a caster,
I don't play competitively. I'm fine.
It.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm good with seeing it. Ooh, almost gets one there. 2 snipers as well. We've seen a few teams use the strategy where they're just chopping out the covers with the sniper, switch to the AR, trying to get some easy tags. Do that a few times. You can really hurt an enemy trio, but this is where we jump on board. Perk Daves and Velocity as they in head-to-head against another one of these trios. Queen, winners of the last game on stream. They're not wanting to let them up, and I think that's going to be key for this trio. Don't let them up, but they're going to steal it towards the side, getting sniped all at the same time. Very risky plays, but it is going to work out for them in the end.
16 players remain.
Everybody's just trying to get.
It's actually been at 16 for quite some time. Ooh, nice opportunity for Rajvi. Pick up an elimination here. Ultimately, that zone, though, going to be half in water and half on land. So you definitely want that piece of land. You don't want to be in the water, right? Things could get awkward and messy very quickly. But maybe setting up early in the water could be a viable strategy. But I don't think right now that's going to be something teams have the luxury of doing, right? Because you have 2 or 3 trios in this one area specifically, Jacob, all in the same part. It's pretty crazy for me to even see. But you also have the high ground just over to the left side of the minimap too. There's a lot of elements in this circle. I'm just very curious to see where the half and half is going to be, because if it goes to that mountain once again, that's going to follow the theme of this tournament, right? Mountains, high terrain, playing a massive impact into the late games. Not only Heat 1 yesterday, but also Heat 2, and even in our early games here. But Game 5 can get messy pretty quickly, but Squint's going down, dropping down like a bomb ready to explode.
Everybody's converging on that one side. This is going to be the hut on that lonely island towards the outside. We see a few trios land there, but not too many, as everybody's just trying to get their spot. Piece control in towards the bottom is going to be very, very important in a structure like this. It's going to be easy to maneuver around, get the edit. Spotted takes a big shot. Drop down to the shield. They find the tag. They find the down onto Carrot. That's going to be a big down. And he gets the legendary pump shotgun as well. Not only does he get the siphon, Squint towards the backside, though, trying to be the hero, trying to get revenge for his fallen comrade, gets the loot, and that's going to be important here, as they're not going to be able to get the reboot. So the next best thing is get the resources, but getting tagged from all sides. Diablo and Squint are going to have to take a second here, slow things down, and reassess the situation. Get as much information as possible of where the remaining trios are at.
Diablo's a solid slayer. Left out to the jury to see what Squint can do, but Carrot, losing Carrot hurts because we have seen him pop off so many times, but I guess you can't really think about that. You can't cut your losses. You just got to go for it. Queen and Co. still alive. The fact that they're now a trio managed to get their teammate back into the fold. Remember, Queen lost Bond earlier, but it seems as if he is back and ready to go. This top 11 team looking to break into that top 8, and the potential is absolutely here. 14 players remains. Top 6 trio still here. You got a couple of stragglers on the outside. Supply drop might be able to get picked up, but storyline has to be in this tightly contested area, and obviously Peace control is going to be paramount at this moment. Player's going to be caught down low. It's going to be Dave's. He's finished.
Yep. Trying to drop that player in to be successful for number 1, but this is where they need to get that siphon in. With that Jug Cannon, they're going to get back up to about 200. I do believe they have it, unless it was somebody above them. Snipers all around. They have the macros just in case it does come off to a heal off. They're going to be ready for almost every situation here. They're doing it from the low ground as well. No brick in Queen's hand, but not anything to worry about just yet. Bondage does go down. That was going to be the legendary pump shotgun, a big tool towards this end game. And Queen just runs, trying to get positioned towards the new zone.
New zone is going to be paramount. Got to get there. Oh, nice shot, but Coach Coco's back. Yo, Coach Coco is back. He's not going for the hill hop, but remember we saw him swimming into the distance, swimming into the sunset earlier? This time, though, I think this might be his final swim. The lifeguards aren't there to save him, and he's going to be finished off. But, hey, good to see him again, Jacob.
I love seeing these players that show that consistency. And that's something that you need, because it's not all about the semifinals anymore. It's going to be 6 straight games of the semifinals. This is game number 5, but you have another 6 to go, an hour after game 6 ends. So you're going to have to make sure you don't get gassed out. You don't get overzealous over one strategy just because it worked in the semifinals, because 25 of Europe's best trio teams are waiting to fight for over $20,000 in that prize pool, because it's not just the money that you get for placing into the top 3. You get $750 for every single victory royale. It's G2 just throwing money at us left and right, thanks to Paysafe cards as well.
Absolutely, Paysafe got to give them the respect when respect is due. We've done a lot of giveaways for the chat too. Keep active in chat. You never know when you're going to have a chance to win, like Trofa won just a bit ago. PKR on the high ground with Freaky and Kriege. We'll see if they're going to be able to take over the victory and take the win. 6 eliminations in total. It's 12 total points for them. Also top 5. So this is going to be a high-scoring game for them. I'll take a quick look at the top 8. And no, not going to be within that top 8 just yet, but an opportunity maybe to break in, depending on how this game goes. Dropping all the way down. And yeah, you know, just chopping up that spacing, right? He doesn't want too much spacing, because now it's going to have an opportunity to get those low ground warriors out.
But do you see they left one of their teammates towards the backside? He's getting all those tags. That's PKR. And you have to imagine he has a jump pad to reunite with his teammates. Look at the mini-map. He is playing absolutely perfect here, trying to get his team the victory royale. They want to advance to the finals. Diablo is becoming a target, and they're maintaining the high ground. That's something that I haven't seen in a long time. Splitting up, and they get another down. Possible elimination point being picked up here in just a few seconds. They have the legendary AR, they have the epic pump shotgun, they have the slurp cannon, they have minis, and a ton of builds as well. This is their game to win.
Their game to win indeed. Great spot to be in. Top 8 currently, or top 5 really when it comes to trios, right? Only 8 players remaining. Ravji on high, just trying to pick up any elimination that he can. Pop some pepper. He's going to be on the move now, trying to establish himself, get ahead of the competition. It's always a great spot to be in when players are rotating into you as opposed to you rotating into players, and he's going to catch Leash off, and he's going to take him down. Player's gone. Refresh is in. Full health. Chuck Cannon still you have to take that into account, Jacob. We're down to just 3 trios, 6 players.
Yeah, and 3 of those players belong to one team, so it's a solo, a duo, and a trio. And it was the PKR. Great plays, dwindling down the lobby piece by piece. 2 of them being Slayers. PKR seems to be the support. The AR from the top side. Freaky, he's making sure to maintain the high ground. They see that solo player trying to be sneaky. Depending on how many builds he has, he could become a lobby, an extra point on the leaderboard for Freaky, PKR, and Krez as they're continuing to rail down from above, making sure nobody feels safe. Now it's a 1v2 situation between the 2 teams, 3 trio members versus a duo dropping down. They want to eliminate this. They want to get the victory royale. 52 shields just vanishes right off of Diablo, but Freaky takes a big tag. He gets dropped, but they get the victory royale. In the end, PKR, 5 eliminations, 11 total as a team.
Phenomenal stuff coming out from them. You get 11 eliminations. You get the victory royale. You mentioned PKR and how he was positioning himself with his trio, getting on the backside of the players while also taking over a little bit of that high ground, so he's able to just fire down shots left after right. Beautiful stuff, Jacob. I mean, that's a big victory. Stack lobby, even though only 51 players entered, you had 51 of the best players, Jacob. So incredible victory for them. Hopefully we'll see them within top 8.
Yeah, this is actually one of those things that just really gets intense. That was game number 5. Only 1 game remaining, and the leaderboards could be anywhere. Reflections. We have to make sense of this somehow.
Yeah, we definitely do. Hey, only 1 more game remains, guys, and then we will have grand finals coming up after that. It's going to be an intense one without question. Let's tie up our loose ends, but before we do, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll look at the leaderboard for almost the last time and then head in to Game 6, our final game. Welcome back, everybody, to the G2 Esports Get the Cash Cup, powered by Logitech and PaySafeCard. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Jacob MVPR. We're heading into Game 6, but we have a leaderboard that we need to look at, and this is going to be a very, very important time for this tournament, Jacob. Obviously, top 8, we've seen just 12 points separating them as we were heading into Game 5. Might be closer, might be a little bit more spread apart. I don't know, but one thing is for certain, I do know this is the final game and the final chance to make top 8, and the final chance to make grand finals.
Yep, and this is what I was talking about. There's the 5th towards this 6th game. Depending on where you're at in your leaderboard, you're going to have to adjust your game plan accordingly. If you're sitting at the top of the leaderboard, it's a business as usual. Do exactly what you've been doing up until this point, but you have to be very, very aware of those desperate trio teams trying to get the elimination points, match them with the placement points so they can secure a top 8 spot. If you're in the middle, that's where you can kind of have a little bit more cushion, figure out what you want to do. You might need aggressive in some situations, but if you're at the bottom of this leaderboard and you need a pop-off game, you're going to see some teams fighting some early game fights, going to team, trying to get as many elimination points. You pair those with the placement points because it's only the top 8 out of 132 teams that advance to our grand finals. We have 25 of Europe's best trio teams waiting and just biting at the bits to go ahead and get their share of $20,000 prize pool.
Well, I think our leaderboard is ready to go, Jacob. I would love to take a look at it, see who's going to be in first place, and Vortex retakes it. You know, Vortex through and through has consistently been first or second place. We'll notice Iros, Raiden, and Thief move up to third place. They've been top 8 pretty much consistently throughout all of the games. Yusuf, Gabix, and Claire will drop down to 5th. We got Tuna still up there. Looks like we have a new challenger approaching, though, in player number 7. Fast, Just Fast, Zur, and Lesk moving into 7th place, and in 8th. In 8th is going to be 2 United Queen and Bondage. We talked about them in 11th place. They jump up to 8th place, but just barely. I know they're not too comfortable, but look at the gap now from 1st to 8th. Almost 50 points. Actually, it is 52
points. I believe Vortex at Night and High Chris are sitting pretty. I believe they can go ahead, fall out flat, not even play the final game, and still qualify in your top 8. But 9 through 16, remember the threshold for the top 8 is 151 at this point. So 7 points, we'll go ahead and separate that first team, but all the way towards the bottom, that's 22 points. So this is still doable for teams on this second page.
It is still doable, but they're going to have a lot of ground to cover. After all, Queen, who rounds out in 8th place for her, for their trio, his trio, 151 points, where you got Safik and Co, who's at 144. So already you got to, close less than 10 points, but still close out those 10 points nonetheless. I know Julia Com, Taki, and Pena were within that top 8 earlier in the day. They fall down to 13th. I still think even at 129 in top 16, Jacob, is absolutely viable. It is doable. It's doable to make top 8 because after all, we have seen teams, open up even in game 1 with a 53, 54 point game. You get a 53, 54 point game, I guarantee you, even in 16th place, that will be enough to catapult you into 8th place. But that's what's at risk here. And you mentioned desperation plays because desperate times call for desperate measures, Jacob. You got to have a proper mindset going in to game number 6 because you don't want to be too desperate, especially if you're top 16 looking to break into top 8. Play your game. You're doing things right. When you're talking about only 30 or so points you need to cover, you can do that. 30 points is a victory royale, right?
No,
you pick up a couple eliminations after that, you can break into top 8. So Jacob, I think the game plan, stay with what you got, stay the course, but also be on the lookout for those rogue players who are really trying to cover those ground with eliminations.
Yeah, I'm honestly looking at the team of Legend and Crow and their trio to where they won game number 1, but since then they haven't been having the best day. So even though I talk about consistency is key, you're still in the hunt. Game number 6, we've seen so many amazing game number 6 throughout the history of Fortnite esports. You just need that pop off moment, and honestly, what a better moment to really pop off. You secure your spot into the finals, and that kind of fuels you. You get that energy. Yeah, you have a little bit of a break, but then you're playing against the best of the best, and in your head you believe, hey, I can really do this. I earned my spot. I went ahead and fought over 4,000 teams, 12,000 players to get here. What's 25 more?
Hey, what's 25 more, right? I mean, that. Well, you're talking about grand finals, the 25 teams in grand finals that have been invited. Jacob, is that what you're saying? What's 25 more?
What's 25? It's just Benji Fish. Come on, it's just Mr.
About to say,
Savage.
Mongrel. Yeah, it's G2 Lesh. Like you have a lot of serious competitors. What's 25
And Lechi's
more?
ready.
Well,
I was watching his stream. He's ready to swing, man. If he was a boxer, I could see him in the gym just warming up and just ready to fight
Logan
whoever
Paul,
is in
Lesh
his way.
battle taking place, maybe. I don't know. Big battle. Could you imagine that?
I
Lesh versus
definitely
Logan
could.
Paul. I don't know how well it would turn out, but I don't. Fortnite to boxing is two totally different.
I still got my
stories,
money
but-
on Lechi.
Oh, okay. Well, fair enough. Well, look, if Lechi does win, now I am going to quote this because G2, the official G2 account in Twitch ended up saying, if Lechi wins and gets a Victor Royale, I guess they're going to be giving away $100 card, obviously via a PaySafe card, right? So you can get all your V-Bucks. So if Lechi wins, not only is he getting $750, but you and Chad have a chance to win $100. So you bet you might have a new favorite. If I was Chad,
Right?
I would have a new favorite personally.
Just instantly. Oh, I wanted. Wait a minute. You said $100? I've been team
Exactly.
Lechi you just see them rip open their shirt. It's just
Right.
a G2, that new G2 swag that they got
Okay,
on.
they have
They're
the
just
G2
ready.
swag underneath. Okay.
They're just ready for it. That's what I expect from Lechi as well. He wins the game. He wins the entire tournament. I better step up, full screen that cam, rip off whatever you got on, and let's see the G2 deep close to your heart, because I know that man bleeds G2 every single time he steps onto the field. But we don't have to wait much longer. Game number 6 is about to get underway. Hopefully everybody's buckled into that bus, because it's definitely going to be a bumpy ride.
All right, 51 players ended up queuing up. We're already down to 46. A couple have been lost off the rip, so placement points not too far away again. If you're talking about from ninth to 8th place, less than 10 points. That's all you got to cover. Serrano on your screen had a big impact, especially at the beginning of the day, kind of been falling off towards the end of it. But an opportunity to cover some ground is here. Craggy Cliffs will see a trio and actually another trio, excuse me. One of those arrows was kind of hidden. So it's going to be 2 trios to fight against each other. They'll pace it out, try to get kitted up as much as you possibly can before that first engagement takes place.
Yeah, I do like what I see here when it comes to Huit's arsenal. He does have a little bit of attack. Yeah, he has the minis as well. He got his teammate 5 over. I'm gonna call him 5-1. I can't read that whole name, but I do see a 1 in there somewhere. But Serene, this was one of those trios in game number 1. They were maintaining that high ground so long. You got to imagine they ran out of resources. That's where they were met with Legend and Crow's trio towards the low ground, where they were able to recycle those builds and battle for their lives to go ahead and win game number 1. And this is another one of those trios on our screen that's contesting them. This trio, they don't have a high number of eliminations this tournament so far, but within 5 games, I do believe they have 2 victory royales, and they're sitting on the cusp just outside of our top 8.
Just outside indeed. Again, a victory royale gives you 30, I would say around 40 or so points. Now, don't quote me on this, guys, but around 40 points, if you are within that top 16, you might have a very real chance to break into, obviously, that top 8. This is going to be our 9th place team on your screen with Sapphic Link and Siberia. So, an opportunity to break into top 8, dethrone Queen, because remember, Queen is in 8th place at 151 points. So, we'll see what they can do at this moment, but fighting up the spawn isn't going to make things any easier mentality-wise. And if Sapphic and Co. end up dropping early to the trio and Craggy, well, their hopes and dreams of making it into the top 8 position is gone already, though. Quentin is going to be taking a bit of damage. Sapphic is already going to fall, and this could be the dreams going to the wayside for this trio.
Yeah, you really got to wonder what happened. He got separated so far from his trio. They converged on him, taking their numbers advantage, 3v1, making it look easy. And now they're trying to sandwich with the remaining 2 players. They're getting some necessary shots, but Siberia Jake goes down. They are playing so individual right now, and this team that took 2nd place in game number 1 are taking full advantage of their numbers. He's running out of builds, he's running out of resources, running out of opportunities to stay alive. They're continuing the aggression. They're just swarming him like piranhas in the water. They clean him up, they get the team wipe, and move 1 step closer to advancing to our grand final.
Heartbreaking for Sapphic and Clink. I mean, you run into a talented trio. You mentioned 2nd place just earlier, and obviously Serrano not playing around. 9th place team fully eliminated. And Coach Coco, so sad to see him gone, but there goes the hopes and dreams as well of making it into top 8. So we've already lost some talented trios, Jacob, but that's just the way of the land. That's how it's going to roll, right? Top 8. We knew coming into this there was 132 total teams who qualified from the Heat yesterday to today, and not everybody can make it. When you're only talking 8 teams are going to make it out of 4,000 who even started in this tournament yesterday. It's a very exclusive placings after all, but got a rogue card coming in, and they're coming in hot.
Y'all went through the wrong neighborhood at the wrong time. They go ahead and pop those shots on you, get you to get out of your car, which is step number 1 when trying to take this fight. But it looks like Deox is taking a big number of shots onto his opponents, only landing a few though. 26 wheels were dropped off. They spot their target. It looks like they're trying to converge. He does have the gas can as well, so he can easily start burning up these builds and even explode them to try to get in towards the box, but you don't want to let it come through. Gets that beast control. Gets over 100 tag on his opponent, and they're continuing. They get another down. They're going to clean up that one. Depending on how many players are still here, you got to imagine, if any. I think that was a team wipe overall. They made that one look easy.
And you know, it's interesting because that was the team that rolled in hot, right, with the vehicle. So turns out, you know, they were going the W key, make up some ground, but they ran into Freddy, Diox, and Kraid and ended up being finished off. So, hey, that's the risky run. Sometimes you're rolling up and you're getting your vehicle jacked, plus you're out of the tournament. Tough break for them, but they knew what was at risk when they came in hot, especially into Believer Beach. You have to expect there's going to be a talented trio to fight against once you're over there. Looks like we have a duo here, and I don't know where the third is currently at. I assume he's going to be just a little bit down low, or maybe even up top, hitting up those dilapidated buildings that are at the top of the hill. But for Jet and Co, top 11. Another team that is looking to break into top 8.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I believe it was between 8 and 16, 22 total points within a lobby like this is definitely doable, especially if you're able to inadvertently take out one of those players that have a few more points than you. You stack them up, you stop them from getting any point gained. But the thing is, it's all about staying alive. And wow, there's at least 3 trio teams here on screen fighting it out. There's going to be one towards the side. There's another trio team that somehow got separated, and it cost them at least one of their players for it.
Yeah, tough break. You know, hey, go for a risk. You go for a risky play, you lose your player. I mean, that's what you have to... Oh, no, Kraid. I know he did not want to hit that tree, but all is well. Still creates that distance, I guess, that he was going for overall. Curious if they destroyed the tree so they can get more of a launch, but one of those minis out. You got to be careful here. You also have another trio that's going to be rolling in with the vehicle, so this is about to be a third-party opportunity for those red triangles. Don't know which team that's going to be, but it's going to be one that you have to watch out for.
They know they're there. They're going to continue to play aggressive. Pop open that gas can as well. Going to force them to rotate because even the ground is going to catch a little bit of fire as they're trying to steal away these pieces inch by inch. 110, quick edits, quick movement as well for that enemy team to try to get out alive. They know those pieces weren't there, but here comes another third party. I talked about 4 possible trio teams can affect this fight. Kraid goes down. He tunnel pushes on one player, and a team wipe is going to be the best of it as Dodger gets an elimination as well into the kill feed. Deox picked up most of those, and there is at least 2 more trio teams under siege. One of them's a solo, one of them's a duo, and this cool trio team of Freddy, Kraid, and Deox are looking for these eliminations.
All right, let's see what Freddy and Co can do. An opportunity to maybe make an impact, and the final game is here. What that impact is going to be, not so certain, but I'm sure we will have a conclusion very shortly. I like the fact that Diox was trying to shoot out the vehicle, just break up the builds, but then he realized it's honestly not worth the amount of ammunition that it's going to take to break that big Bertha, break that semi-truck, so fair enough. But Freddy's down. Now Kraid and Diox forced in a tough situation without their trio. Full trio anyways.
Yep. Not slowing down, though. They're just continuing to get aggressive. They can backtrack, get the reboot, get the card, get the revive, whatever's necessary at that moment. But Kraid is still trying to maintain the high ground. 91 from the legendary TAC shotgun. And this is why he's playing so aggressive. Deox goes and gets a big elimination. It was actually Freddy going down. Excuse me for that, but Foxy, Deox, they're trying to break into the same cover. They find a way to get to down, but Deox gets chunked out. It's a 1v1 situation here. And this is basically for the fight. I say 1v1, but that trio is still alive there, along with the solo as well. I think this is like a fatal 4-way elimination match.
Kraid just trying to bait out his opponent to take that shot. Good ramp placement. Now, Deox with 6 eliminations not going to be enough. You need everything you can get. But man, it is fair to say a serve did not want that player living. He wanted all the eliminations for himself, and he understood. I am the last one of my trio, and I'm going to make my life count. Very well done coming out from Asur, but the work's not done yet. Still 2 more players down below. Good tag on a 1. Can he get the second, though? That is his wall. He has the opportunity. The drop is in. You need the refresh. He gets it. Now back up to 50 health, but is it going to be enough to stave off against the last player left?
No, he has been a solo in this war for so long, and somehow he's finding a way to come out on top, but he needs to be careful. He has no white heals, only 35 HP. Foxy's going to go ahead and try to steal the slurp truck away, but this is what he's trying to do. He's trying to get the tags and catch Foxy off guard, but Foxy is going to escape. He's going to go for a short pad here. He needs to figure out a way to stay alive. Foxy's back up to as much HP as that slurp truck will allow him because it only gives 100. Oh, he goes the other way. We don't want that static anymore. We're Kings on that jump pad. 7 HP, 50 total shields. He's just maneuvering around. We go on board. Dirty Doc. A lot of action here in some of our previous games. This time around, it's not happening. Nobody really contesting it like they did before. It is going to be a good spot in zone. So even though this trio did not land over in this direction, they're going to go ahead and be able to loot it up uncontested.
Uncontested indeed. Top 16 overall, 129 points. They've got to cover some ground. You know, we saw Queen & Co. in 8th place at 151. That's going to be what, at least the bar that you have to set. 151 bare minimum, but you have to assume all top 8 is going to be getting a couple more. We've already seen that top 9 was eliminated, Sapphic & Co., so that's at least one team that you don't have to worry about. I know number 11th, with Jetsku & Co. is should be okay. I believe they're still alive if I'm not mistaken, but either way though, I'm curious to see how Pritage is going to be able to get out of this with his trio because again, Jacob, that's a long rotation, but also you're not picking up eliminations, and I fear that 30, well, I know, it's not that I fear, I know 30 points won't be enough to break into top 8. They're going to have to pick up eliminations as well.
Yeah, especially when you know like that 16th position alone is 22 just to get 8th place. So
no, they're not.
Hold
up, Jacob.
No.
They're baiting out.
Oh.
They're baiting out the chest.
But how long are they going to sit here? But how long are they going to sit here?
Let me say
yourself, you have to get these eliminations.
This is a dirty
move.
move.
Is just getting chunked out. Look at Eth just flying in, trying to escape. Oh my! He goes down.
Oh, tuna! No, who knew a tuna fish could be so deadly? I just want to say, by the way, OG strat at retail, baiting out that chest. I've done it. Look, I'm not ashamed to say I've done it, but it is a dirty strat. But it's a strat nonetheless. Okay.
I mean, I've had that happen to me one too many times. Landing retail
instead of
somebody baiting out a chest, they just go ahead and land there. They loot up a little bit, not even a lot, and they sit in a bush right outside retail, and they get you when you least suspect it. It's one of the worst things in the world, and there's almost little you can do unless you're quick. And you know me, I'm not no professional player. There's a reason why I'm caster. I'm not as quick as these guys. I somehow always get eliminated when that happens.
I mean, but come on, you've been competitive in other titles, and you can definitely be competitive in Fortnite if you really put your mind to it, Jacob.
These guys are so talented. Though. No, I don't doubt that, but that to me, that shows the amount of skill these individuals possess to do what they do in Fortnite time after time. They don't have arthritis just yet, and they're still surviving and thriving, just like some of these teams here towards the semifinals.
Statement I've ever heard.
Natro was able to get a big tag. Oh, we didn't miss the bait, but I'm trying to see if a third player is there. I don't see him. I wonder if they took the bait.
I would take the bait. Look, I'm not smart. I'm smooth right out here, guys. Meanwhile, these players are fighting, all right? I would have took that bait. I hear a chest. I'm like, heck yeah, man, free chest. I'm going for it. Trio, no, run away. But either way, let's see if this does pay off. I want to say there's 3 teams lurking around this area.
Has to be. And you know, there's at least 2 right outside. East went down, getting revived. That was a jump pad. A couple of teams above them. 2v2 action going down here towards Blacktops over at retail, though. You're making sure that they get piece control. When you're in like a pre-made building, getting that piece control is going to be so important for Neighbor to pop in and out of these covers. They have to be careful for that gas can, though, because that could become a target if they do see it, especially if they take down this first wall.
If I were them, though, I'd have my teammates shooting that wall, and then I'd be going for piece control personally, but Like I said, I'm kind of smooth brained, but it is what it is. These guys know exactly what they're doing. Rogue Sniper Shot does break through that build, but luckily they are going to go ahead and go for the replays. Love that you said, though, it's imperative, especially when you start getting into these close quarter fights, having as many builds and walls that are yours is imperative because it opens up the opportunity to find a different angle, a new line of attack. But it seems as if Orbi, Jetski, as well as Viju continues to get pushed back, and they're at the outermost extremes of their own builds. Meanwhile, NTP is really trying to find an angle. Unfortunately, bites off a little more than he could chew, forced to retreat and just heal back up.
Yeah, I would say they lost their trio. I want to say maybe even before this fight, but it's too hard to tell depending on when we jumped in. But it's interesting to see. It's a 3v2 Reflections, and this team is not playing aggressive, trying to pick up those eliminations. They realize this is game number 6. Is the fight worth it depending on where you're sitting at in the leaderboard? Let me tell you, as they're taking piece by piece, he's taking his time, taking it step by step. And it's, like I said, it's just crazy how this duo team is the aggressors in this situation.
All right, here we go. Trying to rotate around again, not covering your sides, not covering your angles. Rogue Sniper Shots. Seen him take 2 victims already. I'm just going to continue to say that. Guys, cover your sides when you are out in the open, please. But hey, for Monkey King, he knows what he's doing. Clearly knows what he's doing because he's in this tournament for a reason, and I'm not. But yeah, the gas tank does blow up, makes a big boom, but Jets, where now? How did he get all the way over here? Did he launch out?
And why is my other question. What is he doing? Oh, that's going to be a quick tag, though. He got the box. That's
He's
another
so
80 tag, getting the shields right off of him. Going for that extra angle. They smell him. They know he's down to 1 shot, but Jetty tunnels too hard. It's now a 2v2, and they're trying to reunite together. They want to try to save Jet as much as they can. We've seen them try to box up and play careful, but the elimination's going to come through. But now it's Monkey by himself. 1v2 situation. His teammate did go down just a few moments ago. Not cleaned up just yet. All his shields being taken off, down to minis. He's trying to escape, but his builds are being dwindled down as well. There's only so much he can do to run. He gets pieced up. Monkey gets taken out. Orbi gets the team wipe, and they get the elimination points that are absolutely needed this stage into the game.
Going for the reboot immediately. It's ticking for 5, though. Ticking for 5, Jacob. Not a, I mean, it's going to be risky. He's forced to pop the medi. By the time you get back into, I don't know if this is the right play. I know you want your trio, but I don't think this is the right play. They may have just given up their opportunity to break into top 8 simply for that play alone.
Okay, so he uses the med
We're gonna have to watch this,
Jacob.
I don't think they make it out.
He's gonna get
HP.
That's why he dropped 6 of those spice peppers. Depending on how much HP it gives, yeah, I don't know, man. This one is going
to
be
that truck
close.
has a boot. No.
Oh, you should have paid your tickets.
He tried it as a boot.
Oh my! Oh, that's just a blunder if I've ever seen one. Hit him out of the zone. Whew.
Yeah, this was not the play. Jet is gonna have to be, or he's gonna have to chase. He's got the launch pad. He doesn't make it here. He doesn't make it. No way. Oh, he did. Wow.
Barely.
15 health. A rogue AR shot though.
At the end of the day, things
AR
that are
shot,
not it for 500.
But no, I agree because yes, you do rescue your teammate. But now, what has he got? He's got a great pistol. You have to now split your minis and your half pots, which fair enough, that would have been done anyways. But the guy with the loot who gets the res, who had his inventory solidified, now is dead, eliminated to the storm. You were trying to come out with your trio, but now you're still a duo, and you have less inventory and less mats and less shield than you would have had if you would have just let your player stay eliminated and survived as a duo.
Not only that
was our 11th place team, Jacob, and they, I think, just blew their opportunity to break into top 8.
That's a blunder because I'm saying not only that, though, but if he didn't get in the car, he could have possibly got carried towards that jump pad and got out alive with his teammate on his back. But now Kinuo, we saw his teammate go down earlier. He's played hero once. The zone's moving up the mountain. We've seen how devastating that can be to teams with not a lot of resources. That team is all the way towards the north. They're going to have an easy rotation depending on if they can get out alive. Only one trio, I think, will come out alive in that exchange. So 4 total teams remaining. And out of those 4 teams, it's only 9 players. Uh-oh. Okay. I like it. I like it.
No. He's going to take so much damage here from the storm. It's ticking for 10. I can't believe he's getting challenged. Are you kidding me? Who is this squad? Well, Kiddo, I mean, he is in such a bad spot. I can't believe he's being challenged at the outermost edge. But then again, it is inside the half and half. And if Kiddo can make it out of this, Jacob, I mean, talk about being a hero for his roster.
Ay, Dios mío, he's going through it right now. Back down
Top
low.
12, by the way.
Depending on if he has any jump pads, he tries to have to use them to stay alive. Gets somebody into his box. Only gets a 60 tag, though. And that's that same team that sacrificed their lives to keep Orb alive, I do believe, Jets. And honestly, they're going to be able to get the loot for it.
Look,
It's the best case scenario for them at the end.
Oh, 100%. Well, so again, a terrible play from Vizu going for that revive in retail. I mean, honestly, just an awful play. But they are top 3. Only 8 players remain, Jacob. And again, for this roster, they were top 11. This is their opportunity to break into top 8. They don't have many eliminations. They're only going to be sitting at about 5. But if they can get a couple more, this is their chance. They're taking it.
Yeah, and they're forcing those teams to fight down below them, which is going to be crucial. Depending on how many players are the last one alive, no reboot bans in sight. The cards will definitely be useless, and they're making that free rotation ahead of zone. They're making the smart play. 108 tag from Arch. That's going to be big. He cast that epic pump shotgun, so it's going to do a big number of damage here, but he gets tagged out, going for the edit. 67. There goes another elimination, a team wipe as well. But this is where that duo team, after all this action went down, they have to know you don't want to let this team traverse through the rest of the terrain for free. Make them earn their spot into the finals.
Jacob Predage, we just witnessed him staying alive, trying to just make his way into the safety of the zone, and that player does barely stay alive. Orb going for the attack, but Predage is top 16. So everybody in this lobby, at least you have to assume, is looking to break into top 8, and they have a chance to do so. Getting the victory royale, getting those additional points is going to be imperative, because quite honestly, at this point, if you are not in top 8, you need every point you can possibly get. The eliminations are going to be beneficial. Orb is going to be firing down. Oh, Predage is going to take a lot of damage. You have to favor the high ground. Right now, 2 squads left. It's a 2v2.
Pops the pepper towards the end game. Like you said, 2v2 situation. Orb's not giving up. He keeps the high ground. Shot from above. They get the victory royale. They're trying to control their own destiny. And with 7 eliminations, 30 points through placement, they got 44 points in that game alone. But I'm not sure if that is going to be enough to propel them into the top 8.
Jacob, I don't know. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not even going to try and do the math because I don't know how the other lobbies played out, and I don't know how the top 8 ended up looking. One thing is for certain, though. Let's talk about, again, that tragic play made in retail. Vizu going for the revive while the storm is ticking for 5. He ends up losing his life. All his inventory that he had, gone. The player who gets revive luckily makes it out of the storm, but only with 12 health, with a great pistol, and really nothing to work with. So again, he doesn't have an inventory, but luckily a refresh. That wild play, and I forget his name now, and I apologize, Jake, unless you remember, but he was going from launch pad, going into half and half, on the mountain, slides in the storm, makes it out, but he dies. He gets eliminated, Jacob, but that refresh went over to the side of Orb, if I'm not mistaken, and Jet Scoot, and they end up taking the victory royale.
Yeah.
That was the closest you could have possibly have gotten, at least for the final game. And Game 6 did not disappoint.
Yeah, to me, it wasn't necessarily the refresh in terms of the mats that really saved him. It was the weaponry that really put the final nail in the coffin. Because of that elimination, they were able to get the AR tags. They had the high ground. They knew the last 2 remaining trios would had to fight each other, especially if they continued to put the pressure on him. Came down to a 2v2 with the high ground and a little help from RNG Jesus himself. They were able to take that victory royale. They just got blessed. And that's what I'm saying. A little blessing like that, you gotta hope, you gotta pray, cross your fingers, do a little dance if you have to squeak into that top 8, advancing to play for all that prize money.
Well, Jacob, let's talk about who obviously now is going to be in grand finals. And we don't know, at least from top 8. You have to assume it. We can make a discussion about the semifinal team who most likely made it. Like, for example, Vortex, who was in first. Yeah, I mean, 203 points. No one's... there's not going to be 7 other teams who's going to get more than 100 points and knock them out of top 8. Okay, so we will see Vortex there. They've been super consistent. They're going to be one of our most talented semifinal teams, most talented qualifier team in general, right? Making it in to the grand finals. But Benji Fish, Mongrao, Seti's going to be there. Obviously, G2 Leshy is going to be there. Nyrox is going to be there, right? An incredibly talented player. Who else? I mean, we look at Stompy's going to be there. So many talented players.
Varix, Steelix. Like you said, there's just
including their trio.
The list literally goes on. So if you guys have been wondering all day, I know you guys have been asking all day where your favorite superstar is at. They're waiting for the grand finals. They're probably watching this, probably on their second monitor as they warm up in creative to go ahead and see who they're playing against, how aggressive those players are, and really what they have to do. Because during all this, there was 132 teams. All of those drop spots were kind of jumbled up, which is why you saw so many contestants go down. You got to think those 25 players have to have narrowed down where they're going to drop to where they don't have as much contention as you've seen in the Open and the semifinals.
And by the way, those names I listed before, just the team captains. They're also going to be dragging 2 more players with them. So competition's going to be at a peak. But hey, it looks like our semifinals have wrapped up. Game 6 is finished with all 6 games done with. Let's find out who our top 8 teams are going to be. Who is moving forward to grand finals? Well, let's check it out and let's look at it. So Vortex in second place, Malibuca taken first. We also have Iros Rated and Thief who slowly made their way up, finishing third place. And number 7, Jetsku, they do it. Wow, well done. And then Legend Crow. And Legend and Crow make it, Jacob. Legend and Crow make it. Remember, they won game 1. We were talking about them falling off, but here they are. They make top 8.
Yep. And honestly, you got to give it up to 2 of those teams, Vortex's trio and Red Rush's trio. The average placing of 10th, but both of them getting through with big games, 50 elims throughout the course of the tournament. And like I said, I don't know if they got a victory royale at all, but 210 points without a victory royale is certainly impressive. And the same thing could be said with 195 points. I feel bad for some of these players on page number 2 that might have just missed out on that opportunity.
Yeah, that's really tough. By the way, update for Legend down at the bottom, Legend Crow. 3rd place with 12 eliminations. That's what they had to do to put them in 8th place. And again, that's why the Hill-Offs are great to watch. PMZ put on an absolute clinic. Danny yesterday in Heat 2 put on a clinic doing the Hill-Off, but it's not enough. A victory royale, top 5 consistently, not enough. You need the eliminations too. And again, for Legend, 3rd place, 12 eliminations. That's what they needed to do to break into top 8. But there it is. And chat, talk amongst yourselves and let us know, who are you most excited to watch from this list of great trios? 8 talented trios out of the top 4,000 who ended up entering. Now we're down to 8. These are your best qualifier teams without question, no argument whatsoever. Red Rush, by the way, placed 2nd with 13 eliminations. That was enough to put them in 5th. And from top 11 to top 5, I think that's our biggest jump, if I'm not mistaken. So top 11 to top 5, and that just comes to show you from an impressive 2nd place with 13 eliminations. I think all of these teams, respectively, Jacob, are primed and ready to go for grand finals.
Yeah, interesting enough, you see some names on this leaderboard. Throughout all 6 broadcasting games, we didn't even see a ton of every one of these trios. So there's still a lot left to be said that comes down to our grand finals in 30 minutes away, possibly a little bit more. So you guys don't have long to get geared up and ready for the finals, where we're going to have 33 of the best. I'm going to go ahead and say it, 33 now of Europe's best teams battling out for $20,000 prize pool. But wait, there's a twist. There's definitely more. You get a $750 victory royale bonus that you want to capture. So if you're lucky enough to win a game, but you don't place in the money, you're still not going home empty-handed.
Yep, APM CEST or 2000 CEST, whichever way you want to say it. That's when Grand Final is going to be just about 30 minutes. So it's coming up very soon, very quickly. Again, keep the conversation going. You guys have been wonderful to have. Hit that follow button if you haven't already. I love all you guys. I'm so happy that you guys have joined us for both of these amazing Fortnite days. By the way, shout out to our partners, Logitech PaySafe Card. They have put this on, along with G2, obviously, to make all of this possible. and you guys have done very, very well. But with that being said, there is going to be a €100 giveaway from PaySafeCard in the chat, so make sure you don't leave. You want to stay tuned. Have the chance to win you some money from PaySafeCard, and more importantly, I guess, which equals V-Bucks, or however you want to spend it. Look, I'm not going to tell you how to count your money, guys. And also check out the panel down below so you can get that, or at least check out that G2 Atlantis shirt. Represent well. Don't miss out on that wonderful drop. We're going to take a quick break, but believe me, 30 minutes from now, we will be coming back with Grand Finals. It's going to be exciting. In conclusion to the G2 Esports Get the Cash Cup will be had.
While PaySafeCard is the perfect payment method for a Fortnite player like me, you know skins win games, and with PaySafeCard I can get all of them. Simple and safe. No bank accounts, no credit cards, no fees. Easy. Get a free PaySafeCard account now.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the G2 Esports Get the Cash Cup, partnered by Logitech and PaySafeCard. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Jacob MVPR, and the time has finally come. We have watched, at least, and hopefully you guys have all watched the, 18 matches we've had so far, and now we're down to our final 6 matches. Of course, grand finals. It's going to be an amazing time. Jacob, how you feeling, brother? The time is here.
Now, you know I'm doing great, fantastic, energized. Back here again, like Jordan 96-97, going for the gold. One of these teams will be crowned champion. It's a $20,000 prize pool split between the top 3. And we started this tournament, like you said, with 12,000 players, 4,000 teams. And we got down to our final 33, 99 players, 1 lobby left with everything on the line here today.
Yeah, you mentioned 4,000 teams. Of course, that was the bulk of that anyways, taking place in stage 1 throughout the open qualifiers. We had 2 of them. And out of 4,000 team, well, only 132 trios moved forward to semifinals. Earlier today, if you had the chance to join us in stage 2, we had the chance to watch 8 total trios make it out of the 132. So think about it. 4,000 to 132, 132 down to 8. And now those 8 trios who are incredibly talented and hungry for victory will play against the 25 trios that have been invited. Total 33 trios, 6 games. And of course, the 20,000 euro prize pool. But what are the points going to look like, right, for grand finals? Because they kind of changed going from stage 1 to stage 2. We had 2 points per elimination. That's going to stay the same. And it looks like everything else is going to stay the same from before. Cumulative 30 points you can get if you go into that first place position, get the victory royale. But one thing we've learned, Jacob, is the victory royale isn't enough to take the victory. You need eliminations as well.
Yeah, you need a good combination of everything that you mentioned. And you've seen some of our qualifier teams. Vortex, they won 2 games. They got 51 total eliminations in the lobby. That's over 100 points off eliminations alone. It's very crucial to skyrocket yourself above the leaderboards. But you have to be very, very careful. In a lobby like this, stacked with some of the best in all of Fortnite, I've been saying all of Europe, but all of Fortnite in general, you have to be very, very careful which fight to take, because it doesn't matter the amount of confidence and skill you possess to take every fight. You have to have the brain and the IQ to know which fights you should take and which you shouldn't.
Let's go ahead and talk about the big thing, though, right? What everybody is playing for, the 20,000 euros, Jacob, and obviously 10,500 for first place. You love to see it. Second place, 3K, and third place, 1.95. But there's also a little bonus. For every victory royale that you get, you can earn $750 across 6 games. Jacob, you did the math. I'm terrible at it. How much money was that?
It's about 4,500 euros up for grabs if you find yourself a victor of all 6 games. But I've never seen a tournament like that in my life. So I think that victory royale bonus is going to be spread around pretty evenly, unless one trio really has what it takes to step up to the plate and play as consistent as possible, close to their game plan, have that balance between taking high ground, working low ground, and knowing your situation all the way through. Because you're going to have those teams, especially as the games do go on, they're going to get desperate for those eliminations, that get desperate for those points, and they're going to try to W you and try to get those eliminations.
Well, I hope they don't W key the wrong trio, because even though we have seen the 8 that ended up qualifying, we have 25 other trios that look talented and stacked and ready to go. First and foremost, a moment of silence, and I'm only going to give it a couple of seconds. Chat, look at this list. Who is your favorite trio? You already are giving your opinions. I already know it. Amongra obviously being one of those favorites. For me, though, I'm looking at Mitro. I'm looking at Sir. I'm looking at Wolfies, okay? You got Tuna, you got Kano and Japko. Of course, that is our top 8 from the qualifiers team. I'm also got G2 Lesh out there. By the way, if he gets a victory route tonight, you will be getting a $100 giveaway opportunity to win. Just want to point that out in conjunction with PaySafeCard. I've said my piece. I'm gonna let you say your piece, Jacob.
I mean, there's so many talented names. I'm looking at the team list right now. I'm like, you got 100T, Mr. Savage, and Red and Revsguard in here. You have Frey, Rabbit, and Hardfight. You have Malaz, Slender, and Paco, Stompy, Wise, and Fast Roki.
Okay.
There's just too many elite players right now that it comes time and time again. RNG is going to play a big portion, but these players are going to have to find a way to stay consistent through and through, no matter what loot they get, no matter what circles get generated. They're going to have to figure it out in the end. 6 straight games, Reflections. 6 games they have to work, and it's going to come down to this where, like I said, teams are going to get desperate. Teams are going to be near the top where they have the cushion. It's going to be a full balanced war coming out.
I'm also looking at Nyrox, Airwalks, and Styre, right? Those are going to be my trio as well,
man,
to make it.
Name.
And man, is he not OG? I mean, come on, brother. These guys have been playing and competing. And even if you're not OG, even if you've not been there since the very beginning of Fortnite, you know they have the talent regardless, right? So this is going to be an intense 6 games. You better believe it. You got to favor the qualifier teams, though, with how well they played and how hard they grinded to get here. Vortex, just in that bottom right section of the list, okay? It's going to be High Chris, Vortex, and Knight. These guys are one of the most talented trios moving out of the qualifier stages, and they are going to be serious. We've seen them land at Steamy. We've seen them, make the adjustment that, to go over towards Corny Complex. I'm curious where they're going to go for these 6 games, but wherever they go, they're going to be running into a talented trio that is ready to stop them down. Game 1 is where you set the precedence. That's not going to be like, previous where, in the 4,000 team, 2 heats that we saw yesterday, right? Casting that alongside that of Tokata. Every lobby was different. It was a mixed bag. You didn't know what you were going to get. You didn't know the skill level of the lobby, right? Semifinals, a little bit more concise, more skilled, obviously, only 132 teams there. But now you're reaching the top 33 teams. And that, in a way, is beneficial, but unbeneficial because now you don't really have changing locations and crazy locations and this team challenging you, that team challenging you, right? That could happen as we get closer to Game 6. But everything should be more solidified here, Jacob. And you should know what you're going into and have a good game plan because you know the competition you're going against. You should have studied them. You should know who you are going to be playing. So at the end of the day, this should set you up for success.
Especially, I don't remember which is the exact name, but during that commercial break, I was looking through the Fortnite streams. I ended up on a guy named, I think his name's Coach Boop, I do believe it was. He was going ahead and trying to, Coach Boop, I think his name was, on Twitch. Okay. So if you're in there watching, shout out to you. But he was going ahead and plotting out all these drop spots. That's something you can do in a set lobby like this. So you know if you're getting contested, if you're not, but already you see 3 teams landing at Slurpy Swap, and already there's a player down. You got some contestation up top. Mr. Savage going towards the Steamy Stacks, possibly a split house drop between another team if they don't want to contest.
Mr. Savage dies here. No way, he gets beamed, Jacob. Are you kidding me?
That's got to be from one of those fires.
Yo, can Art?
Oh no.
Yo, the fact that he gets down. Imagine if Mr. Savage is first blooded out of everybody.
Their whole trio was getting tagged up. Look at Enreda there as well. They just got tagged out of the sky time and time again. Possibly less than 100 HP as a trio. They really have to figure something out. And depending on, like I said, where that 3rd team actually went, towards triple houses, over towards that new, I wouldn't call it a POI, but that new landing spot where the jump pad is at, they could end up in a very, very tight situation here. They have to figure out a way to grab the med kits. You already see, and Reddit did. They have to get some minis and some shields as well, and they have to figure out some sort of escape plan.
Absolutely. Escape plans are obviously paramount. And Reddit, though, not having the most good, or at least the best of loot. Like the fact, though, Malabuka is going to be challenging. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, Malabuka, Merstash, and Falcon, one of our top 8 teams that ended up qualifying from the Challenger. They're at Steamy and already an engagement underway. Falcon will lose his life momentarily, and not going to be a good engagement for him. Merstash takes him down. Again, 2 Challenger teams, I guess, forced to, or excuse me, 1 Challenger team getting the best of one of our already automatically qualified teams. And Dreda has already dipped out. I like this, though. Going over towards the dilapidated buildings, taking at least whatever loot he can. I assume he's not going to get a lot. Mr. Savage going to be following suit. By the way, chat, for any of our Spanish speakers, we do in fact have another commentator working in conjunction with G2, twitch.tv/Jelty. That's Jelty. He's going to be doing the commentary in Spanish, and he's also going to have the same clean feed that we have. So If you guys want to go check him out, please do. For any of the Spanish speakers who might be bilingual, please make sure to type in Spanish if you could in chat, because I don't speak Spanish. I apologize. I wish I did. I shouldn't have cheated in high school. Okay, let's just put it there. Okay, I cheated in high school. I don't know Spanish now, and that's just my fault.
Wait,
don't cheat in school. You won't
You
learn
said
anything. But
Jelty though? Jelty,
Yeah, Jelty,
professional
yeah.
player Jelty, the jack of all trades.
Yes,
That man
sir.
can do everything, hitting up the commentary, not only, but in Spanish as well. I know a few words here and there. I might pop it out if things get tight, but like I said, or like Reflection said, that's going to be our Spanish stream. Call it the B stream, call it the Alpha stream, depending on how many viewers he gets. But Mergin, Slicks, and I do believe his Noof is traveling around. They get that uncontested split drop in towards the middle, and this is where we talk about in a lobby like this that is so stacked, you almost got to take what you can get. But Benji Fish, I know a lot of you out there are waiting for his moment. I know his mom is cheering him on as well. Slurpee swap. This was a big fight. There was at least 3 trios here at one point or another.
Man, I got to tell you, Benji Fish, talented player, been around OG. Okay, he's been around since literally the beginning of Chapter 1,
Mito's
Season
dead.
1 through 10, World Cup qualifier. And Benji might be dead in that situation. 29 health, not a good place to be, and he's going to be gone at the moment. Chance to get rebooted a little bit later. Mappy takes him down. Wave Joe on your screen, 53 health. Choose to reset, take that high ground. Top off his shield as much as he can. Slurpee Swamps, Jacob, has been in contention throughout both days, especially the qualifiers. We normally see 3 or 4 teams fighting it out. 2 normally within Slurpee, 2 on the outskirts. They usually meet up with each other. This was a popular location specifically in the previous seasons, especially when those hot POIs were there in the NPCs. You could go and buy things. You obviously the chunk cannon, right? This was the location you could buy that. You can't do that anymore in Season 7. The only way you get a chunk cannon is by finding a loot llama. But regardless, though, you're not leaving Slurpee without being fully kitted up, not only in mats, weapons, but also shields, and that's what makes this POI such a great location and hotly contested through and through each season to season.
Yep. They were able to travel through that building. They got Benji Fish's card as well. But this trio above him doesn't want to let them escape. Not only is this elimination points, this is taking out one of the better players in all of this lobby as an individual. And Benji Fish, we switch on over. Thomas, HD, Flick, and Anas. This was another trio I was really looking out for. And they already looking like they're going to get Dirty Dogs, possibly a fight going down here as well. So we got 2 different major POIs, 2 different major teams throughout this tournament battling out for their tournament lives.
Battling out indeed, Jacob. I mean, it's just going to be a battle in general, isn't it? I mean, that's just kind of the main theme overall. The best teams playing it out. 20K euros, $750 for the victory royale. Tons of money to be earned. Dirty Dogs, 2 trios look as if they're going to be meeting head on currently. Curious who's going to make it out of that one. They are within zone, though, so not the biggest, I guess, pressure to rotate out, right? You know, Storm really isn't going to have an effect on this, so you can take your time. Obviously, if you're not within that safe zone, you got to really think, is it worth it to engage and fully commit to fighting off this trio? But again, it's game 1, and I think ultimately you need to fight in game 1 for your spot, regardless of the positioning of the safe zone. The reason why is because you want to show that trio that is contesting your landing spot that you should not be messed with, and you're going to have to find somewhere else, or else you're not going to have a successful 6 games.
Yeah. See, they got him trapped in towards the building. This is where they have to make that decision. Do you go ahead and continue to hunt them down or make way towards zone? And that's where it gets tricky. If you go ahead and turn and try to get out at the wrong time, it will cost your life, but they're going to drive the truck right into those builds. They want to explode it. They want to take out as much of their piece control as possible. Get them to waste mats if they're looking to expand forward yet again. But this is where they're just playing it careful. They know it's not all or nothing in this fight. Their tournament lives are not on the line here to where they're forced to go in, try to get the elimination points and the placement as well, so they can back off. But this is where it gets tricky. If you back off at the wrong time, you could get caught out. It looks like they're going for that truck play again. They want to get Optimus involved in this fight.
All right, well, let's see how that one's going to turn out. That's, oh man, so you know the trio up top, right? We saw them in a fight just a little bit earlier, Slicks and Co. Do they rotate down the Dirty Dogs for the third party? We've seen that take place. Seems as if they're just going to go ahead and stay up top, maybe get some pop shots off with the sniper, obviously back in from Chapter 7. And Chad, I asked you, what do you think about the snipers back into the game, especially back into competitive? Is it a good thing, bad thing? Let me know your opinion. Personally, I'm a fan of it because it's a very punishing weapon. You can't afford to leave your backside or your sides in general, or your head exposed, right, it makes you think twice about getting those free rotates where you don't want to build. It makes you think twice about where your positioning is currently at. It's a high-pressure weapon, and we've seen some teams and some players severely get punished because of rogue sniper shots. But that trio up top, I'm curious to see what their game plan is going to be. I think they're going to be playing that gatekeeper role, but Benji Fish and Co., they're out very early. There's so 84 players. So within the first 4 trios to be eliminated, Benji Fish was one of them.
Yeah, one of the fan favorites out there. And now they're going to have to rotate in. They're going to make sure that they get as much replenished as possible with the barrels, with everything that is around, possibly try to stay and loot what's left. But depending on how far this zone is, that might not be the case. They might be forced to go forward. And there's a team that's just waiting at the edge of zone as well. I wouldn't say they're necessarily waiting. That's actually going to be Lechi's team as well. If they find themselves, and Lechi's team had to have heard all that action going down because it went down for so long. So depending if they want to go ahead and storm hold them in and fight this team, making sure that they cannot leave without sacrifice, they can. And it does look like they're going to go for one of these new chests. They have to wait for their teammate here to get into the mix. But Lechi knows. That's what I'm saying. Look at them setting up, ready to attack and get these eliminations.
Setting up indeed, again, playing that gatekeeper role. Not a bad strategy. I mean, obviously, you're already fighting against Storm. You have to assume you're not going to be comfortable as a trio trying to battle away from that Storm. It's only ticking for one. Only ticking for one. But regardless, though, it's still that added pressure indeed. And they're going to go ahead and dip out. Fair enough. Reposition and get closer. Because even though you do want to storm hold, it's not a bad play per se. You still have only a minute until that storm starts to move in, and it's not a good idea to kind of fight while in zone, but they're going to get those storm surge tags, and honestly, that's equally as important. They're not going for eliminations, but they want to make sure storm surge doesn't affect them when we get into later game.
Yep, please try to, I don't want to say grief by any means for the actual term, but just make their game that much harder as it does progress, because obviously they're going to have to use any heals, use any minis a little bit earlier than they were anticipating. And you see multiple teams, and I got to think the chat's going to be going wild here in just a moment as we jump on board Mongraal, setting himself up in towards the zone. This is very, very early, so there's still the possibility of a lot of rotation made to be made, and that's why he's peeking through the cone. And that's where I'm always trying to tell a lot of these players that are coming up, asking for tips. It's very, very important that you continue peeking through these cones instead of dancing around, trolling around in your boxes, because you need to get that information of everybody rotating around, who's using a jump pad, who's using what builds, what fights are going down, instead of waiting for that zone to pop, and then now with your backs against the wall, forced to make a rotate, that's when you're gathering the information.
I don't know if anybody remembers like the OG Friday Fortnite days, the elimination races. Well, Mongraal, it's funny. First time I ever heard about him was a couple years back. I'm talking very early in Fortnite, Chapter 1, Season 4, I want to say, when the Friday Fortnite was really popping off. And Mongraal was playing, I can't remember his teammate that he was with, but he was on the Secret Organization at the time. And I remember not knowing anything about him. Obviously, Fortnite was still very early. Everybody was getting established back then. Daquan, Myth, and all of them were considered, the gods of builds back in the early days. Obviously not now, but Mongraal ended up actually winning the tournament. We're like, wow, we went crazy for him. He was absolutely insane, and it's nice to see the career he's had, clearly being one of the most mechanically sound players out there.
Look who it is.
Representing EU quite well. But Ova on your screen, and this is one of the Vortex, right? Vortex and Co, who ended up qualifying from the top 8 moving forward, and it looks as if they run into a squad that is just not going to have it. They don't care about their route. They only care about grand finals, and they're going to punish them, and they're finished off super early.
Yeah, it's not over just yet, and that's where I was saying Vortex and them, they slayed out both open and semis, but this is a different feel, a different style of lobby, and you can already see it. Mongraal, like a shark, ready to attack. They know there's already blood in the water, and they don't want to let this trio escape, but they know that they don't have to fight every fight. They're just going to go ahead and build on top. If the opportunity comes to them, they will get aggressive. They will try to finish off these eliminations, but if the opportunity doesn't come, they know they need to rotate in towards zone. They're going to be ahead of this team so they can later on storm hold them out and try to pick up those eliminations, but instead they're going to do it a little bit sooner than I thought. They know that they have to put that pressure on before they escape.
And his old duo was Dementos. Thank you for helping me out there, guys. Yeah, Dementos and Mongraal, that's just two phenomenal individuals who just grinded and made their way to the top. You got to take them seriously, Jacob. You really do. The fact that 76 still remain, obviously, it's going to be hotly contested, and I do believe they are going to be below the storm threshold. So not only are they going to be taking the storm surge damage, but also they're going to be taking the storm damage. So not a good spot to be in. Plus, they're going to be gate kept. So this is a terrible spot for Mongraal and Co to be in.
Yeah, they're taking that damage already. There's a team behind them, but that team behind them already fought some people, so they don't have to worry about that storm surge. So if they spot Mongraal and his trio in front of him taking that amount of damage, they can easily sneak up on him, try to take out this team, and get the necessary eliminations, and Mongraal goes down. That possibility is going to be even higher, but it looks like they're making that safe play. They're trying to rotate in towards zone. They're not worried about what's going on their side because they know their placement points are much more important in staying alive. Mongraal not able to get revived just yet, but they're just in shambles right now. 18 HP?
Yeah, absolute shambles. Absolute shambles, Jacob. And also just 12 above that storm surge. Again, something that's going to affect them greatly. This isn't looking good if you're a Mongraal fan. Hey, look, guys, I think it's about to be over with. Rafa having to go big and just really make this moment his, excuse me. He's going to be rotating out, taking damage, getting beamed. But I guess not so much. But I don't know if he got the cards either. So
Just
that's
don't
going to
go
be
into the
one
bridge.
of the obviously key points.
I'm like, just don't go into the bridge. There's some trolls under the bridge. You cannot pass without paying the toll. And their toll is possibly one elimination. I want to say he spotted those builds out. He has to know they're there. And as a solo, he's going to play it a little slow. He obviously is going to get his shields and HP back up, but he's going to be looking to rotate in with recycled builds, or maybe just take a 2 or 3 maybe steps forward and kind of sit towards that edge of zone. But Miro, Flames, Snap, they have a different plan in mind. They're getting it down onto one player, not able to clean it up just yet. Breaking into the box, 105 tag, and I do believe that's going to be a team wipe for them. That's 6 total elimination points so far.
Yeah, well done. Obviously 2 points per elimination. So Miro and Co going to be sitting pretty. Obviously late game is where you make the most of them. If you get a victory royale, on top of $750 you'll be earning, you also get 30 points added onto your total. And we have seen some stacked games and some stacked teams finish, with 53, 54 points respectively. Absolutely massive. Mappy wants it. 5 health, but he's got some shield. And he knows making that edit is going to put him directly in line with Loot Boy and Co. But does he take it? I don't think he does. And also, too, if you go up, there's going to be a trio ready to mow you down. So it's a situation for that low ground team. But either way, we got a couple of teams tightly compacted in here. The box fights will ensue. Jerky just trying to build as much as he can, right? Keep that piece placement, because once a trio starts to focus fire on you, you're going to be in trouble, and all angles are going to be attacked. Jerky, though, hits a nice shot. Doesn't take any damage, but it's just minuscule. He's got to play this carefully, Jacob.
Yeah, you got to use that other trio third partiness as a distraction to try to either get out alive or try to take the necessary minis and shields. But Jerky, he's getting separated from his teammates. That's something that's happened. But this is where, like I said, you have to figure out a way out unless you want to try to pick up these eliminations, which some of the best players in Europe all in the same lobby. That's not something I recommend. Those opportunities will come to you later in the game as long as you find that position into zone. If you look at the bottom left-hand portion of your map, there's going to be a lot of players rotating in low side caddy. They're not going to have that high ground, but not having that high ground with the amount of teams that are stacked up here might be the blessing, because everybody's going to be close to one each other, distracted with one another, so they might be able to escape with some extra placements being that down low.
€20 PaySafe card giveaway currently going on in chat. Make sure you type what everybody else is typing, and you should be entered and ready to go. Looks like Lesh for the W, or Lesh W. But back on board with the action here. Guild Hin playing with Janice and Oogway. Obviously a very talented roster, one of our teams that were invited. We'll see what they're going to be up to and what they can do. Inventory looking pretty decent. Guess we need to go ahead and go through the air, but obviously go in taking a little bit of damage, not what he wanted. And a bit of an awkward build scenario is choosing to, or at least not choosing, but forced to kind of, slide down that mountain. But either way, it's going to be within that safe zone. I think that's the biggest key takeaway. So even though he doesn't get on top of the hill where he was wanting to be, he still manages to get in a safe part. Teams are going to be rotating in, and they got a decent build. So at this point, they're going to be all right. But overtaking that hill, depending on where the half and half is going to be coming up next, they could find themselves into some trouble.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking that exact same thing. I'm getting that deja vu feeling of one of the games in our semifinals going up the mountain, down the mountain. It gets so chaotic, and the possibility right here of it going up towards Caddy, towards that high ground where all these low ground teams are just going to have to rotate, expend mats, jump pads, whatever it may be, it's not going to be something they want. But on the flip side, if it goes down low, those high ground teams, they're going to have a little bit more of a cushion than their opposition at the low ground, because they're going to be able to recycle some builds, recycle some jump pads if they so please. So they're going to have a lot of an easier time. But that's why I said being low at this stage in the game at that hill wasn't necessarily the worst thing, but now you have to be very, very cognizant of if it pulls high. Everybody just wants to fight.
Nice tags from Loot Boy, brother. Nice tags. Does this duo get into the box? I don't think they do, no, but he's got to be careful because he's getting lobby focused at this point, at least from the players that are currently within this location. So you might find out more than he could chew, and Stompy, though, it looks as if he's going to, but picks up an elimination. That's going to be 2 to his name. Loot Boy's still alive, but not a perfect situation for this trio because Devour Ways has been eliminated. So they'll be a duo for the remainder of this game. No way you're going to get your teammate back in. Nice edit for 36, gets the refresh as well. That's going to be the important thing. Couple of launch pads plus the chug cannon, Jacob. That is the big takeaway.
That might as well have been just hot plate right there from back row. He gets the edit on the player that's down, quickly cleans him up, and he just gets everything that is needed. So now they have the option when to rotate. They can take a little bit of those tags, trying to go and be a little slow, even though I don't recommend it. Low pad coming out from Kylie and their trio. Wacky's going to go ahead and do the same, but instead of a low pad, they want to go ahead and get as close to inside of the zone as possible, even if they have to steal away the high ground. But going ahead and second guessing it for that moment. There were some tags sent their direction as they find their spot into the zone. This is where they have the opportunity now to become a little bit aggressive, get some tags to try to eliminate some players that might be trying to travel in themselves.
Let's see what's going to take place now.
Ooh.
Obviously, everybody getting within this half and half pretty well for what it's worth. I was expecting a lot more loss of players, but at this point, still 50 remain. Storm Surge obviously going to play an issue overall. A couple of teams fighting for that high ground, but yeah, this is where it gets tricky, especially with the river there. You shouldn't play too much, but I think for the most part, it's where that moving zone is going to be, and it's not going to benefit really anybody because of how tightly contested the things are, but yeah, it's going to pull towards that bottom right side of things.
That's back up the mountain. That's not just the bottom right of things. That's back up the mountain towards Caddy, so even though some of these players, you can see that they have at least 1, maybe 2 jump pads. You got to see players try to look at to recycle some jump pads. These players that kind of have this high portion of the zone, they can try and build out, but they have to be careful because we've already seen it in our opens. We've seen it in our semifinals, and that's the way the meta is since the addition of the jump pads. You have to be careful because a team at a moment's notice can save all of their resources and jump pad to take that height away from you, and that's exactly what we're looking like for a moment. They're trying to get us close to that mountain as possible without wasting these builds.
Well, Merchant is risking quite a bit building with just wood. Granted, that's all he has, but you can easily get shot down, and then you don't know where you're going to be landing. If you're going to be landing in some of these box, how much fall damage you're going to be taking. So he needs to get a connection onto one of these previous builds if he possibly can, but now he's going to be in a build battle over top. Oh, down though, right in front of somebody. I believe his teammate put Granted. Will he be able to take out the trio just above? This high ground positioning is going to be so incredibly important. He's got
barely
builds currently with just metal, but just barely. I mean, this battle for high ground is brutal. You got people launch padding in. You got people building up. There's literally like 2-3 trios currently fighting for high ground. It looks like BL is going to be the only one on top.
Yeah, BL kind of heard those jump pads along with Vidil and their trio to kind of maintain that high ground. But you got to wonder how many resources, how many mats do they have left to kind of continue to maintain that high ground. You see Storm Surge playing a big role as well. They're going to be sitting comfortably. They have 500 above that Storm Surge, but Janus, he's only 20 above. He needs these tags, but he gets flanked towards the backside, doesn't hear he's coming. 2 players are actually falling, and the whole trio is wiped out of this one as they get Storm Surge working against them. They had a tunnel vision on getting those tags, and it cost them in the end.
Cost them in the end. So now players continue to die off, but at the end of the day, we're going to see who's going to end up on top. 28 players, 14 trios still remain. Everybody fighting for positioning in game 1. They want to boost up the, or at least the leaderboards currently. Down on your screen now, ultimate high ground. He's definitely sitting pretty good. He's good, but dropping down, maybe potentially going into someone's box. You gotta watch out for that. Stompy, one of the most talented players, or at least one of the talented players in this lobby right now with that legendary pump. Obviously going to be huge if he can get those big tags Not a bad game, though, for Fast Roki as well. You're looking at least 3 eliminations across the board. That's going to be 6 points, but using a launch pad to quickly get inside the zone. Now they got a storm just in front of them, and everybody's going to be coming behind them, so it could be an opportunity to pick up a couple of eliminations, but Stompy falls. Fast Roki, I think, is still alive, if I'm not mistaken. The players are dropping left and right.
That's an elimination point, possibly a placement point as well. He's doing it all as a solo. Quick build, trying to get through. I like his movement. I like his decision making because he's going through unscathed. It almost looks like he's uncontested here for the moment. Finds some extra resources as well. That med kit could prove to be advantageous towards the very end. He has 30 HP he can get back. A moment to pop a mini as well. He's doing it all as a solo. You see players getting wiped off the map. 11 trios remaining. 20 players that he has to go up against.
20 players, as you said. You don't want to be a solo in that moment. Resiny, though, dropping down with where's this duo at? Where's Videl at? Where's BL? I know BL had high ground just before. Hopefully he still does. Are they all three? So they're all three going to be up here and able to focus on the players down below. Well done. So this is looking as if they're going to be able to take a lead, you'd have to assume.
Arthur going through along with JoJo. They're still trying to keep ahead of zone. Everything is coming down to this. 10 teams remaining. Wakey finally goes out. 8 and 7 gets taken out as well. Pink goes out as well. Everybody is just falling at this very moment. Towards the end, they get themselves an epic pump shotgun, which is going to be key at the end. In these close CQC fights, they're trying to break somebody down to the box. I told you how crucial it would be. He gets a quick elimination. Gets the chug cannon as well. They can do it from the low ground.
They definitely can. 5 trios remain. Tan, 1 comes down. Luke is going to pick up that elimination. Merchant also with the chug cannon is going to be huge. I believe his teammate also has one as well, so they can battle for the hill off if need be. It looks like Hiko is also going to fight. You have to assume, yeah, and the high ground is still there. And for the credit of Videl and Co., they've had that high ground pretty much for the entirety of this late game.
This is literally heal off. Chug splash is going off. You got to think some fish are playing a part. They're running out of opportunities here. Videl goes in. He gets the elimination towards the late game. He switches on over, and I do think they picked it up thanks to some storm damage, and they take game number 1.
Well done from Videl and Co. Whew, you love to see it. I mean, look, a talented trio. What is that? 9, 11 eliminations. That's going to be, what, 22 total points going to them, plus the victory royale. So 52-point game and $750 to add on top of their spoils, brothers. So, like, they're already making money, and they're well on their way to getting first for 10,500 euros. So they can do no wrong, it seems.
Yeah, you didn't see him there at the end, but BL holding that high ground, forcing everybody who jump pad, trying to steal it away, right back down to where they came from. You didn't see him towards the end. They kind of completed that one as a duo, but you got to admit his work was well part of their plan to win this game, and he possibly sacrificed his life as well, forcing all those players down, which is going to be key. And honestly, I don't even know how they did it. They held that high ground for so long, possibly going down to the very last match.
Yeah, absolutely. And well done to those that did make it to late game. Some shining stars, though, that we were hyping up and chat was hyping up. They don't make it very far. They don't make it very far. That just comes to show you how stacked these 6 games are going to be. Game number 1 is done. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're breaking down the leaderboard plus game 1 and heading into game 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the G2 Esports Get the Cash Cup, powered by Logitech and PaySafeCard. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Jacob Vivi PR. We saw an exciting game one. We're about to head into game two. I know our leaderboard should be up very shortly, and I can't wait to see who's going to be on top, because already a 53-point game coming through, and man, that's not easy to do, especially with how stacked these lobbies can be. But what are some big things that we noticed? I guess I guess for me, the biggest thing is just because you have a storied history in Fortnite, maybe, a storied name, if you want, a big fan base, it doesn't necessarily guarantee you success in a stacked lobby such as this, Jacob.
Yeah, you have some teams, you're talking about a story. You have some teams in here that are trying to write chapter one of their own story. You have some teams that are in the middle of their own book, trying to crown themselves a champion for the first time. Because even though we do have some FNC as champions, we do have some World Cup qualifiers, we also have some players that are still trying to fight through every single person here in EU to go ahead and try to make a name for themselves. And in a tournament like this, those 8 qualifier teams, some of these players that might have gotten picked up on the invited teams, this is your moment to shine. You cannot let this opportunity go out the window. So you have to go ahead and take game number one, no matter what happened. If you had a big game number one or bad game number one, you have to have that pitcher's mentality to go ahead and keep going on.
Absolutely, and hopefully leaderboards are ready to go so we can take a peek at that. I know really all day today it's been closely contested, especially towards the top. Game one is a prime example of that, but Resne as well as Dam and Noah obviously taking that victory. Very, very well done. And look, 52 points, not easy to get. They get the victory royale, $750 richer, plus the 11 eliminations. Scram, Kiko, Putrik going to be there in 12 elims, 4th place, 46 points. But it does have a pretty severe, drop-off. Kaiser, Hellfire, Flowey down there at 26 points. So already you can see that gap starting to kind of elevate and create. But it's nice to see as well some of our qualifier teams, Tuna being one of them, right? Tuna, Canox, and Japco, and even Malabuka, right? Malabuka getting into an early engagement, I believe, with Mongrel and Co., and able to take them down. So very impressed with them. It shows the qualifier teams need to be taken seriously. What are the names stand out to you?
I mean, towards the bottom, you got to see that 3rd place, but only 1 elim. Hellfire, Flow, and Kaiser have to figure out a way to get that balance. We've been talking about it all day long. It's not just placement points alone that will get you to that top of the leaderboard, the top 3, to get that big chunk of that prize pool. You have to figure out where you're going to get the eliminations from, whether it's end game, maybe a contested spot near the top. You have to get that balance, because we have some teams that have a lesser placing, but more eliminations, sitting higher up on the leaderboard. If you let that happen game after game after game, you're going to see your tournament lives escape before you know it.
Absolutely. Well, Chapik's down there in 13th place. We saw him really trying his best. Unfortunately, I know whenever he took that launch pad, Jacob, he fell down the mountain. He was forced to build kind of a bit lower and wasn't able to recover from that point forward. So Stompy also, a talented player in his own right. Fast Roki. By the way, Fast Roki, chat. I get it. It's Fast Roki. Look, hey, check this out, chat. Let me have a one-on-one with you. All right. We're having a good day here. I love all you guys for being here. I really do. You guys make my heart happy. All right. Bring that hype. Keep that energy going, baby. Chat engagement. You love to see it. All right. But I'm seeing it. I'm making mistakes. We're going to fix them and correct them, because it's all about the Fortnite love and giving respect to the players that do play today. And I want to make sure I get things right, like Vidal. Been calling him Dam. Hey, it's a fun name, Dam, but obviously it's Vidal, and I'm going to call him Vidal from now on, all right? So me and Jacob, we're going to have a good time, and hopefully you guys will as well. Game 2, Jacob. Curious to see, man, how, first and foremost, Steamy was getting hotly contested off the rip. Slurpee has been hotly contested, and Mitra already finding his first victim.
And this is a fight everybody has been wanting to watch. CRR, Wolfies, and Mitro. Benji Fish is landing over here. And there's even a 3rd trio that's trying to make a name for themselves in the mix. And even though you don't want to put your tournament lives off of an on-spawn fight, they're going to go ahead and do it anyway. But as you see, 2 of the biggest trios in Fortnite, or at least some of the biggest names, all landing towards Slurpee Swamp. And it's actually Benji Fish that looks like they're taking that early game fight. Wolfies is just getting enough mats. They're going to take no time time here to try to third party this. They want to pick up those eliminations. They didn't have the best game number 1, and they already find the tags onto Benji Fish. He's making sure to go ahead and have that angle necessary to make Mitro and CRR's life that much easier.
Let's just think about that for a second. The
Oh,
fact
Benji
that
goes
Wolfies,
down again.
Mitro, and Sura all on one roster, like, geez, like, that's not even fair, it seems, anyways, with how good they are, but we'll see how this fight is going to unfold. The thing is about fighting off the rip is you're not going to have the healthiest of inventory. Prime example is going to be Mitro, but he has the attack, and that should be enough, and clearly is. And that's going to be Shadow and Co., who's already eliminated. He was the last one immediately from one engagement to yet another, it seems. One guy's dipping. He's on the Big Bertha. He's on the semi-truck. He says, enough is enough, brother. I don't even want to be here. I'm out.
Yeah, depending on if they got their card or not. Benji Fish, you saw him go down early again. And this is where you begin to think, I know you don't want to stray too far from your game plan, what you practice, the drops time and time again, but you're going to have to figure out a way to, switch up your drop spots, stay alive, whether you're landing, getting that loot, and running out alive. And that's honestly surprising to say when you're talking about somebody like Benji Fish, one of the best players in all of Fortnite, not just Europe, but, he has all the confidence in the world coming on over to Corny Complex. You see 2 different trios. One's going to go ahead and take the outer edge of it, while the other one's going to go ahead and loot that red barn. It looks like they're going to split the loot. And possibly another trio as well that could be in the mix in just a short moment. It looks like they're going to have 2 right on top of each other. Depending on how much audio cues were heard, they definitely have the advantage with the high ground. Sorry, window shot would have... That would have been great.
Window shopping indeed. He's window shopping for an elimination at 2 points, okay? But for Bad Sniper, he's not going to have any of it. But also doesn't have that many mats, so this could be a tense situation. Somebody comes through your front door, you better be ready to blast. But for Bad Sniper, he's going to be okay for the time being. Because you can't assume the trio on the outside is also that healthy on mats and materials, and also, the weapon count anyway. So... I love the fact that Bad Sniper is trying to gain a new viewpoint, a new angle. He goes back in, but I would have loved to have seen him rotate around the building, get onto the backside of that trail that's going on to the attack. He could have had a sneak attack, maybe take them down, but ultimately being with your team is not a bad play either.
Yeah, you have to be very, very careful, though, especially with the amount of people are kind of converging around them, at least hearing these shots. And you're talking about that flank to come through. You got to be careful because they can easily turn and burn, attack you in 3v1. But this is Vortex, Chris, and Ova. They're one of our biggest slaying teams. I do believe the #1 slaying team by 1 elimination during our semifinals. The aggression cost them in game number 1. They're getting aggressive here in game number 2. They're looking to pick up these eliminations on towards Bad Sniper and his trio. Chris is making sure to keep his head on swivel. You know what player is here. Here's them escaping, so this is going to be that moment to breathe. With that chug cannon, with some minis, and that elimination in Siphon, they're going to go ahead and pop themselves back up to 200 HP and shields.
So Vortex and Co, right, again, another talented trio ended up qualifying in. 2nd place overall, I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, Jacob. So, but I know game 1, they were eliminated a bit earlier on than they wanted to, right? So they definitely need a better performance, and I guess we're going to burn the house down. It's a barn burner. Okay, fair enough. Bit destructive for my taste, but you know what? You got to bait those guys out, not let them feel too secure. Meanwhile, Slurpee, teams have kind of, calmed down a little bit, Jacob, and, they're taking the time, excuse me, dirty. But this has been another one that has been hotly contested, another POI. Mexi, Michael, and Kylix.
You gotta be careful here. Ooh.
Ooh,
Did they find the rest of them? I do believe they might have got the elimination on a Bad Sniper. No, they do have 3. They eliminated Bad Sniper's team. Laying throne, claiming Corny Complex as their own. And this is that aggressive team I was talking about. So far, they're 1 for 1 in battles in game number 2. They have to make sure they get that balance to which I was talking about. They won an early fight in game number 1, but once they went after that second trio, they went into the box a little too early, and it cost them. But G2 Lecce over here and his trio Kylie, they have a fight against Mitro, CRR, and Wolfies. Lecce is by himself, so they could try to attack him, try to take the Weave 3v1 before he reunites with his teammates.
Again, one of my favorite trios to kind of make an impact in these 6 games. Love the fact that Wolfies did, in fact, hold on to those Fireflies to bring the builds down below, but we got a massive build-off overall, and who's going to be able to get that high ground first, plus the pop damage? Well, you're committing a lot of builds. Still 50 remains. Wolfies is going to take a little bit of damage, though. Oh, he just about gets pumped, and that obviously would have hurt quite a bit. I think that was a false pop shot, if I'm not mistaken, because Wolfies is still clean, but even though I thought he got shot. But he's going to be forced to drop down. Meanwhile, the build battle over on your left continues to ensue. Oh, my Lord.
He's trying to break into the covers. They're fighting this one to the death. It almost makes me wonder if they know who they are. Almost gets the piece control. Wolfie gets tagged up from the back, though. Having to drop down low. He needs to figure out a way to replenish with his shields, minis, and bigs to get right back up. Mitro is going to try to play aggressive, get some of this high ground, but shoot down from above. He wants to make sure that his teammate has the time necessary to get those shields right back up. CRR going to the side as well. Kylie, Lecce, and his teammate all staying close together. Wolfie's, Mitro, and CRR just so separated right now. If they could just sniff that, if they could just figure it out and find one of these players separated, they can follow them as a trio, get into the box, find one elimination, and then take it step by step with their man advantage.
Storm is going to start creeping in, though, Jacob, which is going to add more pressure to the already stressful situation. But I like Mitro's positioning up here, but the thing is, he's playing more of a waiting game, right? Waiting for that trio to make the move. And unfortunately, with how much has already been committed in materials here, you got to think when they do rotate in, it's going to be a pretty stressful situation, because now if they do find themselves in an engagement, it might not be as healthy as they once were whenever it does come to materials overall. But there's the Storm. It's going to slowly engulf these builds and engulf the players. And this might make them want to react and move a little bit quicker, but I'm also worried about Storm Surge too, because I know they haven't got a lot of tags. So with that being said, Jacob, in just a minute, Storm Surge is going to start to take effect, plus you're also taking a storm damage. That's going to put them in an almost impossible situation.
Yeah. They're still split up here. This fight's taken much longer than either of these trios have anticipated, but it goes to show, when you don't know who you are, you take a fight against some of the best players in the lobby, and you have two possible team winning, or team that could win this event, finding each other this early on in the game. And CRR will say, even though he's in Storm, he has the Chug Cannon, so he's going to be able to kind of shield right back up, and depending on his aim, depending on where his teammates position themselves, he could heal them as well. It's not going to stop. It's not going to slow down any bit. CRR is running out of mats, and he's going to be able to kind of mat back up. Uh-oh, Wolfie's
possibly a good communication from the trio they're battling against, Jacob. The gas can is thrown. They say, hey, cover me, brother. Wolfie's
no builds.
Unfortunately takes a lot of damage down to 50, but you said no builds, and that's correct. Mitro has to be very careful. He can't even go for piece control, even if he wanted to. And again, this is now becoming a lose-lose situation for both trios.
Yep, here comes CRR. I want to see CRR try to give up some of those builds. He got so many of those wood pallets down low. I got to imagine he has close to 500 wood. Yeah, I was about to say, he has to kind of divvy that out, make sure that he can fight for his life in the side of Wolfie's and Mitro. Everybody is just getting dwindled down right now thanks to Storm. CRR sitting with the Chug Cannon. Depending on how many med kits or possible bandages they have left, it does look like they're going to have to come down sooner or later. Wolfie's finds some bandages, so that is going to be the silver light here in this battle. Lecce goes down to Mitro, though. The Siphon is going to be crucial. Now he can get a little bit more aggressive on these players, but like I said, Storm's going ahead and closing in. They've taken a lot of damage, so sooner or later, they're going to have to try to find Mitro, Wolfies, and CRR to get this Siphon. Oh, one of those players go down.
Sir's already fallen. Yeah, he goes down, and now Mitro's forced up close and personal. Manages to keep one, but can't get the refresh. Going for the second, though. Kyle's going to fall, and he manages to pick up the second. Very well done. And again, still not a good spot to be in, Jacob. The new Storm is going to start moving forward. They've already got a Lone John. You're picking up your teammate. I don't see a lot of white health. Granted, they do have the Chug Cannon, which is going to be a godsend. But that battle took way too long, and I'm sure they weren't entirely comfortable nor happy with that fight, even though they win it. I know they're not happy with their positioning, but who knows where they're going to be able to go from here, especially for the late game. They're just going to have to let that one go, get inside the safe zone, and focus on the next engagement. But like I said, not a good spot to be in regardless.
No, but our game #1 victors, Vidil, Resin, and I do believe that is Noah Riley, yet corrected. You're going to remember it for a long time. Sitting in first place, outside of zone just by mere inches, but with a trio above them. And depending on if the trio knows who they are, they could be looking to try to solidify this elimination. Because we know that we talk about it, you need that balance of elimination, you need that balance of placement points as well. And if no trios are anywhere in sight, this could be the fight that you do want to take, depending as well if you need that Storm Surge, you need the resources, there's so many different variables, and 324 above Storm Surge. That's something they're not going to really have to worry about. Woo! Make it 586 with that snipe shot.
and that's the thing about snipes. You know, not only are they great for repositioning your opponents, keeping their heads down, but more importantly, getting the storm surge, right? And that's the big thing. That was also great whenever Chapter 2 was introduced. We transitioned from Chapter 1, Season 1 through 10, then Chapter 2 and Season 1, you know, onwards. Having the snipers back into the game is just great, again, for storm surge tags, and that's what we're going to be seeing the majority of it. If you get an elimination, though, all the better, right? All the better.
Yep.
Oh, transition over now to yet another trio. Stompy on your screen. And I want to say there's another trio just above. And again, another build battle taking place where a lot is going to be committed, but luckily there doesn't look to be any third parties anywhere around. So these two trio teams can just focus on each other and go for it.
Need to figure out a way to kind of reunite and fight his actual trio. Stompy gets taken down first, possibly targeted. Devour's taking a ton of damage, tries to go for a box himself up, getting with his teammates. That slurp cannon, they have to try to get these shots off, these chug splashes off. They need to get their HP and shields back up, but they're once again separated. Fast Roki goes down. There goes the hill. It's all up to Devour. They quickly clean him up, though. They're not going to get the shake. They're not going to know exactly where he's are. 70 tag from above. That is going to be giving of his position, and they immediately push through his box, and it's at the wrong time, and a little celebration dance as the team wipe comes through.
Faster Kiwis and Stompy, unfortunately, losing their ability to make it into late game. Only, how many? 6 trios have been eliminated. They were the 6th. It's not going to be enough replacement points, and I think a couple of eliminations, but that's just not going to cut it for game number 2. Unfortunately, they're going to have to sit and just spectate and wait for game number 3 to get started up. Bloom is going to be in a tough spot, and I feel bad for the guy, just 10 health, and it's going to be tough to lose that legendary tack, but it is what it is. He does have the half pot and medkit, but he doesn't have the time. He doesn't have the luxury of time. He's just going to try and separate himself. And honestly, it's just only a matter of moments before he drops. But I can't believe it. The person that was fighting him knows he's low, but he's going to let him heal. He cancels them. What is he doing? He cancels. He cancels the heal.
Okay, so he gets 60 right now, going back to the medkit, trying to get back up. I thought I heard a jump pad for a moment, so maybe I do believe Flame's team trying to escape, trying to get out alive. Bloom's going to be the last one alive over on this side of the map. Depending on if he gets the reboot cards, he could possibly get his team back into this one, but that is going to be hoping for a miracle. Back on over to Janice's team. We saw them get eliminated in game number 1. They're not going ahead and faltering from their game plan. They still want to get aggressive. Gets the piece control, gets the knock on towards his enemy. Going to get the siphon here in just a few moments. Much needed resources. That was King Michael going down. It's actually him that knocked him down. Might have been Janice. As now they put their hunting on the last player alive. They know he's weak. Depending on how far this fight went down, they're trying to get the piece control, forcing him out. Team wide coming through. Once again, getting the spoils, a jump pad, refresh on the mat, siphon, and a sniper.
And 8 points, too. 8 points for the elimination, sitting at 4 total. Very well done. Still, Corny Complex, you got 2 trios you got to battle against. Maybe even just 1. I think just 1 trio, ultimately. So we'll see how they're going to be able to hold off. I love this, though. Talk about the little bit of a high rise. I don't know how much it costs for rent for there, but Mr. Savage & Co. are still alive, which they need this. They didn't have the best of games last time, so this is one that they can take to the bank, hopefully. Not bad. They've already eliminated at least 1 trio. They have 4 eliminations to their name. And also, they're going to be sitting pretty whenever it does come to damage, you'd have to assume, for the Storm Surge. Mr. Savage trying to catch Bloomendale off guard, at least as he's flying in. Doesn't get any tags, fair enough. Then we'll transfer over to yet another engagement. We've been kind of watching Mitra Wolfies and Sir off the rip, right? They started at Slurpee, now they've rotated in, and unfortunately Wolfies will fall, but he's going to be quite all right for the time being.
Might have been one of those stray sniper shots that you're always talking about, coming in from across the map, and you can hear the AR tags as well. CRR is just waiting for that moment to get the siphon for his team. I do believe it might have been Mitro, could have been Wolfies as well. I actually think it was Wolfies. Perfect timing, great plays. It had to come through with communication as well. They're jump padding into zone. CRR just gets chunked out. Mitro, though, he's going to have all that health. I do believe they have a chug cannon as well, so it's not too much to worry about if they can find themselves close together, reunited once more.
Things are going to start getting compacted from this point forward.
Oh,
Nitro's
no.
down. They haven't been able to catch up. Breakser also down to 60. And I don't even think the Chug Cannon at this point is really going to help. So unfortunate. Oh, no. Is he right into a box of somebody else? He's going to be able to get some tags, though. With the attack, the player won't even turn around. Sir is able to get a lot of damage, but not the elimination. And Wolfie's last alive, actually not at all. And that trio is going to be gone. And I believe 8 eliminations, maybe 6. I failed to catch it towards the end there, Jacob. But tough break for another talented Story trio. I do see Mongrel still up there. Okay, so, hey, there's still a chance for one of the popular trios to kind of make it through, but they didn't have the best of first game, so game 2 is where they need to start making up for lost ground. See if they'll be able to do so.
Yep, I'm hearing a lot. Obviously, you know who Mongrel is. I know you spoke about him from when he was on Secret all the way to FaZe. But Savid, I've been hearing a lot of chatter about Savid becoming a fan favorite rather quickly. A lot of people wanted to see him. Well, here is your chance. Raphael is going to go ahead and get down on 1. I don't know if they actually got the down themselves, but they're definitely going to be able to pick up that and get the refresh onto the mat, some AR. They get to get the jump pad as well as they're continuing to lay down that fire, trying to push this team back farther and farther so they can get that piece control towards the outer edge of zone. But just a few seconds here, they're going to have to rotate just a few more inches in. As you see, they're making sure that they get every bit, every piece of this loot that they earned.
Very excited to see what Savid can do now that you pumped him up. You need redemption. Who are you pumping up during the qualifiers, Jacob? That didn't even make it in here, unfortunately. Bandit.
Yep.
You're really excited to see
first place
Bandit,
in opens, bro.
so.
And that's the curse. I feel like getting first place in any open format, I'm not gonna say you get gassed out, but you don't see a lot of those teams that get first in the open get first in the finals at the end of the day, as the game number 1 victor falls to his death. That's not the way you want to go out in game number 2 in 19th place. Such a blunder there, but he was getting attacked. But this is the team you talked about, Savage and Retta and the Revscard. Not the best game number 1. They didn't even get to land safely. I think Savage alone dropped down to 16 HP before his feet touched the ground. What a great way to turn it around in game number 2. But when you have this much experience, when you already have a championship under your belt, you must have ice in your veins.
I don't know. You said there was a curse for getting first in open qualifiers. Maybe there's a curse in getting first in any of them. Obviously, Vadiel falling down, unfortunately. And they, as you said, they got first place just before. One heck of a game in general, right? I think 50-plus points. But the chips fell as they did, and they're gone. 49 players still remain. We'll get an overlook. Airwalks is there just to the left with Nyrux and Co. And they will have a couple of players just below. Actually, one of our qualifier teams with Orbi and Co. So that's going to be a fun one to see if they battle it out.
They had a decent game number 1 as well. I do believe they sit in like the top 12, maybe even 10th on our leaderboard after game number 1, which is impressive because I do believe they have the miracle qualification at one point towards that very last game. I do believe Andro killed himself, essentially sacrificing himself to get his teammate back into it. All he had a pistol for most of that game until the elimination came through from his teammate. The RNG was definitely on their side, as they're going to get the recycled launch pad from Airwalks and Nyrox. It's going to be a little bit of a short pad, which is a little bit of a blessing in disguise with how many players are still alive taking shots around the sky. Man's a little short. He's going to rotate slowly in through those recycled builds. Nyrox is going to be separated from his teammates just a little bit, possibly getting shot in the back there on your mini-map, depending on what's going on. They're trying to save their teammate Nyrox, trying to saddle in, possibly boxed up, letting that teammate pass them, as they too have to find their way in towards the zone. And I don't even think Airwalks is in the zone. I think they might have to take a few steps forward depending on where the pixel's at.
A lot of orgs being represented on that trio. Definitely so. Trying to make good for the guys they represent. We'll see if they're going to be successful overall in the end. I want to say Vortex is up on high ground, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we'll see definitely in just a little bit. Dretta taking a ton of damage. He's down. Revscard as well. Mr. Savage obviously now trying to fight for his team. I mean, only 4 eliminations, and they've had those 4 elim for quite some time. The first moving zone's going to be coming in, but doing it as a solo is not going to be easy, and it looks as if he is going to be focused by the lobby. Tough spot to be in without question. But Mr. Savage has been here before. Nice tag just up ahead, but not able to get anything more. And I would be shocked if Mr. Savage now makes it, honestly, even in the top 10. 7 trios need to be eliminated at this point, so playing that low ground warrior, running into constant trios, it's going to be an impossible task.
Yeah, I like how he's still taking shots on these players, scaring them off, some of these players might not necessarily know that he's running around as a solo. He's looking for that jump pad to recycle. That way he doesn't have to use any. It's going to be a nice little short pad as he's going to be able to bypass everybody and squeak his way towards the front side of zone, but he's doing it as a solo. 290 mats. He's going to have to figure out a way to get some sort of a refresh or recycle as many builds as he can while giving away his position with that chug cannon. You can easily become a target. So the more you move in like this, they're going to notice you're rotating by yourself as another team forced to use that jump pad. They're not going to be able to steal away the high ground, and that's where you have that player staying towards the back line. We've seen it in our semis already to go ahead and protect the team from any jump patters.
Quackme and Co getting within safety. Kiko here up top with Scram. Ultimate high ground, you know you got to benefit them and really favor them unless maybe a road player from a launch pad ends up jumping in. Mr. Savage, I said it was going to be an impossible task to stay alive. Jump right down to 7 health. He's also going to be within a storm, and a storm is going to take his life ultimately. I think there was Airwalks who picked up that elim, if I'm not mistaken, from the elimination feed, but a couple of players on that high ground. You gotta really benefit the trio up top, Jacob. And I can't believe Storm Surge is still taking effect. This is a tightly contested in-game, more so than even in game 1.
Yep, trying to break through the rails. Mongo's been in this situation before. He's not panicking here. Reunites with their trios. I hear some fireflies going off as well. These can prove so detrimental towards the end game where everybody's running out of those hard maps and they're forced to build in wood. Storm Surge is active as well. Plenty of players taking on that damage, but you can see some of those players are not necessarily getting aggressive trying to go for the Storm Surge. They're just trying to survive, hoping their opposition gets eliminated, trying to make this rotation. You see Aiden falling to BL in the kill feed. Jerky gets a kill as well. Agwe, Team Janice finding another elimination, and look at them, 12 eliminations as a team. That's 24 points alone.
Oogway, Janice, and Hin definitely tearing it up. Might be one of our top eliminating trios that we've seen, at least so far to date. I think 12 is what we've seen earlier, but maybe we'll see a little bit more from this trio here. I know Save It is obviously a crowd favorite at the moment. We kind of caught a glimpse of them. The trio's still alive, still doing well, but we'll see after the dust settles, once this moving zone is over with, and we go into the second, who is going to be up and who's going to be down. Quackme is going to be finish off Airwalks as well. Lanouf also gone. So a lot of solid contenders being at least eliminated. One of our qualifier teams still there with Orb. They obviously placed 4th last time. Let's see if they can do even better this time. They're well on their way to doing so. Just 7 trios remaining, 14 players. And Hin is going to find an elimination onto Scram. He's going to fall off. Now another player's going to be there. Nice wall at it, and that's going to take down yet another. And that's going to add, what, 4, 8 plus 7? An insane game coming out from the Guild Boys.
Yeah, Jerky Trio is able to hold high ground throughout the entirety of this one. I don't know when that moment came where they were able to steal it away, possibly come through from a jump pad, but you see them slowly going down low. All this action, so many kills being cleaned up. It's a 3v2. 2 trios here towards the end game. Everything on the line. It's got to be that way, Trulex and Jerky's team. They're going down low. They're at a disadvantage in terms of man advantage. They don't have the heals, so they have to get aggressive here. They will not win this heal off, and they get tagged. Jerky goes down. A side shot coming through from Agwe, and they take game number 2.
Phenomenal stuff coming out from Chapix and Cohen. My goodness, really tearing it up. Again, one of the highest elimination games we have seen. 20 going to them. You multiply that by 2. That puts them at 40 total points plus the victory. That is a 70-point game. I said I would shave off my beard if anybody got a 90-point game, and I look like a naked mole rat when I don't have this beard. I really don't want that, but 90 points could become a reality, Jacob. I am truly impressed by what we just witnessed.
Yeah, and the leaderboards can be They had the average of 13, so obviously they're looking to do a little bit better, but being down that bad after those couple of games and being able to kind of propel yourself by yourself has to do something to your teammates. They have to start getting that motivated. They have to start hyping themselves. But the biggest surprise right now is Vortex's team, number 17, only 6 elims. If you took a page out of yesterday, at this stage of the game, they had like 30 plus as a team.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at that Malibu Mustache. By the way, big fan of that name, Mustache. Definitely in that 19th place. 27 points. Not enough, though, is it, to break into the top 8 just yet? But one thing is for certain, though, and you mentioned one of our other qualifier teams, Jetsku, who kind of made it through, right? And one of the biggest things about that team is I believe they qualified during Game 6 of semifinals and went from 12th place or 11th place, excuse me, all the way up to, I want to say second or around there, if I'm not mistaken. I'll take a quick peek. But the point is, it comes to show you never give up. You never know how far you're going to be able to jump up those leaderboards. It's only 2 games. That's it. You still got 4 more. If you pop off, you have your chance to continue to make your way up into the money or even get a victory royale. We've seen, if you guys miss semifinals, I know a lot of you guys miss semifinals and the heats. We had a couple of hill-offs that ended up taking place. I'm not talking about hill-offs, one person on high ground, one person on low ground. I'm talking about hill-offs where Dirty Docks is where the final zone is at and where the circle ends up collapsing. And then you got a team in Dirty Docks who went fishing all day. They've got literally 36 sardines, mackerels. They've got floppers and medkits, and they end up winning the game on the opposite side of the map without getting an elimination. It was literally wild, absolutely wild, Jacob. But they got the victory royale, and in this case, I wouldn't hate on it. You're not going to break into top 8.
You gotta do what you can at this point.
Euros.
That's what a lot of these people need to realize. There's 20,000 euros on the line, plus a victory royale bonus that's up for grabs. When this amount of money is on the line, you do anything that you can to kind of squeak through, to get that top 3, to get as much of that prize pool as you possibly can. Because at the end of the day, you could have people saying, hey, he did it this way. He did it with a heel off. He wasn't exciting. He didn't get eliminations. But at the end of the day, his pockets are full of that cash.
Hey, man, and cash is king. It really is. Cash is king. A lot of people say you can't, money isn't everything, but you can't live without it. Like, bottom line, period. Life lesson for you guys. You probably already knew that. Okay, I know you guys are grinders out there. Let's get into our game, at least game number 3, right? So almost the halfway point, or at least at the halfway point. Slurpee Swap, not as contested as before. I know there's a couple of teams on the outskirts, but this is the thing about fighting in those first 2 games for your spot. If you're consistently battling off the opponents, battling off the trios, and you're consistently winning, they magically move. They don't contest you off the rip because, like, I've had enough. I don't want to finish earlier than I have been. I want to start having a chance for late game. So for Mitro, Wolfies, and Sir, they're going to have this place all to themselves. Must feel good.
Honestly, you can't go against Benjifish. That was something I was talking about during semifinals, where everybody's kind of dropping everywhere on the map. And I shouted out Coach Boop that was making that drop spot map to where you know who you're playing against, who you're going up against. They realized 0-2 off of that drop, not really getting any points. It would be almost crazy to continue to fight against some of Europe's best players in Mitro and his teammates. So that's going to be very interesting. But on this one, the back end, it already looks like the first elimination is going to come through. And Revscard, and depending on where 100 team Mr. Savage is at, he might have got eliminated or escaped early. Yes, he's out.
And by the way, I apologize. They were contested off the start. I don't know how quickly they picked up that trio, but Mitro had 3 eliminations, Jacob. So they already cleared out the trio. I'm actually blown away. Because I thought we just started, and we did. Yet he already eliminated a trio. That's literally mind-blowing. This is the second time we have seen this trio relocate from Steamy over, kind of to the outskirts where these current dilapidated buildings are at. And I don't know. I don't think that's concerning or anything, but it just comes to show you they really don't want to fight off the rip, right? Some teams like to, some teams don't. Now, one of our talented teams, though,
they like to fight.
Which is if they're going to be eliminated off the rip. That's Vortex and Co. They've already lost one of their teammates.
Yep, this is exactly what I was talking about. You have to be able to flip that switch once you get to these finals. Yeah, you can get aggressive and open in semis when there's 12,000 players running around of all skill levels, but when you're going against the best of the best, you have to be very confident in yourself to take every and win every fight, but you have to have the IQ, the awareness, the smarts to go ahead and know which fights you should take and which fights you should not. So now they find themselves down a man. They can't necessarily escape. They get some crucial chags onto Etsy, though, getting in and taking down his shield. And judging by this, the look of Bad Sniper alone and his two teammates, they don't have any extra shields. So you got to think the health advantage goes on over to Vortex.
I hope so. I mean, that duo, again, really working their way up the leaderboards, making an impact here in grand finals. What a special occasion it would be if the qualifier team is able to win today, right? Talk about the storyline and really the run that they've had to have. I mean, they've played through, what, 12 total games so far. You add in the 2 from grand finals, obviously 14 now. So they've been playing pretty much all day yesterday and all day today just to get to this moment. And they're going to make the most of it. It's kind of an oxymoron, though, that you give a sniper to Bad Sniper, but I mean, hey,
no, it's not
he knows
Bad
what he's
Sniper.
doing clearly.
It's not Bad Sniper. He's
Well,
making
it's
sure,
not Bad
he's warning his opposition that he's not bad with the sniper. You poke out, give him an inch, he's definitely going to take a mile. Vortex forced into a box. Teammate's taking a lot of damage, tries to go for the sneaky play. Somebody edits down low. High Chris gets taken down. It's all up to Vortex. He does have some minis, but he doesn't have any builds. He gets pushed by not Bad Sniper and wiped off the face of the planet. And that is going to be another game where they just fall early. That aggression is costing them time and time again. They need to figure it out whether they land here and make like a banana and split, or just pick a whole new POI by itself. They need to figure out a way to stay alive, because they will get kills during the mid game, during the rotations. They are that skilled.
No, 100%. I mean, again, you really have to prioritize, is it worth it going to Corny? And funny enough, as I mentioned before, Vortex and his team ended up qualifying yesterday in Heat 1, getting, I believe, second place overall in that heat. It was absolutely a grind. 4,000 teams entered in those heats, by the way. 4,000 total trios entered into this event to try and qualify. Only 8 of those trios ended up moving forward into grand finals here to join the 33 in total. But with that being said, yeah, Vortex was going over towards Steamy. Then today, during the semifinals, they started landing at Corny Complex. And I'm curious now that they've kind of been beaten off the start here. Do they rotate back over towards Steamy, which isn't going to be any easier because you're going against Enders & Co. So I don't know what the right answer, but they're going to have time to discuss it because they were eliminated so early on. Over to the Cosmic Chest, Chapix and the Guild Boys looking to get themselves some additional items. And I'm hoping they get themselves something nice, man, and not a epic pistol, man. That would just really be like the worst case scenario. But what do we got here, man? Got some shields? Got some heals?
Some sort
got
of
the
pump.
sniper,
Oh, all sniper.
the
And
epic
heals, though.
sniper,
And
not bad.
heals. That's for Henry. That's Chapix, winners of game number 2. Going on board Thomas, Flick, and their trio here in the middle of a fight over towards Dirty Docks. They do have a little bit of that high ground. They don't have enough builds. If this one ends up to a build, they don't even have a lot of AR. They don't have a lot of shotgun ammo as well. This one could come down to who got that best drop, who got the best RNG and loot to kind of keep themselves going while continuously you see them matting up. They're trying to spread out the ground. 15 shotgun shots in Thomas's tack here. So that could be the key here, the difference maker if this battle does go the distance and it continues, which is going to be important. That's why you see them kind of dispersing in different directions, because they don't have enough resources to continue this fight.
Resources are king, just like money is king, and that's what they're fighting for. Dirty Docks, an area we have seen hotly contested really off of all 3, or at least the first 2 games right now in our third. And correct me if I'm wrong, last time this battle took quite some time, forcing the winning trio to rotate into Storm, or rotate out of Storm, excuse me, but take quite a bit of damage. Obviously not the best play. And judging by the builds, we've been here for some time already. We've been here from some time already. So
just lack of ammo.
Not the best case scenario, and a lack of ammo too. And again, that's because the fight, that's probably a testament to how long this fight has been going on.
They're definitely going to feel the effects here in a moment as this one does continue. Depending on what that vending machine has, they can get some heals from it, whether there's bandages, med kits, minis, whatever the case. They have to survive. And there's another trio right outside Dirty Docks that looking like they're making their way in towards zone to either clean up one of these 2 trios once the fight finishes, or to clean up both and try to get as many points as possible. They're already putting those shots onto the player holding the high ground. There goes some Fireflies as well, trying to burn the players out with what little mats they have left. This one can be very, very costly to almost everybody involved game.
And I'm curious where Anis is at. I mean, where
He had the
Where
high
did
ground.
he
He was the
go?
one getting tagged up.
So he's the one getting tagged up, but I mean, he seems fine just now. I'm just wondering where the next pinch is going to take place, and I'm kind of curious because you have another team moving in. Where in the world did this trio come from? I think it's actually a duo, but now you've got 3 teams fighting in zone in Storm. This is not the play to make, and I'm consistently seeing this from game to game, and I'm telling you, this is not a winning strategy in my opinion, but hey, it is what it is. We are here in the moment. Hard fight on your screen. Still with the trio of Quentin and Frey. And his trio was able to at least find 2 a little bit earlier, Jacob, but Frey in a bit of a troublesome spot, and it's going to be able to hit that final shot. Well, let's find out.
Hopefully they don't regret trying to take this fight. Look at Hardfine being dropped down. Quentin is taking a buttload of damage. They only have a few med kits to try to get themselves back up. They get the team wipe, so they're going to be able to clean up this. They have, I think, about 3 med kits to divvy that out, depending on how far the zone is, though. Like I said, that could be costly to everyone involved, because you see those 2 teams that originated that fight, both of them are no longer in this game number 3.
Still don't know what that push was from Frey and Co. Yeah, I don't. That was a weird push, but I mean, but they're still alive.
It might not have been
they
smart.
made it work, but
it might have been unconventional. But let me tell you, those points are definitely going to be the difference here in the end. Because obviously, especially if you take out one of those top teams, and you can move up those positions little by little. But I agree with you. That fight was definitely questionable.
Well, questionable or not, they do win it, right? So I guess good on them for taking that fight, and they're still alive. They have plenty of med kits and opportunity to go ahead and move forward and maybe make something happen. Wolfies is really engaged with this game currently. I mean, the dude is just dancing around, my guy. I mean, he is having a blast. Can't blame him.
Riley. Yep. We're learning. We're learning.
Like, we're learning.
You just got to give us a chance. You got to give us a chance. If this was NA East, I tell you, I'd be a different man with these names. But tell me I can understand that's Noah Riley, though. Let's be real here. But he's sitting on the outside of zone, so close towards the edge, so he's gonna be able to spot all these players trying to rotate in, trying to get those tags. 77 players alive, so Storm Surge is definitely a possibility here.
All right. At this point in time, honestly, I mean, they're just going to try and get pop shots. No one's really trying to get any engagements here outside of maybe if they have a sniper, get a quick pick, but for the most part, everybody just kind of setting themselves up in the positioning-wise. Love the fact that we're over at Risky. Whoever has that theater side, though, is going to have a distinct advantage. So hard to take over that position. Plus, you have the natural build just behind you. Great spot to be in. Heads-up play, but obviously Risky not going to be within a safe zone. And here's Storm Surge, 77 players still up. So once again, another stacked lobby. I expect as we get deeper into the rounds, obviously this is only round number 3. Once we get to round 5, 6, lobbies are going to be dropping off fairly quicker as teams are going to be wanting to fight off the rip a little bit more, be more aggressive, pick those limits. No way! He did not, but the fact that Etsy even took that, yo, well done.
Hey, that's one of those threading the needle shots, and you can see it really affected the mindset of this trio. They're just trying to back out, play it a little bit more safe. They do have the edge of zone towards their back, so if they do want to back out, they have that safe rotation, but there's so many teams to the left and right that if this fight does last a long time, that third-party potential is there. But as the zone gets closer and closer, these players are going to get stacked in like sardines. It's going to make that fight a little bit more risky, and they're not going to want to take that fight. They're going to want to rotate out. They have some jump pads. You see, they have only 1 mini on the hands of Marvin. So this is where these decisions can really cost you later on in the game. Take an early fight. You use those minis. You use those med kits, try to heal back up. They're not going to be available for you the end game, to where you really have to make sure that your HP and shields is up top.
All I gotta say is Esty, you scary, man. I mean, if you're gonna be taking shots like that when someone's taking your wall and you're normally trying to get the pump tags, but you're bringing out a sniper, hey, you're scary, my guy. You're scary. Well, that trio's still alive. I'm gonna hop on board with Scram and Kiko and see what they're gonna be up to. And Scram had a big impact in the late game, in game number 2, Jacob. And he could very well do much the same here. Now, this is one of the most frustrating things when you do get lobby focused. And Fishfall obviously taking quite a bit of damage. Luckily, we'll have the meds to be able to refresh, but great tags down below, and Arthur is in fact going to fall over. Now the attack though is really raining true. 116 tag and a trio is gone, and that was Archer and Crow. And Crow, another talented player that made a huge impact during our semifinals.
Yeah, they won game number 1. A little shaky in between, but they clutched it up in game number 6 to advance to our finals. Even though they do get taken out, They definitely put a lot of work in, obviously, their Fortnite careers, but today as well, as those players that I was talking about, the left and the right, getting thinned out little by little. They're just sitting into the zone, waiting for the next one to kind of show themselves. While there's a few teams sitting in Pleasant, they're going ahead and try to get the necessary tags. I'm not sure how much of a possibility that they have on the side of Lecce here when it comes to tags, when it comes to Storm Surge. You know, they don't have any eliminations to their name. CRR just goes down. I wonder if he was a trio or if a full fight was taking place, but that one is definitely going to be costly. We know how aggressive they were in this game so far.
Aggression is key sometimes, oftentimes maybe not. Like the fact that Kylie is getting that gold. Hey, look, you're over at Pleasant Park. You got some NPCs you can talk to, maybe even a vending machine around. I'm trying to look, but I can't see one at the moment. But I think there's one next to gas station, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe top off on your minis, half pots, or depending on whatever else it's going to be giving you. Now this team, though, this is a serious team. Chapix, Janice, and Hin, just missing that shot as the team is traversing up the high ground. Currently in first place. Can they hold on to it?
They have the cushion of knowing that they can take on anybody in this lobby. They already have a game number 2 victory. 61 damage from Janice. Rotating players are going to think twice before they don't build first, trying to get in towards zone. But everybody, there's so many players still towards the edge. Very few players in towards Pleasant Park. They're still hoping that they get that zone pull towards the outside. But some of these teams, they can't necessarily rotate in safely. As you can see towards the south end of the map, 2 of the teams are still stacked on top of each other. And those 2 right to the left of them, they haven't really made any movement. So they got to be aware of one another, where they're positioned, and the risk that it's going to take going and rotating in a little too early before the storm closes.
Super curious to see what ends up taking place. Pleasant can be a chaotic area, at least off the rip, with how many teams normally go there, but might not be the worst. The car's not really going to help you at this point, so might as well not even use it and get rid of it and scrap the metal if you possibly can. Kami, Teak, and Seti, what are they going to be up to on this bridge? I don't think they're within the safe zone. They're going to have to kind of rotate in, if I'm not mistaken. They're just on the outer edges, but if they do get blessed by potentially a half and half whenever it does come up, maybe they can use that bridge and use the rebuilds, but I don't think that's going to be the case. But either way, they're going to be just fine. Jerky just up ahead, Kylie into the house to the right, and everybody trying to take a house in Pleasant, right? And obviously saving the builds that they possibly can. That's the big thing.
Yeah, everybody's going to get packed in. But a couple of those players I was talking about early on going to get gifted by that pool, but everybody to the north side, they're going to have to figure out their rotation soon. That's why I always talked about getting the information, peeking through the cones, popping a window, closing it, just so you can know where players are positioned at. That way you know the information where as soon as that zone pulls, I know the situation north, I know the situation south, east, and west. I know exactly what I need to do as soon as it pops, rather than waiting until the zone pops. And then you're trying to peek through, figure out the rotation. You want to give yourself as much time as possible, but those pesky snipers, they take down Mongrel just for now as his teammates are trying to be the hero. They forgot about him for a moment, but let's get you into that box, big boy. Let's get you up.
All right, everybody's been asking for Save It, right? He's here. He's here on your screen. Now, granted, not the healthiest with Mongrel being down, but he will be picked back up, I can assure you. And clearly a crowd favorite. They want potentially take the victory, but again, not the best performances, but not the worst either. I believe they're on the second page, so 9 through 16, Jacob. Correct me if I'm wrong, and I could be very wrong. But they are going to be on the outside of the zone from Pleasant. They've got to rotate in. They've got a couple of trios just up ahead. But they also have the peppers as well for Savid. So if he does rotate in, do you use the launch pad? Do you not? Honestly, I'm saving it for late game.
The Storm Surge yet again. And both of these trios on our screen. You got Savid, Mongrel, and Roth. Down Storm Surge, Scram. They're down Storm Surge as well. They just got eliminated by bad snipers. They're trying to break through the box. They know he's there. They're trying to get this elimination, but how much time can you run? You're down below Storm Surge. You got to figure out a way to not only survive this, but get the damage as well. Team wipe coming through. They're going to get the last laugh. Not bad sniper. They're actually putting up a big elimination. They got that one off of spawn, possibly getting this trio as well. That could be a possible 6 total eliminations to their name as they're trying to have a big game. Back on board, Save It. Just like you said, a fan fan favorite, and I think of him as one of the greatest Fortnite players here, trying to really come out on top. Not the best game number one, so they have some coming back to do, but this is exactly how you want to do it. You separate yourself from the rest of the lobby, you make sure you're safe with building around, just like you said, and then you begin to push through. Once you get that one elimination, you find the next, and VeggieFish is actually still alive. Like I said, in the beginning of the game, chooses not to contest Mitro over towards Slurpee Swamp, and I believe that decision was the best one he made so far.
Oh, great opportunity. Gas can's going to be blown up. That's an opportunity to get some tags. Will they be able to do so? They're going to be focusing VeggieFish. You want to talk about Battle of the Titans. Save it across from Benji. Things could get bloody and fast. And VeggieFish is going to be trying to rotate, but he's literally being focused by just about every single person. And luckily, though, he's been in this spot obviously many times. The qualifier and the opportunity to get out of this. And I believe they also have a vending machine too, if I'm not mistaken, in this in these builds in this tunnel. So I could be very wrong in that, but regardless, though, they're going to be just fine. The fact that the whole trio's alive, Jacob, I think that speaks volumes. You know, they have a real chance to make a good late game run. But I just saw Hen and Janice picking up yet another duo, taking them down, and maybe potentially another great game from them.
Oh, I was about to say they messed up the pad for a moment. This is going to be bad. Kylie gets separated for it. I thought that was going to be an opportunity for the game number 2 victors to try to take advantage. I say game number 2 is actually Noah Riley, the game number 1 victors, to try to create that separation and 3v1 their opposition. But he hits the jump pad in the end. Almost a big blunder as they missed it at first. As everybody's trying to pack in like a can of sardines towards this zone. Nobody is going to get gifted it, but somebody will end up on that front end. And that team at height is kind of hoping it's them. That way they don't have to expend mats trying to stretch forward.
It's so fascinating, right, to just see the varying levels of tension that takes place. Like your Logar Warriors just fighting, just brutally fighting. Meanwhile, Chapix going their high rise. You know, they're looking, they're fishing for eliminations. They're fishing for those players, maybe those tags, but it's just fascinating to see the different tension levels that take place from kind of, you know, screen to screen, trio to trio. Like this trio, they're chilling. They're chilling for the most part. Yeah, but they do have to rotate quite hard.
Ooh, yeah, I was going to say, they're going to pad. They're getting that short pad to make sure they're not in the sky. Oh, but they're going to attack from the bottom. They can't necessarily short pad. Now, the enemy team expects this one coming. Going ahead and trying to use that hard match to make it a little bit safer. Yes, now it's going through. There goes the short pad, trying to get ahead of zone, trying to bypass all of these teams that are looking to make them a target, trying to win their second game of the G2, get the cash cup to put themselves back into first place. But their backs are up against zone here. They have to continue moving forward. It looks like they're going to make a play for the high ground at the same time, or maybe stay on this mid layer.
Good job from Vadiel to be able to just carp over if you possibly can. Oh, finds a player on the flank, trying to just take that side swipe angle. Either way, going to be sitting pretty. Trio still full force. Well, I say full force, but Resin obviously going to be having a tough time. And you also have Noah Riley, who I think has been separated as well, so they're not going to be one cohesive unit at the point. But look at Janice at the top. Janice and Chapix and Hin also have that high ground. They had high ground in game 2. They were victorious. Maybe they can replicate the success here.
Got Wakey. That was a solo, picking up a lot of points in game number 1, trying to stay ahead of zone. CBL, Cammy, Peak, and Seti moving forward as well. The zone's going to go ahead and pull the other direction, so nobody really having the advantage. Multiple downs. This is where a ton of players are going to get wiped out of this lobby. Who can survive? Another short pad going off just at the right time. Almost lands in the player's box. That would have definitely been crucial for Mongraal, but he escapes to live and fight another day. He finds the target. One of our qualifier players, he goes down. Mongraal is not going to be able to pick up that kill, though, so no siphon or refresh for you. He actually does let that one come through. Didn't see in the kill feed for that moment. It's going so fast. It's so action-packed. 13 trios remain.
Back on top, though, we're going to look at Hin, Janice, and Chapix. An opportunity to take a big win is obviously here. My favorites to take this round, especially with their high ground positioning. Everybody else forced to scrap it out down low. I don't know how this is going to play out. Someone looking, maybe they want to overtake high ground, take that middle ground, but good tag is going to be 36. Obviously, that player now has to be spooked. He doesn't want to fully commit, and that is going to be a knock, but not, or no, Shubi Chapix is going to get that knock onto Vino. It's going to be yet another one. And you also have Noah Riley picking up one himself. Buckman is going to pick up. Teak is going to fall. Janice picks up yet another. My goodness, what, 6 eliminations once again from 20 from game 2, now over towards 6 in game 3. Dropping down just a little bit, though. And 10 trios remain. Make that 9, 17 players as Janus picks up yet another one.
Yep. One of our qualifier teams as well, Orb. They've been consistent so far in this tournament. They make it once again, I do believe, into the top 8 towards the end game. Wakey's trying to watch his back. They get a knock onto one player. They get the cleanup. Resources through the roof for them. They get the jump pad as well. They can make a late game high play to try to steal away from Janus and Chapix. It's all about firing off at the right time to make this one perfect, as everyone is still battling to get through these builds, both low ground and high ground, as Janus is still sitting at the top of the mountain, firing down over 400 AR shots at one point or another. Both those players fall, thanks to Janus. Quitting towards the back line. They're just forcing every single player down. They could go back to back.
SD forced to go in as well. I do believe he takes out Quinton. Quinton is going to fall. Merstash also in the mix of things. Of course, you have this trio. So strong, Chapix, Janus, as well as Hin picking up the elimination. Dropping down low. It's going to be a 40 shield tag, taking a 10 damage. But will Hin be able to pick up the final remaining players? You'd have to assume so. Full trio against a full trio. 2 squads remain. At this point, for Chapix and Co, they've already been successful. The second place is going to be beneficial, especially after their heroic first game. Chapix drops low. Wakey's going to pick up a nice tag. Who's going to drop down to the level and challenge this trio head on? That's going to be the biggest question. One player should fall here, and that is in fact going to be him. So now it's going to be a full trio versus a duo. Wakey's got the chug cannon, trying to heal up as much as he can. Chapix up top.
Coming down to the wire. Janus and Chapix. 2v3 situation. Janus is stuck down low. They're taking a little bit of storage tag. Chapix lands a big one, but he gets taken out. Wakey, the Cryptos, and Squeeze take the game in the end. And that is a massive game for them, because Wakey, like I said, in game number 1, survived just enough to get them near the top of the leaderboards. With a big game like this, that could be enough to push them into the top 8.
Oh, without question, 100%, but it's not going to put them in first place, because our first place team, currently the reigning champs, just had another phenomenal game, second place, and a ton of eliminations going their way. So clearly, we have a front runner to take the 10,500 euro first place prize, and they're well on their way to doing so. Obviously, I'm talking about Janus, Chapix, and Hin. That trio just, I mean, you really can't stop them. As much as we're pumping up other players like Savit and Co, I just don't know if it's going to be enough. But still, that's only game 3. We've reached a halfway point. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll break down game 3, talk about the leaderboard, and hop into game 4. Welcome back, everybody, to the G2 Esports Get the Cash Cup. I'm Taylor Reflections, double joined by Jacob MVPR, and Game 3 has finished. Of course, we have 3 more games. We've just reached a halfway point, but already starting to see a solidified first place, if I had to say so myself. And it wouldn't surprise me if that leaderboard, when it shows up, if we see them take a pretty commanding lead, Jacob.
Yeah, it's really going to come down to, I think, the eliminations at this point. But I do got to give a round of applause. Janice, again, obviously one of the more skilled players in all of Europe, taking the high ground and taking the role to go ahead and force everybody down from their team. You saw Chapix, you saw Hen kind of popping those shots. They were the ones who kind of dropped down low. But like I said, in the end, Janice was the one making sure they were safe, making sure that they could do exactly anything that they wanted and hold that high ground. But unfortunately, like I said, you got to give it up to Wakey and his trio in the end. A few games earlier, they're barely scraping by, trying to get those placement points. A few games later, game number 3, they come out on top. It's progression at its finest.
Yeah, absolutely. And progression is what we want to see. We want to see, you know, consistently striving to be the best. Let's take one quick look at our leaderboard if we do have it. If not, fair enough. But I know we got to see a solidified first place. And yeah, Hens, Janice, Chapix, it's going to be hard to dethrone them now. Wow. It's possible, though. Don't get me wrong. It is possible. 135 points. They take a very, very decent lead. So we'll see if anybody's going to be able to surpass them. Talk to me about the rest of them.
I mean, our top 3 teams, Wakey, Noah Riley, they both got some victories as well. But you got to look at that third place team, Scram, Kiku, and Patrick. They were able to really just battle back. You saw Scram in some of those tight spots, barely able to stay alive. But I'm going to be saying these guys every time that I see them. Sitting at number 6, Jetsku, Andone, and Orb figure out a way to make late game again. They have been more consistent than some of the biggest names in Europe so far, and they're doing it through that qualification.
Absolutely. And again, I would love to see a qualifier team make it to the top. I really would. I mean, it would be a beautiful thing. And even a top 5, I would not be against that whatsoever. Take a look at our top 16. Where's Savid? Is Savid on this list? There he is, number 12. Okay, everybody, really moving on up. And that's the thing, consistently moving on up. That is the key thing. Granted, 59 points, not far away from top 8, Jacob, given the fact that 64 points is where number 8 is at. But I guess the big thing is you want to be top 3 because that's where the money's at.
That's where all the money is at. That's what they're playing for, all the marbles. But I will say those 2 and 3 spots right now, they're not going to get as much of that prize pool as the first place team. But we talked about the Victory Royale bonus, which is up for grabs for any of these teams that could get themselves a victory. But you can kind of see the 2 pages of the leaderboard. We know only top 3 is going to get paid. So a lot of these teams are going to have some big games. And I say some because it's going to take more than one. You already saw that trio in first place, Janice, Chapix, and Hen have multiple big games to sit with their and the commanding lead. So some of these teams that might not be in page number 1, you guys are going to have to adapt your gameplay, figure out a way to get that early eliminations, and go through to the placement as well. Because if you don't get those eliminations, and we always talk about you want to survive to the end, but if you don't get those eliminations and your opponents stay alive and continue to build on that lead, that's going to make your 5th and 6th games that much harder.
And just to comment one more time on the number 1 team, you know, Hens, Janice, Chapix, if they do take another victory or even second place, I quite honestly don't see anybody catching them. I really don't, especially with only 2 more games left. They already have about a 35-point lead. But the way they've been playing, it's they've kind of been unstoppable. Over here at Craggy, and they're going to be uncontested. It makes sense since they've been dominating so much. You really don't want to fight this trio off the rip. But one thing that I do want to comment on, Jacob, maybe you can comment on as well. Again, I've been kind of not frustrated per se, but confused as to why we're seeing so many challenges in Storm. We saw that one earlier over at Dirty Docks. We've kind of seen one, I think Dirty Docks kind of been the main defender. Slurpee, excuse me, has also been yet another one. We see some late challenges, but I just don't think that's the best play. I mean, yeah, you do win. We're going to have 2 trios here once again, so we might see that same situation.
Hold on. He just fell to, I hope he got eliminated because he just fell to his death.
Who?
In game number 4, I didn't really see the name. I just saw somebody can just get dropped down from the sky. I gotta believe it was maybe Thomas's teammate. It's not a Nas, so depending on who that last player is. but they probably got eliminated. This is where you have to be careful. If you don't know if it's contested or not, he could have tried to go over on that side of the map, collect some loot, but this full trio landed together, even with a pistol and 2 snipers. That is definitely going to do a lot of damage if you find yourself split, if you find yourself all by yourself. But I'm looking at the kill feed, some big eliminations already being picked up, and this is one of those fights. It's coming down to a 2v2 scenario. Both of these trios have lost 1 player.
Already 1 player down. Obviously, you want everybody that you possibly can to battle, but you don't have that luxury, at least in this moment. For me, what is going to be the game plan? Well, I guess we'll take a half pot. Misty Meadows. It's the first time I think we've seen Misty Meadows off the rip, at least in grand finals, if I'm not mistaken. We kind of been focusing on the outer POIs, such as Dirty Docks, Slurpee, you know, and for good reason, because that's where a lot of the early engagements are taking place. Of course, Corny too, Steamy. Now, this is the first time, now, actually not the first time, but let me let this play out. So Mr. Savage and Dread and Repscar do get finished off. How many games have we watched them try and disengage from this location, disengage from this fight, which is, in my opinion, very uncharacteristic. Malibuca and Co are, in fact, our qualifier team, and they have been running through Mr. Savage pretty much every single time off of Steamy Stacks. So I hate to say this, and this is pretty uncharacteristic, but I think Mr. Savage and that trio kind of needs to find a different location, because it has just not been working for them at all.
Definitely has not. Already you see some trios switch up their landing spots as the games go by, realizing that fight, that contested fight, may not be worth it. Even though I'm confident in myself to go ahead and win that fight, but this is where Mergen is going to go ahead and have to push in. He doesn't have a shotgun, so that CQC is going to be much harder for him. Finally getting rewarded that rare pump shotgun. He's going to try to take the high ground, mini back up, reunite with his team. But this is one of those fights that we talked about with, I do believe, Bad Sniper not too far with Vortex. So once both of these teams finish this fight, we can see them fighting off against each other.
Oh, Lanuf gets into the box. Nice tag.
No.
Is that going to be a drop? I don't think so. Maybe even a blank tag. I don't know if I didn't see any damage. But finally, one will fall, and that's going to be Esty. Did Esty's entire trio get eliminated? I think they just did. Wow. That is a massive powerhouse team to be eliminated this early on over at Corny Complex. And like I said, we've been really focusing hard on Dirty Docks, Slurpee Swamps, and Corny Complex because of how many early engagements we see. And Vortex is one of them who died off early on. They were eliminated in Game 3, Jacob, off the rip. And they are a full trio, at least at this point, but they have the chance to be eliminated once again by Slicks & Co., which obviously would be devastating.
Yeah, I love their confidence. I'll give them that. As I do believe one of these players tried to pop one of those peppers and trying to get that wide angle towards the outside. Is they're still trying to play aggressive. This could be great AR tags. Pops them a few times. It does look like they're going to try to get aggressive. We know from opens, from semis, they're one of the most dominant aggressive teams that we've seen so far up until this point. Slicks is being chopped down little by little. They are each full health, narrowing down their opposition and funneling them into the same box. And then it looks like they're going to try to take this peak control little by little. They have to be careful, though, because there's a couple of players towards the outside of this one that are seemingly taking sniper shots to steal away from some of these eliminations.
We haven't talked much about OVA, but at least for this trio, I would have to say Vortex and OVA are definitely the most, or the two dominant slayers for this roster overall.
More players rotating in.
Like you said, more players, and that's just going to be a reoccurring theme, especially with Corny Complex being inside that zone. You want to establish yourself early on if you potentially can. So much has been committed for this fight. Now, granted, King can still commit a little bit more given the fact that he has 60 more, 60 builds in total, but see how this is going to work out now. Big tag, but should still be fine overall.
Yeah, you can see the effects of that leaderboard really playing a role here. Vortex takes a big tag, down to 2 HP, down to none. He gets knocked. OVA, only 27. He's going to try to pop this minis, try to pop the big pot as well. He's realizing this is another team rotating in, affecting this fight. Hi, Chris. He's down to only 30 HP. He's trying to figure out a way out. He's being chased by both of these teams. Blue Nef is down there as well. 8 and 7 goes down. It's like the 2007 Royal Rumble. Everybody going over the top rope. Very few teams are going to be able to survive this if they do not take this fight quick. Multiple players from this trio have already been taken out, have already been knocked down. The revive is looking like it's going to come through from 8 and 7 as Matzo is doing a good job of distracting the opposition as he has to reset that revive to keep control of the build.
Yeah, Yeah, this is going to work out now. It's going to be a tough spot for Pinkik to be in. Still, though, we down to the bottom screen. Hi, Chris fighting it out. Knight's already been eliminated, unfortunately. Vortex as well. So Hi, Chris is literally by himself in this moment, Jacob. And again, one of the qualifying teams, you hate to see them get eliminated so early on. No eliminations, no points, only 3 more rounds remain. And I feel bad for this guy, thinking he's going to be just pretty much isolated, being focused overall. And Matso's alive, and Matso's going to be there for the, at least for the help, maintaining that wall if he can. But I'm trying to disengage. Corny Complex just isn't it. But can you even get away at this moment?
So many teams are rotating in. That's going to become the new edge of zone. As you see, it's pushing everybody forward. And I don't know how long TQ has been there, but they've been there for a while towards the outside, just watching this fight. Finally, they're going to go ahead and rotate off, realizing it's too dangerous. The risk is not worth the reward at this point into the game, as Stompy, Fastroki, and Waz is going ahead and rotating in, but just long enough to realize it's not a fight they want to take either. Everybody realizes the importance of this game. Is game number 4. You go out too early in this one, you can kiss that money goodbye.
And I believe we did lose Knight, Hi Chris, as well as Vortex. Am I correct? That trio, the second time in a row off the rip, have been eliminated. Highly unfortunate. Look at this, though. A lot of talented trios in this one area. Savi, obviously, up top. You've got Sir, who's going to be running away. Vedio is going to be trying to get away himself, and they're going to afford to. No one's going to be able to gun them down for the time being. So well done. Okay. Creating that space, and that's what we need to see.
Oh, this is Mongrel versus Metro's team. This is Savin. Crowd favorite versus probably another crowd favorite. 100 tag, and another player is down. That's going to be CRR. Mongrel, Savin. They could finish this fight. As you see, they're taking a high ground. 112. They tag them, and they continue the aggression. They want to try to reunite as a team, as the shakedown is going to come through. Metro is doing what he can to get the revive, but I talked about the shakedown. They know exactly where they're at, and they know exactly where we're going to send them back to the lobby.
Back to the lobby they go, and not a bad performance. 6 total points with the 3 eliminations they're going to get, and they will survive for a later time. Plus, they get a really big refresh on literally everything. They're going to have a good time at least rotating in, but I guess not so soon, right? They still have one more team that they have to deal with, and unfortunately, it's going to be Benji Fish. It's going to be Joe, and this is not going to be easy.
No, big name after big name here. All fighting, and they're going to be eliminating each other. So we talked about some of these qualifier teams, some of these more unknown players. They have an opportunity to jump to the top of the leaderboard here in a few short moments. Obviously, Janice, Wakey, they're sitting at the top as well, playing it safe, but not a part of this fight is Benji Fish, taken piece by piece under his control. Big 90 shot. He's going to have to slow down just for a few moments to get his shield right back up, but overall, this fight is not going to end until one team is in the ground.
When you put it that way, Jacob, it's pretty intimidating, but that's the truth, right? I mean, they're not going to back off this, and quite honestly, too much has already been committed to back off. It just wouldn't make sense unless they're so far away from zone, but they're not. They're all relatively close. Does Benji Fish try to get away here? Oh, they are. They're dipping. They're gone. They don't want to fight this.
You can't disagree with that, especially where the zone is at. They realized when they started to go ahead and engage that team, it was as a third party. But Metro, Wolfie, CRR do get taken down. No longer a third party attempt. They don't want to risk their lives, their tournament lives, knowing they have some coming back to do in the standings if they want to reach the top of the leaderboards and take a piece of that money. And this is the team with the commanding lead after 3 games, almost going back-to-back in games number 2 and 3. Chappix, Janice, and Hen sitting, I want to think at the middle of the zone, but it's too hard to tell at this point. But they're going to go ahead and claim as much of this territory as possible. They're going to get the piece control around the building. That way, anybody engaged, they can fall within 3 layers of controlled pieces.
Ooh, sniper shot whizzing by. As soon as they destroyed that wall, already someone was ready to try and take them down if they could. 70 players still remain, which is a little bit lighter than what we've seen in the past. They have an upgrade bench if they decide to use that. You know, as long as they have enough gold, obviously, but I'm not going to see too much of that. The fact that they got this nice fortress is great, but I would hate for a firefly jar to be thrown at them at that point, because it's all built out of wood.
And almost like a don't throw stones in a glass house. Don't throw fireflies in a wood house.
In a wood house.
Oh, Thomas. I don't know if they're still in Dirty Dogs. They're probably forced out of it, but Thomas was able to get a knock onto one of those players. And in the kill feed, Lecce as well is popping off, getting downs and getting eliminations for his squad. He do have some coming back to it. He's by himself as a solo. There goes another cleanup. That was one of 2 downs that he was able to clean up, possibly the second one as well, depending, as both of his teammates are relying on him to keep their tournament hopes in this one. This is game number 4. He's doing everything he can. Zone moving in as well. Gets the piece control, quickly tries to make some moves, but he's backed up once more. These players have to figure out a way to get outside of the zone. Revive coming through. I'm not sure if he has enough time to make it a possibility. Chug Cannon, though, is going to save Lecce's life.
Oh, luckily so, but for how long? I mean, really, for how long? That's the question, and I don't know how long it's going to be as, I mean, it's so frustrating to be gatekeeped as they are, but I mean, it's the reality of the situation they're currently in. Luckily, the Chug Cannon is there, but are you even going to be able to get the revive with your walls being spammed? You can't. There's no way. This is an impossible situation. You just got to back off.
Going for it again. As the splash. I
this
just
is a
don't think the
lose-lose
splashes
situation.
are enough. He has to
No,
worry
this
about
is
himself here at this point, and this is the qualifier team coming in to be a third party. Jojo's down there. He was the one trying to gatekeep Lecce out and in the zone, and now it's going to cost them in the end. They're going to try to look to clean up these points, clean up the eliminations, and set themselves one step higher. They're sitting in 6th place to start this one off.
I mean, I like the idea, though, from Jetscoot. This is pure aggression. I mean, you want to gatekeep as much as you can, but as soon as he... oh my, does he know that player's just on the other? He doesn't. Oh, this is, oh my gosh. As soon as he drops down or breaks through, you have to assume they're there. Yeah, there's going to be the tag, and they pick him up. Well done. And we will lose Juju in that moment. Now, still another risky revive, in my opinion. It's ticking by 2. You got the floppers and the Chug Cannon. You'll get out of there, but surely Jetscoot is going to be able to hear this and double back and maybe even gatekeep them some more. We'll definitely find out. But there's going to be the launch pad pushing forward. Meanwhile, on the other side, by the way, Mexi's been finished off. Kylix too. Michael's out of the way. Matzo will get him down to 61. And I look, get kitted up as much as you want, but you got a lot of ground to cover. This isn't the play.
Yeah, you definitely do got a lot of ground covered. I think the only thing kind of being this over line is maybe they can go towards the left, take that little bit of a fire, launch themselves off. But with that team in front of them, they heard the reboot. They have to know these there. They're going to be very cognizant of and looking to maybe pick up those elimination points if they do overstep their boundaries. But holding the high ground, Mongraal, Savid, and Rafia. And this is going to be big for them. We talked about them inching themselves slowly but surely up the leaderboard. A big game number 4, a possible victory as well, can take them from the bottom, I think, 10 up into the top page of these competitors. And then you take that one step further. If they can repeat it in games number 5 and number 6, it didn't matter how bad their first game was, they have climbed back into contention.
Savid, obviously the crowd favorite still. Those 2 eliminations from that earlier fight, we kind of had a chance to cast over Jacob. Just 5 seconds before that zone finally collapses in. Curious to see where the next one is going to be. And Noah Riley on your screen, obviously with the full force of his team, might be an opportunity to rotate in. They're going to have to rotate in, yeah, just a little bit further back than they probably are comfortable with, but I don't know. I do believe in this squad. You know, Noah Riley and Co. Actually, let me check the leaderboard and see where they were currently at. I don't think they're going to be up there yet. No, excuse me, 3rd place.
The 3rd?
They're in
Okay,
3rd
I was going to say,
place.
at one point
Yeah.
or another, I think they did drop down towards 4th place. Big game number 1. And that's why it's very important to start this tournament off hot, because anything can happen throughout the course of those 6 games. As they're Benji, they have to move in towards zone. I think they're going to be the farthest team away from it, so they got some traveling to do. But if you look at the mini-map, not too many teams know they're there. They got to be pushed forward and thinking about their rotation themselves. Got Wakey at the high ground. Multiple teams here sitting strong towards the high ground. Mongraal is going to be one of them, but they too have to rotate off just a little bit. So I got to ask you, when you're rotating like this, Reflections, what are some of the things you're looking for to not get tagged?
To not get tagged? I mean, I think the guarantee that you're not getting tagged is just going to, you know, obviously place walls as they were just doing the rotate in. I mean, if you can get a free rotate while taking a little bit of damage, no worries. I mean, there's a lot of open ground, especially for the southern teams. There are going to be 2 trails, as you can notice, those blue arrows towards the bottom. They can rotate in without building really as much, maybe a couple here and there. And even a couple who are going to be straggling in, specifically, Lecce and Go, who were over in, they were in Lazy, and they took all that damage trying to be the hero, keep the rescue and the revive. But if I'm rotating in, man, I'm trying to use as little builds as possible while also trying to save my launch pad or recycle launch pads that are down. That would be the game plan, because obviously launch pads are incredible for late game, especially for taking high ground if you have the full confidence. We'll see what's going to be up to. Again, right now it's just all about positioning. If you pick up an elimination here, great, you do, but you're not expecting to pick one up right as teams rotate in.
Yeah, you can kind of see Lecce and that qualifier team, and their eyes are being targeted from the high ground as well. They have to be careful how far they push up, how action-packed that fight actually is. Chapix finds elimination onto Malibu. Slick's flying through the sky, getting tagged up just a little bit. Savage gets it down onto Resin. Everybody popping off here on rotation, trying to force everybody in a bad spot as possible. Even Fireflies from above on towards that wood to try to make their job that much harder. And this is where everybody's getting funneled in that much closer. Zone pulls towards Lazy. Only 3 teams are not feeling the pressure here.
Only 3 teams, that's not a lot, right? I mean, isn't that not been the theme, Jacob, through and through?
It's been far for everybody.
I mean, really, honestly, every single game, it seems as if the leastly contested area is where the half and half is going to be, and that's what I'm saying. It might be new meta just to go ahead and rotate where you see the fewer teams are currently at, because that's normally where half and half is going to be. I cannot believe how many players are going to be having to rotate across not only the water, but across each other. It's normal, they're used to that, but we're about to lose so many players as they rotate into half and half. I guarantee we're at 51, and we might lose 10 or 15.
Yep, you have to be very, very careful. 2 fan favorites here, Noah Riley and the team of Mongraal. That's where Mongraal's going to get lucky there for that moment. They're going to be able to recycle that jump pad and save theirs for a much later time as everybody's just moving in towards the zone, getting chopped out. Everybody's just trying to cram together and find any spot of safety here. Mongraal looking like he got separated just from his teammates for just a short while as they try to reunite there, get the extra builds right back. They're going to go ahead and get them spot on towards the edge. They're going to hope when that zone pulls, they're forced to rotate, that it's going to be them getting that front end.
Saved with 4, Mongraal with 2, that's 6. That's a total of 12 points so far. They're not doing too bad in the standings, slowly making their way up, right? I think 12th to 13th place, respectively. Curious where they'll be after this game is over with. It seems like everybody's kind of established themselves within the zone so far, just outside of Lazy. And think about those buildings and those come into play, especially right, the natural creative and try and use one of those buildings inside of Lazy for the rotation. We'll find out very shortly, and there it is. You're going to be going straight through Lazy. And it's funny for Chapix and his team. They land over here. They pretty much have been over here the entire time, and they really have had to go nowhere. It's almost been a perfect game for them.
Yep. There's going to be a lot of covers here that it's going to be much harder to break through rather than if it was one of these players placing the piece down. So they have to be very, very careful where the rotation does come through. Janice, Hen, and Chapix, they're towards the side. Many trios above and below. And here we go. Lecce as well. They're going to get that front side of zone. They're going to get a little bit of this high ground as well. So they're going to have the sky view being able to shoot down on some of these players. But there's only one team that is above them. That was the team we saw just moments ago as they're trying to get as many mats as possible. They know how depleting this rotation is going to be. Kylie's going to be the front runner, tunneling in for the team, and that's where they're spreading the love, giving the mats out so he doesn't run out. And put the high ground. Game number 1 victor, Resin, Badil, and Noah Riley sitting strong at the top.
Lecce obviously on your screen, top right, playing with Kylie and Co. And this is the moment that everybody's waiting for. I know they're always asking, is Lecce still left? Well, yes, he is. And now he's on your screen, an opportunity to make some big moves happen. As you said, Noah Riley, though, bottom right. And then on the left, we get the over-encompassing view of all the madness that is going down. It is amazing. We've only lost 5 players since the moving zone started. But again, that goes to a testament to how good these players are. And man, taking a lot of damage there from the fall. But either way, business as usual up top from Noah Riley. We'll see what they're going to be able to do. And honestly, this is a rare sight because normally we're seeing him, Janice, and Chapix with that high ground, but unfortunately they don't have it. They're still alive, and an opportunity to have a good game is here, but Hannah's in trouble.
Definitely in trouble. Takes a big tag, gets dropped into the box. Janice and Chapix are going to have to forget about him and keep on going forward. They reunite with each other in the same box. but they only have to take this moment as they're trying to get their shield and HP back up. Janus doesn't have any extra minis, but that slurp cannon is going to be behind him. He runs out of mats as well. He's trying to stop, pop that med kit to get his HP back up because traversing through all this battlefield without any HP. As you see Mongraal there, sitting in his own, trying to pop a mini. He's getting attacked right now, taking a ton of Storm Surge damage. Kylie goes down as well. Jaffic takes a big shot from above. He's trying to get the siphon on this player. He does go down to the zone. It's all up to Janus, popping that med kit. He's going to go ahead and sacrifice this damage. So he sacrificed the damage so that all these competitors can go past him, and he has about 100 HP, but is he going to get it? He barely gets it off.
Oh my gosh. No way Janus is doing this right now.
Smart play.
Popping another
5,000 IQ.
Going for the refresh. 5,000 IQ, as you just said. He needs this elimination. This is for a big game, and Janus will fall. And who was that ended up getting the elimination? I think it was Shadow. By the way, him was taken down by Leshy just a little bit earlier. So just to kind of show you how closely contested things are starting to be, and yet it was Shadow confirmed over in the elimination feed. 15 players, now 14, 9 trios remaining. And Mongraal's just on the bottom ground, low ground, just kind of chilling behind a tree.
Oh, and I like the idea. He's not chopping down that tree to get mad because it's his only cover towards the low ground. He has just been gifted the RNG there, cleaning up another player's loot. Gets the map, but he only has 9 builds he can place. Somebody's trying to get the HP. He gets another siphon. He doesn't stop for the Chug Cannon, though. Only grabs that extra shotgun. He can't stop. He can't rethink about his decisions. He only can continue going forward. 6 teams remain, and one of those teams is Mongraal. That's only he dropped. He gets taken out. Stomp is still alive. Fast Roki, they're trying to make it happen. Waze, he's getting taken down. He's not Fast Roki, taking a ton of damage to the Storm. 6 HP and a dream remain as Resin is doing what he can. Fadil, Noah Riley looking like they're the front runners. 3v1 opportunity here. They have the high ground. They have the low ground. They have them surrounded here. It's only a matter of time before they break through and pick up this final elimination. But he's doing everything he can. He's not going down without a fight, but it doesn't matter. Game number 1 victors do it again here in game number 4.
Oh my, Noah Riley and co. Well done to get that victory. And that comes to show you high ground is king. By the way, shout out to Mongraal hiding behind that one tree, literally not covering any of his body, but he was just back there trying to get the refresh. It's just unfortunate that not Shadow, but someone ends up sneaking up behind him and taking him down. But that's how late game works, right? It's so chaotic. You never know. Whenever you're on that low ground, you never know when somebody's going to come down like a flying squirrel ready to take you down. But what an exciting game. Game 1 victors get yet another victory in game number 4, Jacob. Incredible. Keep the conversation going in chat, ladies and gentlemen, because we still have 2 more games from this point forward, including the leaderboard that we are going to be bringing up when we come back. It's been a beautiful day of Fortnite in action, and it's been beautiful because you guys have been here as well. Hey, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll show the leaderboard plus game number 5. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the G2 Esports Get to Cash Cup. I'm Taylor Reflections, and we're joined by Jacob MVPR. And what an exciting 4 games we have already seen. 2 more to go until we crown our champions. It's been a long weekend, but a great weekend nonetheless. Jacob, let's go ahead and pull up that leaderboard and take a look at them. And I want to see who is at the top, because I know you didn't even want to refresh. You wanted it all to be fresh.
Oh my God, they still hold on to a 28-point lead, Hen, Janus, and Chapix. And that's the thing here. When it comes down to the ending portions of this one, they have to fall early on or get almost no eliminations. And neither one of those seems to be a possibility. So there has to be a big game from some of these people really to catch up. And that's one of the asterisks, like I said. It's if Chapix, Janus, and Hen keep playing the way they are playing. But I'm sad to say one of my favorite teams, the qualifier team, has just dropped out of the top 8.
Yeah, they'll be all right, though. They have a chance to get back up there, depending on how their initials go. Save It and Mongrel, by the way, making it up the leaderboard, doing fairly well for what it's worth. 6th place, slowly but surely, they continue to get up closer and closer to that coveted number 3 mark. And I say 3, right, because that's where the money starts. Where's your qualifier team on this list? And
11.
There we go, 11. I was about to say they're not there. Highly unfortunate, but there they are. All right, they're holding on.
Yeah, but like I said, you can see the progression of these trios adapting on the fly. Obviously, no game is going to be the same, but you have to figure out a way to stay consistent. Mongrel, Save It, and their trio did get taken out very, very early on in game number 1. They had a better game number 2, and then they had a fantastic games number 3 and 4 to get themselves to the front page of the leaderboards. I do think they landed in the top 6. They are so close to being in the money.
So close to being in the money, but also could be so far away. 2 more games remain, and you got to really question and really ask yourself, 3rd place currently. 3rd place, just to break into the bubble, break into the money, is 122 points, right? Is 122 points. So, if you're in 8th place, even in 8th place, for goodness sakes, which has kind of been where you wanted to reach if you were trying to qualify, but now wouldn't really mean really a whole much. It would be impressive to say I made top 8 in a tournament like this, but 87 points to 155. A lot of ground you have to cover up. But let me say this. Hen, Janus, Chapix did have that one pop-off game with 20 eliminations, plus they had the victory royale, so 70 points. So you can close that gap. You can close that gap. But it really requires a heroic effort, a heroic game. And if you don't have that heroic game, you won't be able to catch up. By the way, it looks like our only qualifier team, number 4, Malibuca, still up there, Jacob. So there is hope. There is hope. Number 4, hope. Just about to be there in 3rd place. And again, I just want to see a top 3 from one of the qualifiers.
I'm gonna go ahead and try it. I'm gonna go ahead and try it one time. I've been roasted all day for saying these names. Raw Flaw. Please, chat, tell me if I say it right, because when you're in these high, intense moments, the passion is running through your veins. It's very, very, very hard to say a name that's just not familiar with. Like I said, I come from the NA East, NA West region, where this name's, I want to say they're a little bit easier to read, but it's a little bit different than the language coming over from the European region. But I want to give a huge shout out to you guys in chat that are really kind of helping us, bringing us along the way, this journey that we're all on together, learning some of these players, the unknown players, number 4, like you said, Malibuca, really rising to the top of the ranks where these people can make a name for themselves. And people like me and you, oh no, I think I said it. Did I say it? People like me and you are really able to kind of say it over and over again. We learned Noah Riley already. I learned Chapix. Chapix was the one. That's unfair. You guys can't call me out at that.
Oh, well, okay. I mean, yeah, but when we see, I'm just wanting to say, chat, you guys are wild. I'm seeing Rifla. I'm seeing Rayfla.
It's Rawfla. It has to be Rawfla. I feel like, and I see Rifla.
I saw Refilet, like Chick-fil-A. That's not a roast. I'm just saying. Listen, and
I love the chat. I love Twitch chat.
I love you guys, and I want you to understand. Please understand, first and foremost, much respect to these competitors. Much respect to these competitors, and if we are, jumbling up a name, it's not done in disrespect. It's not done to be offensive. I promise you that. It's all love, and we're trying. It is what it is, but hopefully you guys are enjoying from what you're seeing so far.
This is the funnest time I've ever had pronouncing somebody's name. If this was this much fun in school, who knows, man? I definitely would have had more of a fun time. It wouldn't have been all about lunch and recess for me. I can tell you that much.
I love recess, though. Come on, recess
was
the best part. Fair enough. Hey, we love
straight
both
A's in
aspects
lunch
of school, I guess. We just need to go back. We just need to go back to, but then again, if we go to college and we have to pay for our own lunch, and then that's not really that fun, right? But hey, I digress. It is what it is. We're heading into game 5, Jacob. Let's say you're down about 70 points, right? Because that seems to be kind of the norm from 8th place to 1st place. I know it's a lot of ground to cover up, but you can cover it up in 2 games. What do you do? Like, what do you really do? Because we've seen a lot more aggression off the start. Now, for Corny Complex, that's kind of been the undoing, right? The bane of the existence of some trios, specifically Vortex and Knight, and his trio, Knight and High Chris, excuse me. So Knight, High Chris, and Vortex, they've been struggling and getting eliminated off the rip. I'm talking like literally within like the first 4 trios to be eliminated.
They really are.
Do you switch it up? Do you change it? I mean, really, how do you go about this, Jacob? You've been a competitor in the past. You've literally been a competitor. You've, coached championship rosters. What is your strategy?
Heck, I was the general manager of Ghost Gaming for a while when we had that stacked roster, seeing them play so much. But they just kind of need to learn the difference between a semifinals and open lobby and a finals lobby. They're very, very talented, but I think that's kind of hurting them in the end. They're tunnel visioning on those eliminations. They don't have to fight off spawn. I don't know it's whether they just want to alpha up the other trio. I don't know if they just want to take all the loot for themselves, but they just need to have the awareness, the Fortnite Battle Royale awareness to know that you don't have to take every fight in the world. Take the loot you can, figure out what your loot path is just in case you are contested, and keep it moving. If you can't change your playstyle, that's when you can think about changing your drop spot, because you're not winning that off spawn fight. And it's been 2 different teams in 2 different games for sure that taken them out.
Yeah, what is it, Mr. Savage, I think, who's been really struggling off of his landing location, I do believe, and for Steamy Stacks, right? And, Nyrox, Mr. Savage, and his trio, and obviously not something you want to see, because that's a talented trio, it really is, but they're getting eliminated time in and time out by our qualifier team, and forgive me for, not remembering the name, but regardless, though, Jacob, even for them being the veterans they are, I'm not going to Steamy anymore. At least if I were them, they might just continue to bash their head into a wall and continue to go for it, which fair enough. They know what they're doing. They're better than me. But in all regards, that's now 4 games, literally all 4 of the games we have seen heading into game 5, where they've either A, were eliminated off the rip at Steamy, or B, had to rotate off to the dilapidated houses just on the northern part of Steamy. Both of those are not winning strategies.
And to me, I don't want to say I want them to go ahead and just move off of that spot, but what I'm really noticing about their actual drop, they're not landing in the main portions of Steamy. They're going a little bit farther out towards that back building, and you could see it in game number 1. Because of that, they are so high, elevated in the sky during their drop. They're not even only taking damage from those players that are landing there. They're taking damage from players who are landing on, you can call it apple orchards. Yes, on the tower as well. If they get an AR, they're just dinking these players right out of the sky, and it just so happens it ends up being Enretta and Mr. Savage in the first game, and it's just so hard to really bounce back from that, especially if the opposition landing there knows you're landing with 16 HP. I saw Mr. Savage in game number 1, so I'm not saying they have to go ahead and change their drop spot as a whole, but they have to go ahead and make sure they pinpoint their game plan coming into this next game. Do you land main? Do you go ahead and land towards the outside? Because right now, like you said it yourself, their game plan is just not working out for them.
We have 2 teams that, for me, stand out in terms of high ground warriors who have been very successful, one more so than the other. I guess you can't even say that. I guess more so in terms of getting the victory royale. They obviously have 2 of them, and that was Noah Riley and the trio, who ended up taking that victory. And that was based off the high ground that they had before, right? Remember Mongrel, Ultimate Low, then you had Noah Riley and co, who were at the top for the majority of that game number 4. And, we have another team, Janice, Chaptics, and Hin, who have done a phenomenal job also establishing themselves on high ground. And when they do that, they are almost an unstoppable force. Very surprised to see so little teams challenging for that position. Now, it could be teams are challenging within that chaos, but they're not making any ground because of how well they're doing defending off the competition. But it could also be teams just aren't confident enough to push up, which surprises me with how much talent there is in Europe and also in for the 33 trios in general that end up going into this lobby. So for me, it's very telling to see the certain teams, consistently getting the high ground. Really only 2 teams, to my knowledge, in that late game dominating the high ground position.
Yeah, you're right.
I guess Wakey is really the only one, but I don't even think they won off of high ground, if I'm not mistaken. They kind of had low ground, mid ground, but I want to see more aggression towards overtake. And I want to see Mongrel do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, Mongrel is a guy that is very mechanically sound, loves to take over the high ground position, at least traditionally. I would love to see him start battling for that high ground position. You're now in 6th place, I believe, right? Yeah, 6th place. You could break into that 3rd place position. It seems like the magic formula is just taking high ground. Let's see him do it.
No, you definitely can, but I think a lot of it does come down to the situation you're in, and if that retake onto the high ground presents itself where you're holding onto the high ground, because you can go out throughout the course of the game as we get in towards the battle bus and kind of have a good game, then just one fight, or maybe getting attacked from multiple teams, being the chosen ones at the lobby can cost you all your mats in the end. So where you really have to really think about if you're making a play for the high ground, is it worth the reward? Because will you have enough mats to hold on to the high ground?
True. It's true, right? Mat management, very important. Let's head over to Craggy, and man, they are going to be contested, which is funny because they weren't contested in the last game, but I guess things are going to start.
I love their strategy. I love their strategy every time, bro. They just land in there. Everybody, once they know they're uncontested, all of them converge onto that same building, and they go for those slurp barrels. That makes it a lot easier for them to hold on to the minis, hold on to those big pots when this game does force them off of their landing spot.
You're actually not wrong about that. That is pretty smart. I go back to whenever I was watching them before, and yeah, you're right. They kind of wolf pack together and all just break down one wall and then go immediately in. Hold up. Sir is already down.
Uh-oh.
He's already been eliminated, and
Mitro as well?
Too, no way, off the rip. And I believe they are completely gone, if I'm not mistaken. Slurpy Swamps, obviously not there. So Wolfies is going to be the last hope, but man, his inventory's looking rough.
He doesn't even have attack or a pump shotgun, just an SMG. He's trying to make way towards his teammates' cards, but he doesn't have enough weaponry to try to make it through. He's just trying to take out who he can, get the extra point, and they are going to be out of there, getting danced on. And honestly, I didn't really see them into the top page of the leaderboard, so they can't be having the best tournament so far.
Yeah, CRR and co. Tough break. Another storyline, Mr. Savage, Refskirt as well as Inretta forced to... Oh, they're going for it. They're going to try and fight this team once again. Now, every time they have ran into Malibu and co, they have lost. Will this be finally the time in Game 5 that they take the victory?
Yep. You see, they were forced towards the backside time and time again, and the other team was the one in the position to be the aggressors. This game, the tables have definitely turned. You can see Mr. Savage, Refguard, and Bretta trying to hunt down their opposition, taking piece by piece, slowly moving in, and that is going to be the key. They can't get overzealous. They can't get too ahead of themselves, because at a moment's notice, these players can set up a trap.
A trap? What would that trap be, though?
Hiding behind any of these man-made covers.
Exactly what it'd be. No, I know exactly what it'd be. Retail, baiting out the chest. You know, that's the OG trap. We kind of saw that earlier too. And everything, all the games. Look, by the time this is done, I've casted 24 total games over the past 2 days, so it's kind of blurring together. I don't know if that was for semifinals or here in grand finals, but either way, it was definitely fun to watch. And you know, I don't really root for anybody in particular, right? I'm kind of impartial, especially being a commentator and a spectator in general, but it would be nice to see Mr. Savage and his trio finally make it out of Steamy Stacks. I swear to you, they just have been so unsuccessful this tournament. It's really uncharacteristic of these guys.
Yeah, and I think that's why you're seeing them get a little bit more aggressive than they have in previous games. You know, partially so, they were kind of getting taken out from the sky, lots of damage being put on before they even landed on the ground. But you got to think, once they start heating up, they're going to put a lot of intimidation on some of these players, and they know nobody has escaped quick. But if you look at your minimap, they're trying to get out alive. They're trying to take a page out of the Hunter T playbook.
Okay, well, let's see if it works out.
It's called run away from the fight and stay alive.
Well, yeah, running away from the fight and staying alive is something to do. It's definitely a good strategy, and you know what?
Oh, they see them.
I'm fine with that play call. I really am. Now, do you go towards the slurp trick? No, so they're literally going where Inretta, Refskirt, as well as Mr. Savage have been going. So, you know, the shoot's on the other foot. No way he sees that pixel. I was about to say, brother, if you hit that, I'm done.
Especially with the trajectory. Are they going to chase them? Savage going up in the sky for now. It does look like he's going to chase them, go down to take the low ground. And depending, okay, I was gonna say, depending on if they saw him or not, this could be the sneaky play that they absolutely need. But they realize how far down the leaderboards that they are. And this is what we were talking about. Once you trail 70 points, not saying that they themselves are trailing 70 points, these are the type of things you need to be looking for. If you know you're isolated against another trio team, you're having to take that fight. You have to get those elimination points because we both agree placement points you're that far down aren't going to do it alone.
No, not at all. I mean, we've kind of seen that even in the open qualifiers and semifinals. You know, teams are going for the hill up, trying to just get Nuclear out, but ultimately you need the eliminations too. And they got him kind of pincered in. This is not a good spot for Malibu, and obviously Malibuka is in fact going to fall. So good job. How far can you run? How many times can you try to disengage? Mr. Savage is angry. At this point, it's just personal.
He closed the door on him. He closed the door. He turned on him. Can he get the elimination? This is at least a point. Gets the cleanup on Savage. He's controlled towards the inside, and he goes down in the end. That was big. He almost got 2 on the Ref's guard.
Yo, honestly, if Mr. Savage and that trio loses that,
oh my!
I would have been speechless because the fact that they chased so hard and W keyed as hard as they did. And again, normally, like they're the ones who are easily running through trios, but that was just a battle. And both of those, well, excuse me, Malibuka and Go are in 4th place. They were in 4th place coming into this, so they have a very real chance. But for Mr. Savage and Go, they're really not even within top 8. But that was just a personal fight that they were like, we're tired of being abused by you guys. Now, another one that's tired of being abused is Benjifish, Wavy Joe. Okay, they're wanting to move in. And Shadow too. But I don't think they're going to be able to. Whoa, when Benjifish hops into the car with his opponent. No way! It's a drive-by! Yo, Benjifish is nasty!
I see that all the time. Being able to cast it for the first time is a whole nother experience. They tunneled on that team, and I think the fact that they tunneled them, following them on the jump pad, has saved their life for that moment, but I might have stuck too soon. Benjifish takes a snipe shot in just a few seconds. He's gonna get right back up, but what I'm talking about is they had no idea that trio was rotating in. If they don't follow them on the jump pad, they almost allow the other trio to get out alive, while Benjifish could have possibly been in a dire situation as they're continuing the hunt onto this trio. You got to imagine how far down this team possibly could be.
I'm still blown away by Benjifish. That move was bold. Absolutely bold. You know, that's the fun thing about Fortnite is how each fight is just so unique and separate. But the job's not over with yet, is it? I mean, at this point, you still have a lot more teams you got to get through, and so many trios. I'm actually astounded by how many trios are in this one location. And I don't know why they're all in Pleasant. Why are they all rotating over here? Well, I guess we'll find out very shortly. It could be great for the team that's feeling confident. In this case, you know, Benjifish and Go might be feeling great. But for Thief, Iros, one of the challenger teams, I say challenger, one of the qualifier teams, excuse me, who ended up making it here into grand finals, they're backing up. They're disengaging. Not a bad play.
Not bad indeed. Ooh, oh, wow, that was an incredible sniper shot from the fire so far away. But you look at the mini map right now, so many trio teams converging onto this spot, and you can see why they're just simply trying to disengage from the fight and stay alive in this situation. They don't want everything to end here, but oh my god, there goes the #1 team, Janice, Hen, and Chapix going up against Savage and Retta and Refsguard, and Retta goes down to a snipe shot. Refsguard was taken down early on, so this is definitely going to be something as he goes for the shakedown. All their positions are going to be given away. This could be it for Mr. Savage.
Yeah. Retta will pick up that elimination, and or excuse me, he will be eliminated. I apologize. Our #1 team making quick work of Steamy. These guys are everywhere, are they not? I mean, these guys are literally everywhere. I think they've landed at 3 different POIs, if I'm not mistaken, across the 5 different games. And that just comes to show their resiliency and their ability to be able to just adapt and overcome. And I'm truly impressed. Clearly, that's why Hens, Janice, and Chapix are, in fact, in first place at the moment with 155 points. Again, if they have another standout game going into Game 6, I don't see anybody catching them.
Look at that split between this trio. #2 place right now between Noah Riley, Badil, and Resin. Resin goes down so far away, and this is why I was pinpointing them being so separated, but I don't know if that trio can make it happen. I don't know if they can get there in time. They're getting attacked towards the backside as well. Resin does get cleaned up. So enough AR tags across the map. They're going to get the reboot card. They're so close to Pleasant, but I don't think that's going to be the play. You don't go back to Pleasant. There's so many teams rotating through that spot. I don't think that's going to be the one.
Might not be. Yeah, I don't think that's the call. I mean, with how chaotic Pleasant has been,
I can't believe they were
I would
so
avoid it.
separated.
Yeah. That separation's not going to pay dividends. I mean, you already lost one teammate. Now you have only one more remaining. But granted, I mean, they understand there's nobody up ahead. I'm curious to why they're going outside of zone. Do they want to engage on Lesh? It seems as if maybe that's going to be their game plan. But for Noah Riley, Vidil, that seems to be the game plan, I guess. They want to just fight. They want to get the eliminations. They want to catch up. They understand their back is against the wall. Let's hop on over towards Sweez and Wakey. Deceptos as well, and they are one of the winners from game number 3, Jacob. So obviously one you have to take seriously at this point in time. They're in 3rd place too. Take note of that.
They did, like you said, get that victory royale. So they have at least $750 in their pockets so far. They definitely want more of that cash prize pool. And Mongrel, Savid, and Rafla. I already said it wrong. Rifla. I already said it. I can never do it. I can never do it, but a team that can is this one right in front of us. They actually got dwindled down their HP. We know how aggressive Mongrel could be. They fought game after game, 24th in game number 1, and ever since then, it's been progressively getting better, and they've beaten up, they've been getting aggressive and showing that they aren't out of this one just yet, and if they could take out this team right in front of them, that'll be 6 more points on the board, but you gotta be careful. There's another 2, possibly 3 trios right behind them.
Yeah, it's not going to be. But you know what? It's funny because I feel like Mongrel does better under pressure than anything else. So I think he's going to be quite all right. Savid, too, has been playing out of his mind. And Rafla, too. I mean,
Rifla.
Obviously.
I'll save you on that one. Rifla. I was just reading it again. I was just reading against Rifla.
Rifla? Hey, man. Rifla is what it's going to be, and that's going to be in my mind. I'm not going to say it incorrect again. Check me if I'm wrong, but what's going on here? Noah Riley, or Vidil, Noah Riley, what? Huh. Interesting. Okay, well, I mean, it's okay, but
I hope.
Yeah,
we saw them separated before, and it cost them Resin's life. I got to imagine here in this situation with the cannon, with the med kit, they're just trying to stay in Storm. Let all the teams past them go for that reboot, and then use the cannon to stay alive. But I might have been wrong, because it might look like they're just trying to get out alive, tossing that med kit over towards the reboot. I talked about multiple trios, possibly 4, 5 trios in this spot right here, all close together. Need to be careful once they choose to rotate, if they choose to rotate.
Huh. I mean, is he going? I'm just curious if we're going to be getting a hill off from them. I don't think it's going to be the case, but they are taking so much time. It's a very late rotate. It's going to start ticking for 2. Plenty of bandages, though, to make it into zone. But ultimately, getting the res was, obviously justifiable. It was. But we have seen, too, teams, risk a res only to barely qualify into grand finals. Now, qualify nonetheless, but barely qualified. Looks as if they are going to be quite all right. They're building up for Launchpad, and they're going to go ahead and take that and go into the fresh zone, which is straight into a trio, unfortunately. Yeah, and I mean, everybody's still here. This fight is, it has
Look
not
at Noah
finished.
Riley. He's going against Lechy all by himself. He's staying alive in a 1v3. See, I noticed it when I saw some shields get chopped off, but I maybe have second guessed it, thought it was something else. I don't know how they were able to make this one work. They reunited as a trio. Resin was so far separated, gets rebooted. This is a miracle in action. They're one step away from taking that first place back from Janice, Chapix, and Hens. They just need to figure out a way to stay alive, and this is a far zone for all 6 of these players. And they're below Storm Surge. Both of these teams are below Storm Surge.
Oh my, yeah, that's not a good look at all, especially whenever you're trying to battle against a strong team of Lesh and Co. But hey, Chance is here. But Vidil knows he needs to get to work. He needs to get these tags if he can. Ryzen is also going to be backing up, dropping down. Is there anybody home? No, not just yet. But will be at least some bullets and I guess a little bit of a breather. But one player is going to be dropped off so far. And that's going to be Ryzen getting that. So that should put them above Storm Surge, if I'm not mistaken. So nice job. Actually, Storm not even going to play into effect, at least right now. It's over with. But now you got to run. Now you got to dip out. Pleasant, it's not in the safe zone.
Yeah, and they're just chasing Kylie down. They were able to get 2 of those players, drop him down to sub 50 HP. He's dead to rights on this one, depending on if they find him. How sneaky is he going to be trying to get alive? He has the chug cannon, so he's definitely giving away his position, and that's something they definitely want to take away from him. 2 opportunities here. He's getting backed up into the box. He's taking a ton of resource here being taken away from him. They're just going to chase him down. They're not going to stop until he's no longer breathing. Like I said, they want that chug cannon here for the late game.
Yeah, absolutely. Chug cannon is imperative. You want that. You need that. And quite honestly, it could be the difference between winning and losing. They understand that. Badildo still in a very, very bad spot. Getting getting shot from the back. But look who's going to be gatekeeping Mr. Savage & Co., right? Of course, the usual suspects in first place. Janus, Chapix, and Hin. And not a bad place to be, quite honestly, Jake. Not a bad place to be because... Oh!
Are you sure?
I digress. Definitely a terrible place to be.
Caster's Curse? Caster's Curse just a little bit?
The ultimate Caster's Curse.
The first place team, but man, I bet you every player in the lobby is just kind of hoping we do that again because they are about so far ahead of everyone else other than, I believe, Noah Riley. Multiple players getting taken down, and that's Noah Riley himself. The second place team has fallen. That's the opportunity everybody has been waiting for to get into the money. They're no longer going to be gaining points into this one. And even though that player did get sniped down early on, they were so far away from everybody else in the game. It was no stress off their back to get that revive right back up.
Still, though, I mean, that could make things scary. You know, Mr. Savage was just in the area not too long ago. I don't think he's going to be anywhere here yet, but I mean, or at least at the moment. But, you know, that player drops. You never know when you're going to get pressed up on once that takes place. But like you said, luckily they're going to be all right.
Uh-oh.
Rayfla down there with Mongrel as well as Save and they're sitting pretty. I mean, they're honestly looking really, I think, stronger this game than they even were in the last game when they got second place.
We know some teams, they, you know, kind of burn out in the early games. This trio is definitely one of those that has just been progressively getting better every stage of this finals, getting a tag, but not too much to worry about, not too many shields getting popped off, especially when you have 2 chug cannons to get that HP and shields right back up. They're trying to find their place here in towards zone, whether it's on top of the bridge, below the bridge. They got some traveling to do here. They're becoming a target for just a short moment. Hopefully they don't get separated here as they're going to make it inside the edge of zone. But if you look how stacked it is right now, there are so many trio teams here that could possibly take your life.
So I know Save It and Rayfla were together, but I don't know if Mongrel was able to join up with them. I really don't know, but we'll hop on board now with Chapix, Hin, and Janus again, which Hin has been eliminated, unfortunately. So it's up to Janus and Chapix in the moment, which they've been in this situation before, and I'm sure they can be just fine, but there's a lot of pressure to maintain, right? You talk about Chapix, Janus, and Hin being in first place by a good margin, by 30 or so points, but the fact of the matter is there's a real chance that Resonate and Noah Riley end up maybe potentially, you know, getting into first place position, being just 30 points behind, and they are still alive. There's still an opportunity for them to take over. And you got a lot of talented competitors still left in this tightly compacted zone.
Yeah, but one thing you got to take note of is, you even said it yourself, at least 2 of the biggest games they had, one of them being that Victory Royale, they did it from the high ground, forcing everybody low, forcing all those trio teams to eliminate each other, and they kind of picked up the scraps from there. Now they're going to have to do it not only a man down, but from the low ground as well. Let's see how they can change up their game, how balanced they actually are. But Storm Surge is going off, 51 below. They get a knock onto one player, but they're still falling. I do believe that takedown comes through. Steelix is down in the kill feed as well. There's only Kiko and a player alive. I'm not even going to try this one, Reflections. He gets tagged down to 55 HP. His teammate gets tagged out as well. They end up in the same box. There goes one. The Cypher coming through, but they get eliminated in the end. But it's more than one team here trying to claim throne to this loop. Hopefully they can go ahead and figure out a way to slow down. There's one above and one below, and the team above them does have that slurp cannon, so they're going to get back up to 200.
Yeah, no, you didn't want to attempt to pronounce the name, but it was actually Putrick. So that's going to be Scram, Kiko, and Putrick eliminated, which they were in 5th place and going to be in the fortunate circumstance for them. Esty also gone. Esty had not the best game last game in game number 4, and clearly not going to have the best game here either. will now hop on board with High Chris Knight and his teammate Vortex, which all three of them are still up. Right? We're talking about the struggles they were having in Corny Complex, so it's nice to see them making an adjustment. I don't know if they go to Corny Complex. We're going to have a chance to peek in on that because there's a lot of action taking place in Stevie and Dirty Docks, but and even Slurpee, right? Because Slurpee, we saw quite a few eliminations coming through there, but it's nice to see them back into the fold today, or at least a bit, because they're a talented roster. Save it though, nice shot, but also taking a little bit of damage, forced to retreat. And Bravela, he has in fact been eliminated, so it's up to Mongrel, it's up to Sagan, and Sagan looks like he might be eliminated very shortly.
Yeah, I would say luck is random. He has that chug cannon, but he's towards the edge of zone. It looks like he's trying to get forced out. Reunites with Mongrel, and I think that's what the trio does best in these situations. After that bad game number one, they're doing a good job of, even though they get separated in a fight, when push comes to shove and they have to get back to another, they waste no time reuniting as a duo or trio in some cases to keep themselves alive, to keep them in contention. You saw 24th, then they were end up in the 11th, and now they're in 6th place. They're trying to get themselves into the money, doing every single thing they can, but they are 92 below Storm Surge. I might have spoke too soon, 160 above Storm Surge, and that's not a lot. That is not a lot, as you see it's being dwindled down by the second.
Dwindled down by the second, indeed. I mean, of course, there's so much action taking place, you can't assume that it's going to be enough for yourself. Actually, I can take a peek and see who's going to be on that high ground position. Quackame, actually, this is the first time Quackame, Jerky, and Co. have, in fact, had the high ground, at least to my knowledge, Jacob, so we might be seeing a new victor.
Have to be careful, and that's why you see them always keeping any team that has the high ground so far in this finals. They always have one player trailing back so far, basically hugging the zone. That way they can contest and push everybody down that's trying to make a play for that high ground, as they're just straight lining in the zone. And they're on such a good layer right now. Most of the builds are theirs, as you see them trying to keep forward, trying to take some shots, but it moves again. I will say they do have that front portion of the zone, but now they're trying to travel back through those builds. They're trying to go to the dead side of what that small circle is and see if they can go through unscathed.
Go through unscathed, but I think that's the mindset for everybody at this point. Quackame trying to destroy any of the builds down below so we can get a clean line of sight. Man, sometimes, you know, I hate on the epic pistol, but for Jerky, I guess that's what he's got. He's going to put it to good use if he can. But 35 health, he's going to be eliminated and gone. That refresh going in. Quackame, you got to be there, and he's going to get a nice shot onto Red Rush and pick up the elimination. Very well done, but the job's not over with just yet, but maybe shortly as he gets another great tag. Window edit's going to be coming through. He also takes over the wall. Triangles in, but he gets finished. Oh, man. He's going to be able to pick up that Elam. Plus a second as he falls down. Things are getting chaotic. Players are falling left and right. We've got 30 people left.
No shields, but they do have a dream. The first place team right now doing a good job of staying alive from the mid-round, like I said early on. Most of their big games came from having everybody alive and playing through the high ground. His captain stops for a minute, ready to match out so he can get his HP back up with those shields. This one is coming down to the wire. Mongrel trying to find his way into the zone, but he has enemies waiting for him. He does have that chug cannon, but he has to fight all at the same time. Mongrel save it, and Rifle is out of this game. Janice and Chapix get one step closer to getting a bigger lead into first place, but like I said, it's only them two alive. He drops down into a box. They get one elimination. They are keeping themselves going. They are on fire.
Absolutely on fire, without question. Also, you got to mount to the eliminations that they currently have. They're sitting in a total of 4. That's going to be 8 points, but more to be gained, more to be gathered, and they still are too strong. High ground, no worries. They could care less. They're going to make the best of the situation that they are currently in, Jacob. But it's not going to be any easier because you're also taking damage from up top and you're down to just wood build. So not the best of situations, but at least they are still alive. We're going to see teams just desperately trying to get as forward as they possibly can. But up top, we have a new trio. Bloomingdale's going to be up there, and Vito, I believe, as well. So this is going to be interesting to see who's going to take the victory route, earn the $750, and get that much closer to the money.
Final 6 trios remain, 12 players. You see everybody still popping those shots, and this team down low is looking like they're escaping all of this action that's going on above them. I see Chapix going down to the kill feed. Janice falls as well. I do think that trio was eliminated. We're down to our final 4 teams. 8 players remain. Only HP on the SETI. That was a much-needed siphon. Now if he can find a moment to get his minis off, but he gets tag from above. The action will continue. Final 3 teams remain. Only 6 players at the end of this one. DQ with the turn and burn, taking out Fast Rogi. He gets dropped on again. That was a Bafo, Svino, and Boom that take game number 5. I can't believe it.
That's actually insane. I mean, the fact is, what a time to turn up. Game 5, you got one more game after this. You pick up all those elims, you take down some legendary players, and then you also get the victory royale. Hey, even if they're not close to getting top 3, the fact that they win that, now they're 750 euros richer, and that is a big deal. Hats off to them. That high ground once again playing a huge role. But one thing again that I consistently be bringing up game to game to game is the fact that how long Janus, Chapix, and Hin ended up staying alive. They're already in first place, and they continue to garner more and more of a lead. The only team that could really challenge them after the first couple of games was, Resonate and O'Reilly. They were in second place, but they were finished off relatively early, pretty early, in fact. Deceptos and Co. may be a chance to be up there. Malabuka was eliminated off the rip from Steamy, so they're not going to have a chance. They should fall down either way. I'm going to stop speculating, Jacob. We're going to take a quick break, but check it out, guys. That was game 5, right? We are just about finished. Only one more game left. Game number 6 to decide it all. And if you thought the previous 5 games were crazy, hey, wait till you see this last and final game. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have leaderboards. Final game 6 coming your way. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the G2 Esports Get the Cash Cup, powered by Logitech and PaySafeCard. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Jacob MVPR, and hey guys, we're heading into our game number 6, but before we do, we got to check out who's in first place, right? Is it going to be Chapix and Co able to hold on to that first place spot? Well, let's find out. And yes, they can by about 30 points, a bit less than 30, 28 total points, but still not a bad lead. But a couple teams, I should say, do drop down the list.
Yep, definitely do drop down the list just a little bit. One of those teams is going to be the team of Mongraal, and so you got to give it up to them. They've been doing a great job coming back from a bad game number 1, but they still have an immense amount of work to do, and this is where it begins to get hard because only the top 3 get paid in this situation. So if you're one of those teams that's outside of the bubble, this is where do you go ahead and play your game, hope for one of these top competitors to get eliminated early, or do you try to pad those stats, get some bonus points while trying to get some eliminations?
So let me take a look. So Malabuka does, in fact, drop down quite a bit, Jacob, which, again, one of our qualifier teams trying to hold on strong. Yeah, they were from 4th now to 8th place, but it makes sense, right? Off the rip, they got into that fight with Mr. Savage. We kind of, seen, obviously, how personal it got between the two and how much and how hard they chased them down, but even almost losing the fight after they did that. But after all, though, our top 3, there's a big separation between those. But I think what's scary for that 3rd place, the money, the bubble, it's still relatively close, right? You look from 3rd place at 138, even down all the way down to 5th place. Let's just say that at 122. So Scram, Seti, got to watch out. Noah Riley, obviously, still in that spot. They can't be too comfortable. Quite honestly, if I'm in top 8 and I'm anywhere from 3rd to 8th place, I know I can jump up the leaderboards. I can at least get into the money. That's the biggest thing. But for Deceptos, Wakey, they're going to have to mess up royally, really have a bad game. But if they can at least place well, they should take 2nd place. And same thing for Hen, Janice, and Chapix, Jacob. I don't see them dropping from 1st. They have such a massive advantage. They should stay in the money. But hey, things do happen, and yourself being a competitor, right? And watching, competitive esports for quite some time, and along with myself, look, first place is never guaranteed. There's always a team that's hungry to overtake you, and sometimes because you're at the top doesn't necessarily guarantee you success.
Yeah, we've seen some leads slip away before, but a 28-point lead, almost 30, it's going to be very, very hard. I think one of the biggest situations that any one of these teams looking to take first place is if they fall early, which is going to be very, very doubtful if you go ahead and ask me because of how consistent they have been playing so far. So I do kind of agree with you. It's more 2nd place. It's more so 3rd place as well that have to really be cognizant of their placings, of their points, and almost of the kill feed as well, because if they realize 4th place is hot on their heels, getting a big number of eliminations, that's going to put some pressure on them and might make them make some uncharacteristic moves.
Well, I think we're going to see plenty of uncharacteristic moves, in my opinion, throughout this entire
Final game,
6.
right?
Yeah, we're going to see quite a bit. We're going to see teams challenge, who are at the bottom, who definitely want to make a statement. We're going to see a lot of eliminations, I think, or more W King, I guess is really the right word for it, more aggression overall, Jacob. And that's to be expected in game number 6. But for those who are just trying to survive, right, or at least just try to, maintain that top 3 position, I'm curious how they go about that. Do they keep playing the same game plan? Because their game plan is sound. It's good. No, it's led them to where they are. But their game plan also does entail maybe a couple of contestants off the start, which they have been winning. But how luck has it, okay? Whenever you do drop, it's normally in that game 6. And that's when you've been winning against a trio on your landing spot, and then all of a sudden you lose because it's game 6. It happens all the time.
No, it definitely does happen all the time. But you got to imagine a lot of these guys have been here before. They felt that pressure time and time again. They're going to play everything that they practice. So the one thing that I feel that's going to change really heavily in this game number 6 from the other ones that is going to have to at least take a mental note in their head is how desperate that we know these players are going to get towards the bottom. They're going to have a few of those players trying to look for some more eliminations, mix that with placement so they can find a way into the money. And for Janice, Chapix, and Hens, they don't have to make any risky plays. Like I said, continue doing what you're doing, get your Storm Surge tags when you can, and just think end game. Because if you go ahead and take an early fight, even if you're confident, even if you know it's a team that might not be there, we know how aggressive the rest of the lobby is going to be to try to third party and steal those elimination points.
Yeah, Trapix trio, Craggy Cliffs. No one has really tried to even challenge them.
Once.
Now, you do have teams up top of the hill, though, and also on that little island to the left where they like to go. So ultimately, on the rotation, they do find themselves running into a trio. But I do like that you broke it down properly, Jacob. They love to land at the big house. They go in. They all, at the same time, right, at Wolfpack together, they hit those slurp barrels. Then before you know it, they're at 100, they're feeling solid, they're feeling good, they get kitted up, they get, fairly well, because there's a lot of vehicles down there too that they can pick up and just rotate out. So I think the strategy is sound, and that comes to show you, even though Slurpee is hotly contested, you come out with a couple of eliminations, full shield. We've seen a lot of contests, at Misty Meadows, Lazy Lake. Speaking of which, we haven't seen Retail off the rip either, but then again, there's only one trio going there, so maybe not the most exciting POI. But let's get it started. Craggy, again, for Janice, Hens, and Chapix, they are not going to be contested, and this is great for Game 6.
Yeah, and I do believe I saw on the kill feed, Mitro and that trio over towards Slurpee, picking up some early eliminations. You talked about, and we both kind of talked about the strategy. They're just going through, getting these Slurp barrels early on. They don't want to risk anything, and they know they're uncontested, so they want to save as many of those healing items as possible toward the end game, which has been their strategy, and you can't knock them for it. Almost 30 points above second place, a commanding lead. The game, the tournament is in their hands. So it's going to be, like we talked about, interested to see if there's anybody going to try to contest them throughout their loot path. If anybody, when you fights them, they might know they're there, try to get the elimination so they can put the game in their own hands. But I talk about towards Slurpee Swap, it's actually Mitro and his team rotating to Dirty Dogs to try to take this fight. You see Wolfies with just a sliver of health trying to survive.
Sliver of health, man. That's not what you want to hear in Game 6, is it? But it is the reality of the situation. Anis, a player that's been playing fairly well, I guess, in this moment, though. No tack, what are you going to do? Just unfortunately did not have the loot, and ultimately won't get ran through by Wolfies, who obviously a very talented player indeed. And super curious to see what Flick and Thomas can do in this moment, because, Wolfies is obviously a contester that's, a competitor. It's going to be solid to play against. Reboot Van, was Reboot Van already used too?
It sounded like it for a moment that it just came back up.
No way.
As Wolfie's trying to get out of there. 33 tag. He can only take a few more. He goes
over here pumping him up, and he
down.
gets mowed out of the air.
Wolfies goes down. And just the fact that it looked like he did actually go down instead of getting eliminated, you got to imagine, where is his team? Where's Mitro? Where's CRR? Did they do a split drop to try to kill race? What is going on?
Don't get too wild now. But no, I mean, you're right though. You're right. I mean, where is the rest of his team? I don't know. Why is Wolfies there by himself? I really don't know. Is he the only one that played in the trio? Hey, there's a lot of questions still to be answered, but to be by himself, you're going for a split drop in a competitive game. It's a bold move, Cotton, but I don't think it's paying off.
Ryfa, Mongrel. Out of all the names, I could have said wrong there, but Savin trying to run away from this fight. They've been playing so good up until this point. They're one of those teams that are definitely in the money. But you talk about the desperation feeling, the pressure that you will feel from game number 6. I think that's what we're feeling here from Schmecky Snag and Steelix. They're trying to hunt them down. They're trying to get that elimination point, backtracks to try to get the tags onto Steelix. There's going to come a point in time where they have to turn around. They have to take this fight because they're going to run out of mats. They're going to run out of heals taking these tags.
I want to say, correct me if I'm wrong, I think Mongrel and all of them were actually eliminated off the rip too, which is not good if they're trying to get up into that top side position. Only 70 players, so again, we expected that in Game 6, right, to be more aggressive playstyle, and that's exactly what we are getting. Snag will go and snag up an elimination himself. Well done. That's going to be 2 for him. Stillix is going to have 1 as well. Schmecky with none but fine. Fair enough. You got your teammates there for a reason. Nyrox will pick up Legend, and I saw Airwalk also in the elimination feed, so things are starting to heat up for some of those top trios, but Storm Surge might not even take effect here if players keep dropping off at the rate they are.
Yep. We talked about like I said, the desperation effects, the pressure that you feel from a game number 6. Knowing you have to take as much control of that game as possible. I don't know where Leshy's at, but he's definitely in an altercation here. I see his teammate in the kill feed. That's gonna be the second one being cleaned up. And there it goes, switched on over to battle. Leshy, he's trying to help his teammates towards the high ground. Kylie's split up by himself, and this is where Aiden Sem is gonna pick that one up. Kylie's trying to fall. It looks like they're going to hunt him down, chop him down even, and make that elimination that much easier. Timber!
He's stupid, man. Hey. But you know what? Hey, sometimes that Timber really does make people fall, man. But in this time, I guess not so much. But, there's still hope for top 3 to be contested, even though we do see some of the top-level teams explore, or at least on the leaderboard, I should say, fall off a bit earlier on. I mean, after all, Lesh, is still alive. And if you guys are just joining us, there was an offer to give away a $100 PaySafe card if Lesh wins and gets the Victory Royale. So there is hope.
There's definitely hope. You know me, I'm the 1 in a million type of guy. As long as there's a 1 in a million chance, you know I'm in there to win it. Because it does look like they're separating just a little bit. Have to be careful. They're coming up on another trio. And this is not Bad Sniper. We talked about the altercation, but not Bad Sniper and the team of Vortex almost all 6 games long. Coming out on this one, it's not Bad Sniper who eliminate Vortex and stop their miracle run from opens to semis to finals. It's over for them.
Mr. Savage taking Merstache. That's a storyline we've been following from Steamy Stacks for quite some time, by the way. So seems if they might have a chance to kind of win that.
Oh,
it might seem like silly. He's jumping up and down, by the way, is because he doesn't want to get sniped. Like that's why he's doing that. He's not showboating for the camera or anything. Okay, Noah Riley on your screen. So there it is. Metro, CRR, Noah Riley, just on the other side. So Wolfies, I guess, being that outlier, kind of split dropping, if you will. But we'll see what. Yeah, I mean, but you know what? I don't know if that's the best play. Clearly, it wasn't.
No, it's not.
If it works out, it's the best play in the world. It's the most confident play. But if it doesn't work out, which it doesn't, now you got to question it, right? That's kind of how it works.
What do you think Metro and CR are talking about right there? Talking about what they're going to eat for dinner tonight. Talking about the game plan. How they're going to get out of this sticky situation. I will say, luckily, it wasn't Noah Riley, Vidil, Resin that picked up any of these eliminations, so they didn't have a chance to shake them down. You got to imagine they don't know where they're at, and so this could be an opportunity for them to strike. A surprise attack this trio. Uh-oh.
I don't think they know. Yeah, they definitely don't know they're there. This is the funniest thing. So, Wolfie's obviously landing at Dirty Docks. He's eliminated. And now you got Metro and CRR just down below, ready to pounce. I mean, literally ready to pounce. This is going to be a wild experience. If they even engage, I mean, they're not shooting. Like, they're just chilling.
And this is where the trio of Mongrel's team, and I do believe that was Steelix's team, both landed around this location, I do believe. I could be wrong. And they got forced out. You saw Mongrel's team go down, and they're just looting whatever is left. And almost by judging by, I think they found a chest or two over there. I don't know how much it was actually looted, because they went straight for the fight.
They're still there? Like, what are they doing?
Hey, they're in the zone. That's all that matters. They're just getting those
I guess, but like,
waiting for everybody to just leave until they hear nothing, not even in the distance.
Huh.
Or maybe they're praying. Maybe they're not talking. Maybe they're just praying they pull zone so they can stay there.
Could you imagine? Hold up. Now, Vidil's about to make a big mistake. He's about to make a massive mistake. Straight into a pump and attack. He's surely bound to go in there. Oh yeah, he's definitely about to. They are. Look at them. You can see their avatars through the X-ray just turning as they just look his way. No, they're ready to trigger a team, and it's gonna.
Did they know the whole time?
They were spotted. The cat's out of the bag. The cat's out of the bag, and Ryzen's gonna get the angle. No, that's not. The plan's falling apart. The plan didn't work. In fact, it was disastrous, and Metro and CRR will be eliminated.
I need to know when they actually saw them, because if they just farmed everything around to get the mats and they knew they were there the whole time, or did they look through one of those wooden panels, whatever the case, that was definitely a push to take out some of the fan favorites and Metro, CRR. You know, Wolfies landed by himself. He got taken out a long time ago. But interesting enough, I just really wonder, how they saw him. I don't know if they took any steps. It did look like they were staying as quiet as possible, but they spot themselves a jump pad that they could recycle. So that's going to make the rotation that much easier.
I think, I don't know. I mean, at that point, they had just destroyed every artifact, every building that was around that area. Maybe they were bound to engage. Heartbreaking loss, though. It really is, and you can definitely. Or at least from my perspective, from Mr. Savage and like they're just not happy with that performance. How could you be? Or even Metro and all that. But the show must go on. The show absolutely must go on, and we still have some talented members in here, if I'm not mistaken. Este's one of them who's going to be just up ahead. We have a free rotate, not being punished at all, for Janice, Hin, and Chapix, and they're going to be sneaking up. Shots are going to be fired.
I don't know if this is worth it for them now.
But you know what? they're not being punished, and an opportunity presents itself, and Kiko's gonna fall.
And look at the IO guards on the other side. They're sandwiched right now, these two trio teams trying to stay alive. One of those eliminations being cleaned up by Chapix. That was an early down, but I talked about the IO guards. As long as they stay on this side, they will continue to try to put out that damage on these players trying to survive, but it's going to be not Bad Snipers team who get the last laugh in the end. They get the cleanup, and now they're just trying to stop and swat out these annoying IO guards. It's like they're flies.
Like they're flies indeed. Man, yeah, Kiko falling in the way that he did, highly unfortunate, and that's the thing. It's sometimes, you know, rotating in without building is actually the play to make, because it's a little bit more covert, right? I know it seems simple, but I mean that's a real thing. And they didn't make a sound. They didn't make any inklingness to that they were going to be going forward, and obviously results in one elimination, and then they back out. It's that simple. And now they're going to try and gatekeep. Esty, though, had a great line of sight, barely missing a shot. I believe giving Hin a haircut, if I'm not mistaken. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, our second place team looks as if they are healthy and ready to go, and rotating over towards Misty Meadows. You hear that turret going off?
I'm about to say, who's messing around up there? You got to be careful. Snipers are back. You don't want to get taken out. Mr. Savage in the kill feed. Mr. Savage takes down Hen. It's only a knock for now, but that is an important battle. The cleanup is coming through for Mr. Savage, and they are going to have the man advantage wherever that fight is going on, as they're trying to dodge everything right here from this high ground team. They're on top of Misty Meadows. They're inside of the zone as well, as you see Janice and Chapix trying to stay alive in zone, and this is going to be crucial to their survival and maintaining that first place position.
And just to point it out as well, Vortex is eliminated. That was Anis who was able to take him down. So I'm curious if our qualifier team has met their end. I don't know how many more are still going to be alive, but either way, we'll continue on with the storyline. Losing Hin hurts. Losing Hin hurts. But how many times have we watched Chapix and Janix, or any combination of the trio, go into late game as a duo and do fairly well? So the fact that two of them are still alive, again, in first place by about 30 or so points, they've got a good lead. So all they have to do is just place decently well, and they should be just fine. But Mr. Savage has had a long drive, it seems, and he's just going to try and go with Andretta and just get in the safe zone if he possibly can. Janice, though, going for a late rotate. We've been seeing this more often than not.
Yeah, but it's ticking for two. He has bandages, 3 medkits, so I do believe they are going to make it out of the zone. But with how much left over is going to be the question, depending on how far it is. A minute left until it closes. And then we're going to be in towards the 4th zone. Chapix, he's just surviving just on fumes right now with bandages. Like I said, he does have the med kit. He went ahead and spread that one out, but they need to be careful. Bad Snipers right in front of him. You have the team of Noah Riley as well. Noah Riley is definitely in contention, not only to be in the money, but to take away that first place spot.
Dell onto Esty. You also got a couple more players from that trio trying to rotate in, though they do have plenty of mats to tunnel. And at this point, Noah Riley obviously in contention for third. Well, in third, respectively, I should say, right? They are currently in third. Still 50 players remaining. They need a solid placing in order to stay in the money, because there's a lot of teams from third through 8th who are kind of nipping at their heels.
They see all those shots being fired off, and they're behind right now, so they know they need to pick up eliminations. They need refreshes as well, as they're looking to kind of take advantage of this opportunity. They know another team is targeting them. Etsy does go down. That one is going to be cleaned up. I don't know if the point goes over to Enretta, but he's definitely going to get the resource. He's definitely going to get the refresh, and they have the man advantage in this fight as well. That's going to make it that much easier, but somebody else is rotating through. They need to be careful here. It's a high risk, high reward. Even though they need the points, I know they don't want their tournament lives to end here.
No, not at all. Not at all. I mean, how could you want that? I mean, at this point in time, when you're still trying to make it into the money, if you possibly can. Opportunities in, and Dretta's going to be coming through. A couple of shots are going to be tagged onto him. Noah Riley goes for a snipe. Not going to be able to see anybody just yet, though, but an opportunity to rotate a little bit further is there. Misses that shot by a mile to the right, but no worries at all. He'll still work his way on top of the building, but he's keeping Mr. Savage and Andretta in his line of sight. And if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Savage takes quite a bit of damage, and Noah Riley's going for an engagement by himself.
Oh. Resin goes down. That's going to be big. Noah Riley. I don't think they can sacrifice anything here, and depending on how this trio plays, they can kind of camp the card, not let them get the reboot. Zone moving in as well. He gets tagged from above. He has that slurp cannon, so it's not too much to worry about, but he gets sniped from the back as well. I don't know if he got the card. I have to believe that he did get the card. He wouldn't go ahead and sacrifice all that to kind of make way without it, as Noah Riley doing what he can to get their position into the zone. But there's players above him. There's players below him. They have to be careful here as he's relying on letting all these players rotate in as he heals in the zone.
And again, this is a huge moment for Vidil and his teammates. I mean, obviously, they need to maintain their lives. They need to play it out because at this point in time, they could, in fact, skyrocket up the leaderboards. But if they lose their lives, if they fall, it's going to be over with. Noah Riley actually does fall. Unfortunately, the third place team only has one more representative on their team alive currently on the map. And everybody nipping at their heels, they could, in fact, fall out of the money.
Look right now, they really did a good job of bouncing back. They're taking the elimination points when they can. They're not getting over aggressive here, but Noah Riley did go down. It's all up to Vidil making his way into the zone as fast as possible. He has the chug cannon. He can get some HP back up, but it's also going to give away his position. He's going to get the reboot as well. I wonder what type of play he's going to make here. As in Lazy Lake, 39 seconds, the zone's going to move and force everybody off with that reboot ban. So this could be an opportunity here, depending on how much health he has left or how many uses he has those chug cannon to get the revive off. As Rev's guard goes down, Mr. Savage team is down and out.
Wow, and a big loss again. Mr. Savage just with his roster just did not have the best performances, and it's unfortunate, but it happens. It was Teamy Stacks that was really getting the better of them, and I believe that was Merstash, one of our qualifier teams, who were just putting up a great fight over in that location.
Ooh.
Did he get blocked? He did. Unfortunate.
Yeah,
you think you're dipping out. You think you're dipping out, but then you get coned.
Not in my house. He's going to chase him down. Now that you know he's trapped there by himself.
Nice shot.
Big tags, getting the shield off him. They're forcing him in to the storm to take that damage. Vidil is going to be here in this one as well. Different trios trying to stay alive. That's why I said the possibility, depending how much it's ticking. He's ticking 5 for him. He knows he cannot be the hero his team needs. It's all up to you with the game on the line. You're so close to staying in the money, but there are so many incredible teams on your heels.
So many incredible teams, right? I mean, again, if he can just get placement points, they'll be okay. After all, 6 eliminations with Ryzen as well as Noah Riley, not too bad. So if Vidil maybe pick up a couple more, place within top 10. I think that should be enough. Don't quote me, but I think that should be enough. Benji Fish is going to find one onto Flames. Oh no, Vidil's gone. Third place might be now vacated and given up. And that's a heartbreaking elimination.
Yeah, definitely one that's going to kind of eat you up in the inside at the end, especially, you know, you didn't really have to take that jump pad, or at least I don't think so. We're talking about the same player there for that moment, but the team that has a chance to steal away the money. Everybody in our top 3 is going to still be alive, so it's anyone's game, but I will say the longer that Janice and Chapik stay alive as a duo, they're going to make it that much harder for anybody to overtake them. It doesn't matter how many eliminations you got, a 28-point lead. So you need the victory royale just to get 30, and that's only 4 if they get second. That's only 4 more points, so you have to find those eliminations throughout the course of the game.
Another roster that we're looking at, this trio currently second place, 158, looking to overtake Hin, Janice, and Chapix, which I'm curious if they're still alive. We know that we're kind of, you know, struggling a little bit. They only had 2 players left, right, Jacob? And if they're still in, man, they're going to be sitting pretty and looking quite well. Yeah, there they are on your bottom screen. So Janice, as well as Chapik, still alive. And again,
center zone.
And center zone, too. This could not get any better for the first place team.
Yep. I'm just looking at the players alive. I don't know if we're going to see Storm Surge rather quickly. Depending on if players get eliminated when this zone begins to force them to move. There's Fireflies from the bottom. Buildings catching fire. He's trying to get the wood on out of there. Quick moves from Janice. The consistency out of this trio is just insane. Unfortunate that hand ran into Mr. Savage. Got eliminated early on into this one, but they're doing a good job as a duo. And there's one of those teams below them. They're trying to make sure to keep everybody to the low ground, or at least everybody that is below them. They don't know this is the team that's hot on their heels.
How could you know in this moment, right? It's almost impossible to know, especially with how many teams are around. Looks like Joe's having a hard time, and yeah, Joe is going to be finished off, unfortunately. So we'll see at least that trio potentially struggle or be completely, totally eliminated. If I'm not mistaken, I think I just seen somebody kind of launch pad over. Somebody in the box of Janice and Co. Say it ain't so. Yes, there is. Are you kidding me? That is not the box you want to go into, my guy. Not the fight you needed. That's Benji Fish of all people.
Everybody just kind of jump padding around them. And I do believe Lecce is going to be one of those trios that has the high ground for now, but they're going to have to be careful how they play this. They're at the high ground at the top of a mountain. Look at where Zone goes, across the river towards Lazy, so they're going to have to be very, very careful. In fact, most of these trios have to be very careful. A lot of them are going to be looking to recycle some jump pads or use their own if they have it. For the ones that are on foot, good luck to you.
Yeah, honestly, right. Just not going to be easy. And it's funny that this is, in fact, the final zone. Teak. You know, Teak, we haven't talked much about Seti, Kemi, as well as Teak, but the fact is they are, in fact, in 4th place. And with 3rd place already being eliminated, they can overtake and place in the money if they play this properly. But the only thing I'm worried about, they don't have any eliminations yet, and top 13 is not going to be enough. So they need to step it up, pick up some more elims, place high, and they can take over Noah Riley and Co. in 3rd.
Yep, see some people asking about Airwalk. Saw him in the kill feed for a moment, but I saw him again. And this time, I don't want to say I cursed him, but he is taken out by Not Bad Sniper. Another one of chat's favorites here in this one. A few of those guys want to see him, but towards the high ground, Lecce again, but they're being contested. Kylie goes down. They're being separated as well. I don't see Lecce anywhere, but I do see one of his teammates who's trying to waterfall down, keep his team's hopes alive into this one as the majority of the lobby is funneled down low. You see a short pad as well, and you see one from the high ground, one of our qualifier teams. Everybody doing what they can to stay alive as this one goes up ground once more. It was at the edge of Lazy Lake towards the bottom, but now it's going up the mountain right next to Lazy Lake.
And I know TQ as well was going up the mountain, so there's an opportunity. We see 4th place go against 1st place relatively soon. Now you got 2nd place right on the hills as well, so things are getting tense. Deceptos needs to stay alive in this moment. Again, so close to overtaking the 1st place position, but unfortunately taking a lot of damage. He's got 15 cabbages for what it's worth, but I don't know if he's going to have time to even pop those. Oh, the tree makes things awkward, but he does break through. Player's going to be in his box just below. An opportunity to take a mini is there. He gets it. Teammate just beside him.
Cabbages.
Or at least I thought so. His Squeeze is still alive. I can't believe it. He's got like 1 HP.
He has some cabbages to go around. That'll definitely get you back up if you have the timing to do it. Decepto scraps. He takes some damage from below, gets separated from the rest of his team. Depending on if he can reunite with him, he's stuck on the low ground. His shields are off as well. You see Chapix and Janice navigating through all that chaos. They get separated as well, and this is going to be hard for them to survive. A total of less than 50 HP and shields combined for Janice. No builds either, only 2 total pieces. He can go ahead and look for it. He gets a shot onto one player, looking for the siphon. That's a big knock. Gets the refresh as well, and this is an opportunity. He actually doesn't get the siphon, doesn't get the refresh. It's all up to you, Chapix.
It's all up to Chapix. Top 6, though. I think this is enough to hold on to 1st place. Oh my gosh, 1 HP. 1 HP in a dream. And I guess that dream is dead. But I believe they still hold on to 1st place. On top, though, once again, from game to game, back-to-back games, indeed, is going to be Jerky and Co. is going to be up top, and TQ down low. And again, TQ needs this elimination. He needs to survive, and he doesn't. We're down to trio versus trio action.
That was literally them staying alive. Could have taken 3rd place away from Noah Riley and their trios. Trulex going forward, connecting his build so they don't get knocked down towards the high ground. This is a trio versus trio. 3v3 going down. You might as well call it a rager because there's definitely $750 on the line for this victory royale. Kwakame, he going to drop down in the zone. He's taking the tags. He's going to fall. It's all up to Jerky and Trulex. They're doing what they can to stay ahead. Popping a med kit towards the low ground. It is going to be a 3v1. I do believe it's all up to Jerky. And no, it's a 2v2. It's all up to you at the top. He's going to pop the med kit, but can he drop down? He has to get these eliminations. He's not going to be able to pop the med kit and go to a heal off. He has to figure out a way to create some separation, but there's no builds. They can drop him down at a moment's notice, and it'll be game over. There goes the build. There goes the shot, and he clutches it. Jerky clutches it. He comes down on top to take the game.
Yo, Jerky, are you kidding me? What a play from him. And Jerky makes it happen. The high ground Warriors going big. I can't believe he picks up those 2 elims. The attack is beautiful. The attack is amazing, and the attack was the hero. Jerky is actually disgusting. Like, I'm going to be completely honest with you. Like, the fact that Jerky gets that, hey, Jerky's scary, man. Hey, Jerky is
I
scary.
told you.
He's a bad man,
They
brother.
weren't going to make it for the top 3, but that 3v3 was for $750 victory royale. Those players might not have walked away with the lion's share, but $250 each ain't bad if you say so myself.
No, absolutely not. $750 for Victor Ralph just for getting
Wow.
the win. You were already going to be playing for the VR anyways, right? Well, Jerky able to secure it. That was an awesome 3v3.
I'll never get over that.
3v3 at the end.
I'll never get over that.
Because again, he has to hit 2 perfect shots. He doesn't hit those 2 perfect shots, it's over with. And he makes it happen. You know, in those moments, I would love to be hearing the comms. You know, if this was a LAN event, I would love to look over as a caster and just see them freak out and see what they really look like. Or maybe no emotion at all. You never know. Some of the best players have no emotion after a clutch play like that. They're not like us who freak out. And we're like, whoa, that was amazing. You know, they're just like, it is what it is, you know. What else? But I know Fortnite off of Reddit. Hey, I've been watching those clips, and I'm constantly seeing kids, you know, freak out nonstop. But well done. Hey, it looks like Game 6 is over with. Let's do a recap at least of our prize pool, so again you can understand what is at stake. And the prize pool is definitely a beautiful thing. Let's be real here, right? We got first place $10,500, second place $3,000, third place 1,950 euros to be exact. Victor Real, 750 euro bonus was there. But that first place is what everybody was going for. And I think we created a nice dialogue, a nice storyline as to who was going to be able to take over the third place, right, Jacob? I think that was kind of one of the biggest things to take note of. But I like what I'm seeing. I think today was a very successful day around. I mean, honestly, the last 2 days, you know, I casted with you today. I casted with Togata yesterday. In total, 6, 12, 18, 24 rounds is what I had to cast over the past 2 days. And let me say, every round was beautiful, and every round had its own unique moments.
Yeah, from 12,000 individuals, over 4,000 teams loading to start off this tournament, dwindled down stage by stage, 66 from each heat to make a total of 132. From there, it's dwindled down earlier today to the top 8 that get advanced to the finals to play against the 25 of Europe's best invited teams. It came down to the very last game. You got to think some of these teams did have a good lead, so we think it's up to third place to see. I don't believe that I know all the trio's name, but SETI for sure was a part of it, and I believe TQ as well. Did they do enough to steal away third place?
That's the question. I don't know if the leaderboard is ready to go, but one thing that I do want to say before we do get to that moment, shout out to our partners, Logitech, PaySafeCard, who brought all this together alongside that of the beautiful team of G2. We love to see it there across multiple esports. Obviously, this weekend was all about Fortnite, but what an event it has been. And to have 4,000 trios enter in, right? I think that's the biggest thing. 4,000 trios started this event. Only 66 ended up moving from each heat, ended up being 132 trios. That ended up being 8 trios into 33 total teams into the grand finals. The run from even the qualifier teams, despite them potentially not even making the money, I'm so proud of their ability to perform so hard day in and day out. Stamina is a real thing with those guys.
No, it definitely is, because like you talked about, 12 games yesterday, 6 before the finals even happened, and then to be able to stay consistent for some of those guys, I believe Orb's team, Malibuka's team, getting into the top at one point or another, holding on to a position of 8th place, let it slip through towards the very end. But this is definitely a massive learning experience for these players, as long as they can kind of keep it up. I can see a lot of these players getting into the money sooner rather than later, as long as they can keep progressing as individuals. And I love those teams, the open teams, the underdog teams, because it shows that anybody really does have a chance in Fortnite.
Well, let's cut the suspense, Jacob. Let's cut the suspense. Everybody had a chance, but only 3 teams made that chance possible to take first, second, and third. What are those teams going to be? Let's look at our leaderboard and finally see who's up top. So there it is. Hin, Janice, and Chapix hold on. And in fact, not only hold on, but thrive. 213, 178 then at the bottom there for the Septos, Wakey and Co., and then SETI, Kemi, and TQ. They make it happen. That late game run ended up paying off dividends, and they round us off at third.
They were right on their heels. I was wondering if it was going to be enough. The 6th and final game coming down to the wire, and TQ Camion said he'd do it. Congratulations to you guys taking home a part of that cash prize pool, and they have definitely impressed me time and time again. A consistent average placement of 8th place. When you have this many competitors, this many of the world's best, I know this was a European tournament, these are the world's best competitors when it comes to Fortnite. It is so hard to stay as consistent as these players have been able to do.
Oh, without question. I mean, consistency is tough to have. It really is. But I mean, you know, we really seen that with Chapix and his team. So impressed with them. I really, really am impressed with them. I mean, first place in the gauntlets and the way that they win consistently and thoroughly. You know, averaging, you know, average of 6th overall. I mean, you talk about 33 trios, talented trios.
Right, the best average.
Yeah, I mean, in the average 6 like that, Jacob, is just, I mean, absolutely incredible. It's been a great weekend. It really has, Jacob. And I know we're about to come to a close, but man, please, I got to hear what you got to think about the entire event. Maybe what are your final and closing thoughts?
Hey, I got to give it up to all of these competitors. They went through the gauntlet. These 25 trio teams, yeah, they got invited here, but the finals itself is a gauntlet. You saw so many big names go down early, and that's why I like to shine that light onto these underdog teams, these teams trying to make a name for themselves, because like I said, it gives so many players hope. When you go from 12,000 individual players, and then you can call yourself one of the top 3 finalists, that gives you hope. That lets these players know that they're grinding towards the back end, that might not have any earnings up until this point, that it's still your time. You can't give up just yet. It's all about how you practice your game. And I'm going to go ahead and lay it out for you guys. It's not all about just playing Fortnite anymore. I think esports as a whole has evolved above and beyond where it has years ago. It's about having that perfect practice. I know in a game like Fortnite, it's very hard to get that perfect practice, but it's definitely possible. And you can ask Janice, Hen, and Chapix. They were consistent the entire way through. Their game plan didn't change much until the final game where Hen did go down early. That's when they were forced to adapt on the fly, and they consistently did it towards the end. Towards the beginning, it didn't matter. They had a commanding lead that led it to where they can lose Hen at that point into the game and still come out on top.
Fortnite's a beautiful game, isn't it, Jacob? Right? It's made a lot of people's lives. It's magical. It really is, and it continues to get better and better. It seems with the competitive community. And again, shout out to G2 for putting on such an amazing event and having us to be able to cast and overall really view EU and kind of see what they're all about. And like I said, EU, you guys scary, man. You guys could bring in that fuego, bring in that energy, bring in that heat. But it has been a blessed week. And thank you so much for joining us, right, for the G2 Esports Get the Cash Cup powered by Logitech and PaySafe Card. You know, great sponsors in general. Check them out, Logitech, PaySafe Card. PaySafe Card, by the way, you can use them to buy V-Bucks. So, hey, I don't know. You decide how you go about that. But I know V-Bucks, you got to buy your Battle Pass. You also got to buy, I think, the new season pass that they currently have, and then also your skins. You'll love to see a PaySafe Card making some magic things happen. And also to the panel down below, check it out so you can potentially pick up your G2 Atlantis t-shirt. Hey, get it before you miss out, right? I think it's a great clean shirt overall. The design is well done, and it's one you might not be able to pick up at all times. So make sure you check out the panel down below. Very simple. Click on it. Just take a look at it. That's all I'm asking for you guys to do. But thank you so much for joining us this weekend. For myself, Taylor Reflections Noble, Jacob MVPR, Tokata from yesterday, our production team, and you in chat, thank you for being here, and I hope to see you again on the next G2 broadcast.